through once again this week as well, including Palantir, the big one coming up after the close tonight. We'll get ARM this week. A bunch more in the ride-sharing end of the world as well. We have a ton of Fed speakers to get through, including this afternoon. Williams coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But if you remember, big move up on Friday into the close for the NASDAQ. We did basically end the day right at the highs. We're taking out pre-market highs right now for the Qs. It's only about 0.4% currently, but looking to extend that nice rally. Yeah, Fed speech on watch coming off what happened last week with not only individual Fed speakers, but Fed Chair Powell coming out a little bit on the fence. Adira is here this morning. Sharif a little bit under the weather. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think it'll be an interesting week to see how this all shapes up with all of these earnings that we have on watch. Palantir tonight, Disney and Nikola among the names reporting tomorrow morning as well. How was your weekend?
It was good. It was good. It was supposed to rain all weekend, but it ended up being okay. So that was fine.
That was a pleasant surprise. It kept seeming like it was about to rain, but then it wasn't actually raining. Although Sean was saying it was raining a bit in the morning.
We'll take it. I mean, it's May in Canada. It's supposed to be rainy around here. But yeah, market overall in pretty good shape here. Again, a ton of things to talk about this morning. As you said, Palantir coming up tonight. That's the notable one on the earnings board. We do have a lot to get through this week, though. As I mentioned, both Uber and Lyft coming up. Lyft first after the close tomorrow night, then Uber pre-market on Wednesday. We get a firm this week. We get ARM, speaking of, 2.5% here this morning to the upside for ARM. Roblox coming up on Thursday morning then, pre-market. There's this whole Apple angle as well this morning. We can touch on Berkshire Hathaway with their annual meeting over the weekend, talking about some more sales as far as shares of Apple, continuing to reduce their my chart's not updating here. That's Apple. This is still ARM, but continuing to reduce slightly their position, but down about 0.5% here this morning on a Monday. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And yeah, Apple down a little bit. They got the event tomorrow early, actually, the iPad event. And we're expecting some AI love from them. Berkshire still loves them, still talking all the good stuff. But yeah, they had a big stake and they've decreased it a little bit. I think the story more for Apple is post-earnings, what it did, right? Like we gapped up and essentially lost the support level. So almost right away, like it gapped up, held the morning, and then right at the end of the day, it kind of lost that support and we're gapping back underneath it. So, Apple down 0.5% into more or less everything else I'm looking at is up. Unless you're Spirit Airlines, I think. The NASDAQ's up, the chip names are up, Micron got an upgrade, Palantir got an upgrade, they're up before their report. Nvidia's looking pretty strong. Like everything looks pretty strong, and it's Apple here that while leading the gap up on Friday, not as good. But hey, we're getting cuts this year, so that part is at least going to be good. And of course,
we're supposed to be getting cuts this year.
Yeah, and of course, rough loss for Leafs in Game 7.
Yeah, last night I was at the women's hockey game. There's my daughter and me as well. We didn't even get in until 10:30 last night, and she's up on the ice at 6:30 this morning. She's insane.
So you got to do it.
It's insane. Yeah, super busy weekend, man. Super busy weekend. I work here to support everything else, and it was a good one. And thankfully, Palantir today is blasting off. I mean, Palantir just in 2 weeks is up 20%. I mean, we were at $20. Now you're at $24.50. You're going to take out 25 today, and then after earnings, you're going to be over 27. So, like, Palantir gave us that gift down there, and I didn't buy anymore. So that was a great little run there. Did not get to that 200 period. There goes Palantir. Like I said, I think we'll be shorting Apple today. We'll wait to see if that comes through. Look at Bitcoin down here. Why isn't Apple.New York? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Bitcoin down here, 64,000. That's looking real good. So looking at a stock like Coinbase today as well, back to 226 and change. We'll see what happens with Coinbase. Why is my chart not? My charts are sleeping there today. There it is. Now it's going up there. There it is. So there's Coinbase. That bottom bounce again. We've based out on Coinbase and really ripped from some of these bases in the past. There's one, here's one.
Speaking of,
very, very good chance of going.
Robinhood got a Wells notice from the SEC.
Yeah.
So Robinhood just made a move down 7% here. Looks like they've got a Wells notice from the SEC, just sort of reading it in here. Obviously not going to necessarily be good early, but we'll keep you guys apprised of that. Obviously good volume going through here, unfortunately. So the subpoena from the SEC for Robinhood might bring a few names under to the downside on sympathy. Worth watching. Robinhood had been so strong, still inside the range, still kind of in that same consolidation that it was in before. But yeah, Wells notice is never something you want to hear. Yikes.
Yeah, I was just reading through this as well. This is specifically related to crypto as well, guys. So a Wells notice is essentially, we're not charging you yet, but we're going to charge you with something. So just a heads up. Yeah, and it's apparently specifically related to crypto here for Robinhood. So we'll keep an eye out for any more details as far as that is concerned. Couple other things of note here. Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust, GBTC, gapping up here a little bit overall. Bitcoin itself, not really doing a heck of a lot. If I jump over here, you can see it's basically flat from where we ended Friday. But Grayscale specifically reporting their first inflows into the trust since the beginning of the year. Remember when these got approved, Grayscale was already trading on the OTC. They converted it over to an ETF. So there was a lot of selling and outflows going from the Grayscale ETF into some of the other options. But for the first time, they've reported money coming back in.
Yeah, that's exciting. It has definitely not been like the main ETF we've been looking at. So there's been a lot of discussion with IBIT. That one has seen a lot of inflows. It'll be interesting to see GBTC, how that one fares now that we have some inflows into this, because I wasn't aware that that one was more the subject of outflows.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap higher here on that this morning, about, 4.5% here, guys. For GBTC specifically, IBIT on the other hand up as well. But as we saw there, Bitcoin not really doing much.
No, like we had that 65. There was a run to 65,000, like very, very briefly in the morning, but giving it up a little bit here. So we're back down under 64. Good news is that's where some support has been. Here, I have a 3-minute chart up. It's like a lower time frame chart. As you can see, there was some support there over the weekend. But when you pop it to the longer time frame, which is what I pay more attention to, you kind of had this weird fail. It's not a failure. You haven't failed 65,000, but again, you have another lower high.
Yeah, I was happy that it was like
65,000. So I'd watch for that big number there. I feel like this week that's going to be the big one. You're past most of the big catalysts. The ETFs have come through. You throw on top of that you got the halving that's come through as well. And if you're unable to get past that lower high at the 65, you could run into some trouble, at least in the short term. If we were breaking 65, I was going Coinbase long break at 33. This might change some things now that we're back under 64,000. Then you throw on top of that this subpoena for Robinhood, which is crypto related, and might drag some things down a little bit with it. So I think you got to be a little bit cautious. 63 goes. You might have one of those liquidity type moves to the downside, and usually on IBIT, when an even level like that breaks, I like the reversal back the other way for a nice scalp trade. So we'll keep an eye on that 63,000 on Bitcoin. And I'll trade IBIT, the news notwithstanding for GBTC, IBIT still does the best fall.
All right. Yeah, look, it's been a really nice rebound for crypto, obviously, as we'll keep showing you different coins here. But Bitcoin too. Ethereum still the one that's lagging in the last week, down 1.6% still week over week. Solana, nice little rebound there. I think that got as low as 120 in change. Ripple, nice move. Dogecoin 13, that was really moving around. So was Shiba Inu. That's only up 5 right now. Cardano, lagger as well. Only 1.6% there. But yeah, so far so good, man. Holding up pretty good. I'm happy that Bitcoin did hold and did not get down to test in and around that 53, 54,000. I think that's a very, very key level. I was just looking at TD Bank's back down. It's not back down, it's been down, but it's into some nice, interesting levels there. As we were talking about Robinhood and some of those notices, I was just looking at that, was they had some laundering issues. That could be a good opportunity there off the 50-period moving average. But then I pulled banks back, and honestly, it's been like unless you just want the dividend, there's zero growth in these names. Like this name is at the same price now that it was in 2017 or something. So it's like unless you're getting in and out of them, which I don't really want to do, I don't enjoy buying Canadian banks, to be honest with you. What's up, Randy? I guess I can take this Leaf guy away from here.
Yeah.
Finally, and then we'll just now have to lament in the shitty Jays. Here you go, cheers.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Yeah. Just sad. But we have our Jays. We have the World Series. We all remember the good old days. Oh, yeah. Let's keep it here and just, you know, but there, boom.
Did you
Bull.
see? Yeah, they weren't that good this weekend.
Didn't they win 2 of them? Or
No, they lost 2 or 3 to Washington.
They lost 2 of 3. I thought they won 2 of 3. Well, I saw they lost. I wasn't home at all this weekend, but I saw they lost yesterday. I thought, didn't they? Oh, that was Manoah. Okay, so fine. He got bombed, right? So fine. He's still going to stay in the rotation, they said.
Well, look, I didn't get a chance to see most of it. We had like multiple birthday parties this weekend. I saw some of the game.
This is not even
but
hot,
it was disappointing. The coffee's not hot. Sure it is.
All right, I gotta go put mine in the microwave.
Oh, it's warm. It's good. We're good. But yeah, it's if you're a Toronto sports fan, you're not exactly happy with this weekend. That said, that's what it's all. You can't just shy away just because your teams don't win. Like, you know, I'm a Bills fan, so I know what's up with that. And it's the same thing with the Leafs. It's the same thing with the Jays. Just gotta mosey on to the next season and then worry about that. So it's like basically earnings season, right? You know, you have one bad report, you move on to the next. You got one trading day, you move on to the next. Although I feel like we've been moving on to the next for a while as Toronto Maple Leafs fans. And no, we're not putting that in there, Darwin. It's too early in the morning to add that to the coffee.
I agree, Neil. The Leafs losing is like earnings season. It comes every year. Almost on schedule.
Okay.
I had to, sorry. GameStop. I saw a few people talking about this in the pre-market here this morning. Huge 2-day run up to end the week last week into the weekend. We go from $11 all the way up to $17.50. Down decently here, a couple of bucks off the highs from Friday. There's nothing really much on this that I can see anyways for a reason, but a huge move up, obviously. Time for a bit of a pullback here.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because as you were mentioning, there wasn't really anything we're seeing for the reason for the move down, but there wasn't a lot explaining the move up either, aside from an influx of Twitter mentions on Thursday and Friday. So lots of people interested in the name. It's interesting too here, even in this move down, right now, we're still respecting that previous area of resistance here in the daily chart around that 1480 level. So not completely falling out of focus here with this move down.
Yeah, decently active to start things off. Worth a note here to start Monday, guys, for GME.
Yeah, you saw a bunch of these. It was led by GME, and then like AMC was going. Even COS was moving on Friday. So it was basically like all these sympathy squeeze names, short float names that were all going. So I think it makes some sense that you're going to get a pullback. There wasn't very specific news to it. There's some social media stuff, some rumors about Trump and short selling and all that kind of good stuff, moving these up. But as far as I'm concerned, when there wasn't that much to it, I suspect it makes sense that you're going to get a bit of a dip. If it ends up maybe a couple of points from here, GameStop would end up down 10%. Because it was up so big. So you could have some kind of like an SSR bounce, which I usually like, but it's got to get underneath $15 for that to be the case. I think it's like $15.80 or something along those lines. Once it does that, then it's short sell restricted. And at that point, I'm looking for some kind of a bounce play, like 13.5, 14. Those are decent levels. Maybe in here, like that 14.30. I'm not just gonna sit on any bids, but if this goes SSR, I'll look for just one little bounce setup, like little bottom, higher low, that same play that we've done before. And if I'm playing something sympathy to the south side, then whether it's AMC or COS made no sense. It was up like 20% at one point, and it gave it like right back. So I think if you see something crazy to the upside, you can always find one of these other names that's only going on sympathy, and then when GameStop slows down, you get these nice little wick tops, and they'll pull right back in. AMC was a mover as well, though you look at it, it just did not go as much. AMC, a little too much dilution there for them to participate the same way that GameStop does, apparently. So I think GME is the one to look at And if it gets 10% down, it's really more the SSR bounce that I'll be looking for.
So AMC, in my opinion, is the one here today because we have earnings in 2 days. So AMC earnings, again, they've been so beat up. Like the name has been pretty bad, but maybe we can get through this, and that's the hope. And you know, it's 19% short float here on AMC post market May 8th. You know, I think this is the one if you're going to look for anything, but GME is the one moving right now. So, yeah, that 50 period, I think you could short until earnings. So that's, you know, 370 or so maybe for a short. But I would almost play it the other way. I'm pretty bullish today, starting to look longs. I feel like breaking is probably the better play. So in that note, why not buy it down here near 3 and then see if you can hold it to that 285. And then just see if there's some chatter on Reddit, see if there's things like that come out on AMC. Trading's hard enough as it is. You know, if you want to take a shot on something, makes sense. You take a little bit of risk here, $3 down to that 275 on earnings. I think AMC's a pretty good play for the long. We'll talk about this on May 8th when they report, and then we'll see.
All right, speaking of things with short percentages, Mr. Noss, good morning. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
We'll talk about a few of these here to kick things off this week. I mean, we're through, you know, most of the major earnings. We still have a couple to get through. We're past the Fed meeting. It's usually about this time of the quarterly cycle that we start to see some of these, you know, random stocks pop up once again and start doing more volume.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I like to refer to it as short squeeze season, and it may be what we're seeing over the last few days, and you guys were talking about it already, but I have the charts here for our Carvana. First of all, is the first chart. Again, you can see just a massive pop through that resistance area that I drew through earnings. The numbers I'm pointing to, highlighting at the top, are two ways that we measure short float at Trade Ideas. So the first one is short float, which is just what percentage of the float that exists out there to trade is being borrowed, and that's reported officially every 2 weeks, and we update it in our system. So Carvana, at the time I took this, was, you know, nearly 30% or 1/3 of all shares are out there to be borrowed. But we have another way that I like to look at it too, which is days to cover. So just a quick explanation on this. I talked about it with Sean, I think on Monday in the after hours show as well. The idea is you take how many shares are out there to borrow. Let's say there's 1 million shares in the float of Carvana. And then it does, just for simplicity, 1 million shares worth of volume every day. That means it would take 1 day of entire trading to cover that short positions. How much trading has to occur to cover that position? How many days has to be trading of it? So sometimes you can have things with smaller short floats, but if they don't do a lot of volume, then if those shorts need to cover, there needs to be more days that go by for trading. That's the idea behind it. So next we have GameStop. Again, this is another one that's heavily shorted, but if you look at GameStop, it has a 22% short float, just on the next slide there. 22, 23% short float in GameStop, but that equates to nearly 8 days to cover. So Carvana, even though it had a much higher percentage short float, because it's more actively traded, then it's taking less time in order to cover that position. So GameStop is a little bit more when it comes to these days to cover. So let's say, you know, yesterday was 1 day, then there might be 6 or 7 more days if everybody who's short the stock is looking to cover. So what I did, when you can easily do a Trade Ideas, I took the entire stock market and I took stocks that were, you know, fairly liquid, in decent little trends or bases, and I just sorted them by either short float for a while, and then I went to days to cover. So all of these setups have at least one of those, and these are setups that I'm watching going into this week. So first one is CORT, and this is just putting in this nice low base here. You look at it, it's 23% short float, which is great even on its own, just like that, but that's 12.5 days to cover. So if people start to, you know, some good new earnings come out, you can see a nice little pop on earnings. It's had 2 big bottoming tails the last 2 days, and it has this resistance area at, you know, say $26, give or take. If we start to break that and these people who are short decide to cover, that's 12 days it would take them to cover that position. So 23% short float, significant, but 12 days to cover is pretty wild in my opinion. Now, this next one, I'm looking at Bitcoin over here, and we're selling off quite a bit. But over the weekend, when I took this screenshot, Bitcoin was looking pretty good. If we hold this base that the guys were talking about earlier with crypto, and we move higher, then MSTR is kind of interesting. Now, again, this is MicroStrategy. Nobody knows what they do as a business other than own a lot of Bitcoin. So the price of this company will move with Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin continues to sell off, then this one's going to be out the door for me. But nice looking downtrend that we broke. I like the fact that Bitcoin kind of undercut at this support that everyone was looking at and then rallied. So that's interesting to me on Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin's going to turn and move higher, this is going to be a good one to look at because, again, 22% short float on that one. That's about 3 or so days to cover, which could make for a little short-term pop. Next one here is FND. That's floors and decor. So some sort of hardware type store, I guess. Again, only 15% short float, but that is, again, nearly 12 days to cover. So that's a pretty significant days to cover number there as well. Nice support zone around this 110. So I'm just going to play off this 110 level. If we can hold that, that's great. Last but not least is CAR, or Avis Budget Rental. You're talking 3.5 or 4 days to cover, around 10% short float. What I like about this is the concept of a pro gap, which essentially is just a gap in which price was running down all the way into the earnings report. The earnings report must have surprised people. It had a nice little gap up and then it held that the prior day, showing that it could be a little bit of a reversal, and people that were shorting this on the way down, as prevalent by that 3 to 4 days to cover on this one, if they have to run for the door, that could lead a little pop. But I just wanted to note that this one is in a longer term downtrend, whereas the other ones were more, either flat in bases or in uptrends. So just know you're fighting the trend on this one, but I do really like these pro gaps.
Interesting to see on the majority of these charts anyways, prices have increased on some of these names that we're talking about on the short side. Typically in the past anyways, we've seen very, very low price stocks with higher short floats, but not the case anymore. Does it matter on the volatility side when you're talking about like MSTR, for example, 15 million share float on a $1,200 stock that also on top of that has, as you said, nearly 30% short?
Yeah, it's going to matter the price for sure. You want to make sure the companies aren't awful. Like you notice, things like AMC aren't on this list because as the company dilutes shareholders, that just makes it so that the shorts have an easier job covering. So I'm not really too interested in names like that. But for me, the most important thing is trend and levels. I want a reason for the short to cover. If you're looking for a stock that has a high short float, but it is just hitting new lows after new lows after new lows, well, there's no reason that the shorts would cover. So CAR or Avis Budget, for example, I like that because it gapped up on earnings. So what I'm looking for when I'm looking at these high short float names is, if I was short the stock, why would I cover? And if there's no reason for me to cover, then it's just not really a trade I'm going to be interested in taking. I need that reason, that catalyst that's going to cause these people to run for the door, and then that's what can create these short squeezes.
Mr. Noss, great stuff as always. Happy Monday. We'll catch you again tonight.
Talk to you tonight.
Thanks as always, Michael. I think it's one of those, I'm glad there's someone in the chat, they're like, oh, I never considered days to cover. It's important because a lot of times, if you're momentum trading, you like squeeze names. When they go, and GameStop on Friday was a perfect example of this, like how much it was running in terms of the opportunity for the longs. But for some of these other names to go, like rightfully pointed out on CAR, like this it's not just that it gapped up. I mean, it's on earnings. I mean, it gapped and actually held the 50-period moving average for the first time first time this year. It's been since last year that's actually happened. So that's the kind of thing. Like if you were in a short on this stock, maybe you're giving it a little bit more. Maybe it has to take out like a 127, but at least you've got something going. And that way, if it breaks away, you've got some places where, hey, shorts aren't as comfortable as they were previously. But it's always important to be looking at more than just one metric or one reason to get into any trade, right? And then keeping in mind that when things squeeze, if you don't take any profit, they can fall back pretty darn quickly within a matter of days. As fast as they go up, they can come down just as quickly. It's an important strategy to look to take profit when it's out there. There's nothing wrong with letting it ride to the moon when you got some house money going on, but that only happens after you've taken some profit.
Yeah, I really like, I mean, we talk about the short squeeze plays all the time. I think that's a great idea by Michael Noss to look at days to cover, and we had talked about that on the recap show, in which you will be able to find Mr. Noss and myself and Adara there tonight as we break down all of the earnings coming through, and we will have an earnings board. We'll have all of that going through. I'm just wrapping up the sticky note, which will be out in 1 minute. But without any further ado, are we ready to go over the board? We will with Adara.
Micron kicking off the list here, getting an upgrade from Baird and a price target increase from 115 to 150, saying that they see significant upsides for the company. So nice look for MU. Bausch & Lomb getting upgraded here by Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley also upgrading X or United States Steel, lowering the price target, but giving this one an upgrade here after earnings last week. Last but not least, on the upgrade side, Citigroup upgrading PAX Services. Citigroup also starting the downgrade list here, downgrading Peloton with a price target of $4. Victoria's Secret getting downgraded here by Morgan Stanley. Citigroup also downgrading Comerica, and Unity Group getting downgraded by Raymond James here to end the list. So some interesting names on both sides of the board here, guys.
And speaking of earnings, the last one on that list with the downgrade, Unity, they report this week as well on Thursday after market. And we were just talking about squeeze names, 11% short float on that one. So it's going to be interesting. Like, I think there's a few on that list, and we'll obviously talk about Palantir getting the upgrade. That's going to be on the watch list and going to be on our minds. They report first. But Unity is certainly another one. Oh, no, Palantir did get an upgrade, but I guess it didn't make our list there. Micron we'll get to, but Unity's the one this week that I don't think we should sleep on, because we've seen this really go before, and it's attempting to break a pretty long downtrend. If this gets above 26 for whatever reason, and maybe it does on earnings, I don't know if the catalyst is good enough today, but it's been gliding higher gently and is kind of one of those undercover squeeze-ish type names. That we're not always, I feel like we pay attention to it the day after it goes. And I think this week, at least for myself, it's on the radar anytime you report. There's a lot of good stocks reporting today that aren't these big cap tech names. I mean, you've got Rivian, I don't even know if we've mentioned Rivian. There's plenty of names reporting this week that are movers, if not the best traditional investing companies.
I have, the sticky note is now out, and I am applying to Katina Capital has upgraded Amazon. I think this name here, just on the chart, it's one of the best looking charts out there right now, bouncing off that 180, just tuning up off earnings, looking to take down this 190. The market's only at 18,000. If this market gets anywhere back near their highs, this name goes to 200, and then it's see you later after that. AWS pumping, Prime getting better. They're figuring out same-day shipping, trying to get that nationwide. We talked about groceries. I think Prime has been, Amazon is primed for a nice little run here today. So Katina Capital upgrading Amazon. We'll have to get that on the board.
A couple other things noteworthy here. X, first off. Elon is one step closer to securing his symbol to bring X or Twitter back to the market. U.S. Steel getting EU approval for this Nippon acquisition, or the other way around, Nippon acquiring X. So again, it's just EU approval. There's a couple more hurdles they still have to get through, but worth a note there. X is up on that this morning. I saw a few people talking about DJT. There was that huge move down on Friday on some questionable accounting. To say the least. They've come out this morning and fired their accounting firm.
Yeah, so BF Borgers here, that was the accounting firm in question. 1,500 SEC filings from 2021 to 2023. These are what those charges were related to. So pretty significant issues there with BF Borgers being charged there for not complying with Public Company Accounting Oversight Board standards. Now, though, they have been dismissed by DJT with Trump Media now hiring a different company.
Yeah, it's not their fault, obviously. It's the accountants.
It's the accountants, yeah.
Yeah, always. I mean, it's not a huge move, but negative here, guys, for DJT.
Blame the accountants. No, you know what?
Must be someone's fault.
Oh, it's always somebody's fault. Look, yeah, this might flat bottom break this week. That's about it. I mean, on Friday you had big moves down twice last week, one on Wednesday and then one on Friday, and each time it bounced off the $45 level. So if it can get through there, maybe take out like 44, then you'd see some kind of a big flat bottom break. I might as well just draw that in there for you. If it happens, it happens. I'll probably pay for locates. They're so cheap for us usually that it's worth it if this breaks it down. But it's diddling in the middle here, and I just don't see a reason to be in it at any of these prices. But yeah, if it breaks down underneath like 44 bucks, it would seem like that would cause a little bit of chaos to the downside. This can move 10% in an absolute heartbeat, so you look for those moves outside of the normal range. But yeah, look, the other names are going to be like GameStop. If you're picking one of these smaller ones to go, it's got to be that. And we have a lot to look at this week. So back of the radar for a flat bottom break, though.
A name that's on my radar here that I was trying to leave for future talks, but we'll talk about it right now. Short float of Reddit right now, 10.8%, 10.3%, reporting tomorrow. So watch out for this name. I think Reddit has a good opportunity to actually have a decent quarter, to be honest with you. We've seen some good news from Pinterest, strong reports out of Snapchat and Meta. People using their phones, man, searching online. We talked about Reddit as a news source and everything like that. I think Reddit has a good chance. So I'm going to be watching out for this name today, possibly break. I don't think we're going to get above 50 bucks, but we'll have to see. Right now it's 47. Breaking through this $50 level. I think Reddit, it's like ARM. ARM was sleeping for forever until they came up with their first quarter. Well, here comes now Reddit's first quarter, and you're going to miss that whole move up there. I mean, I don't know if you're going to miss it or not. I mean, I think ARM is a little bit of a different beast. But if we come over here and see what ARM was doing, here's the IPO, huge bump up. So I can overlay Reddit on this. It would look very, very similar. Huge bump up, then a base, then we started taking it out, and then the quarter. So RDDT, is that New York or not? Let's see. Reddit. I guess it must be. So there you go. Reddit over here on New York. It's very, very similar. Obviously, we don't have as much data, but there it is right there. There's the bump up, just like we had in ARM. Here's the fade back in, right? Didn't really even base out. That's the only difference. This name hit the bottom of 40 bucks, then just ripped back 20% up to 48. And now the base. So this is the problem is the earnings came so quickly, but breaking through this 50 would be that play. So I'm wondering that for all of you out there that are trying to maybe play options on earnings or something like that this week, what about a Reddit 60 or something like that where you can really see this name go? We saw it go with ARM, potentially a play there for all of you as well on Reddit.
All right, let's get going here. If you have not done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely every single morning comes right to your inbox for free. Just go to the website, wait for that pop-up, enter your email address, and then, as I mentioned, we do your homework for you. Top of the list this morning, I mean, there's a couple things on Apple to be aware of. As we mentioned, to start things off, if you're with us at 8:30, Berkshire with their annual meeting over the weekend, discussing Apple a little bit here. Gapping down, but we are kind of grinding back towards where we ended on Friday here. This is Foxconn coming out saying they've had their best ever April. So that looks okay as far as iPhone sales are concerned. We had monster earnings report going back to last week. China, not a problem for Apple here. We have the iPad event coming up. Sorry, the AI event. I don't think the iPad's really going to matter too much this week.
Yeah, we have the Let Loose iPad event coming tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Stay tuned for that. But the Worldwide Developer Conference, June 10th, that's the AI event. That's going to be a much bigger thing to watch, likely for Apple. But in terms of what happened with Berkshire cutting its stake in Apple by about 13%. Warren Buffett apparently hinting at the meeting that it was for tax-related reasons. But yes, between this news, Foxconn, and the fact that Apple's sales in China were stronger than expected, lots to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, they did say last week they are going to hint at some AI stuff coming up this week as well, so we'll see how significant that is. But as you mentioned, June for that event entirely. I saw that comment from Warren as well, said he hopes he'll be at next year's annual meeting for Berkshire. So, yeah. I mean, he's not young, obviously, but that was not nice to hear, I don't think.
Well, I mean, the succession plan's been in place for Berkshire for quite some time now, and I think, like reality is reality. That said, we're not probably, I'm assuming we're not going to be trading any Berkshire, and they've done ridiculously well with Apple. There's no question about that. So, trimming some, whether it's for tax reasons or not, it's such a large position there that it makes some sense. But post earnings, you broke through big way. It was more about the buyback than anything else, but everyone's excited to see what AI related news we're going to actually get tomorrow, and then more importantly in June. I look at today where you could be still filling in that gap. It did a little bit on Friday, and if you're going to do any more, 179 is the previous high in here. You get like a double top 179. We essentially gap through. To me, you've already stair-stepped it once down, and then another one gets you into that 79 as a floor, at least going into the event. Like, that's what I would be looking for. Unfortunately, the fact that we gapped it down, I just don't see the highs that got put on Friday. Like, they're there, and I would short them. It's just I don't see them as high probabilities out in that 186 level. We're a lot closer to the key level of 179, which is that previous resistance level on the daily chart for Apple. Still like them long term, but the reaction to earnings was to sell the move off the open and then sell it late and possibly retest that support or previous resistance, turning into support at 179.
Look, we have easy play here. It's number two play. Number one is going to be Palantir. Number two is going to be that Apple short, 185.50. You have to short this name. I feel like watch out for Friday's top of 186. What a monster quarter they had, and what a great talk they were on Friday. And it started to just continue to go to the upside here. You did have one little pullback. Obviously, the end of the day, we had a nice move down as well. And then now we get a little bit more reason to sell. I don't think we get near here. But, the market, I am pretty bullish on this market today. We talked about it being above 18,000 here. So I think there is a chance this name could run back up there to the upside. But Apple, a name that we've traded really well over the last little while, huge move to the upside. I might just get out. I just bought at 169, but I bought it, it was down into here on this move, and then it's been up there twice, and now we get that break. It's going to look like a mistake not to have sold something in the 185, 186 area. So I feel like a lot of traders will be thinking that. For me, with confidence today, it's sticky note trade idea, basically number 1 and 2. I love Palantir and I love Apple. And then the Amazon idea is there as well. I've given you guys Reddit. I think Roblox is another great idea here today. So Apple for me is definitely on my mind. And I already have the offers in to start to short up there. So if I have to short earlier, I will do that. And let's just see what this market brings us. It's weaker than the market now, so it has to stay that way, or else I'm going to be flipping to long.
All right, let's talk a little crypto here. Downside overnight. I mean, we actually had a move initially to the upside, and then it's come all the way back and then some. That's a 15-minute chart right now for Bitcoin. So we get all the way back to 65.5, and now we're back to 63,000. So I mean, if you zoom out, it's kind of chopping around within the range. But as we mentioned earlier, here's GBTC trying to follow the price for Bitcoin to the downside on Friday. They finally report some inflows here, 378 million worth of inflows going into Grayscale. It's the first time since the conversion or the approval of these ETFs. If you remember, GBTC trading on the OTC, it's the only one that was around. So people taking that opportunity to sell some and take advantage of some of the other ones that were brought out. IBIT looks very similar here this morning as well. Gaps to the upside and is kind of fading that out a little bit as well. Almost identical here, but good to see some inflows for Grayscale.
Yeah, and that comes after on Wednesday we had a record amount of outflows for the spot Bitcoin ETFs based on what I'm seeing here. $564 million in outflows for the spot BTC ETFs on Wednesday. We also have a lot of other earnings to look forward to in terms of crypto this week, mostly Marathon Digital and CleanSpark both reporting after close on Thursday. So that'll be interesting following MicroStrategy, Riot, and also Coinbase reporting last week. So crypto earnings on watch this week as well, I would say.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Bitcoin here this week, but not doing a heck of a lot to start things off. This segment of the show brought to you by our friends over at Blue Chew. Guys, remember when the old days where you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra. but in convenient, chewable tablets. And at a fraction of the cost, sign up at bluechew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. Go to bluechew.com, promo code TRADERTV.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And look, speaking on crypto, at the end of the day, yeah, Robinhood stock chart looking a little flaccid right now, obviously. So it's under pressure. Nobody wants to get a Wells notice. It is worth mentioning that Robinhood did immediately come out and say they're disappointed that the SEC has issued this subpoena. Obviously, this is with regards to our crypto asset securities and all that good stuff. And they're not the first. This has happened down the line. Every single one of these firms has had this happen. I mean, it was Coinbase, and so it's down the line with them. It is stabilizing a little bit here, only down 2% on Robinhood. But I just look at that $18 level. Sorry, yeah, I said Robinhood. For a second, I thought I said Palantir. That $18 level, which was resistance all last week. You had a kind of a double top going in there, and the 18. And I just feel like if it can't get above that price, this would be a short on the news pop situation. So if it pops, it's about 17.5, 1760 right now. If Robinhood can't get above that 18 level, I'd be looking for the shorts. It's not a gigantic short float. It is 7%. So you do have to worry that if they were to buy that up and it gets past 18, 18.10, you probably don't want to be fighting it. So this wasn't something that was going to be on the top of the radar for me. And then, of course, this news did drop, and the 18 level just gonna come into play. The other play that I was looking for, but might be a change right now, is that Coinbase 233 double top Thursday and Friday on Coinbase at 233. If we see 65,000 again, I'm pretty sure we're getting a breakout on Coinbase at 33. So it'll be Robinhood and Coin for me. Not really going to be looking at. Actually, haven't checked out Mara. We'll wait till after earnings for them.
All right, in opposite of crypto news, Disney. Disney comes out tomorrow, pre-market. So this is your last day to get Disney down here. I think, again, yes, I am a shareholder. I've sold some on the way up. Pretty happy with the hold down here, but again, just talking about, not talking my book, just talking their reporting tomorrow morning. Last opportunity to get the breaking through the 50-period moving average. New CEO talk, going to be good. Nelson Peltz out of the way now. Let's see if Disney can continue to work. I mean, they continue to up prices. You want to talk about inflation. Disney's inflation is probably 1,000% in the last 10 years, and nobody cares. So if they can get their streaming going, which apparently Bob Iger's talked about it being positive there by Q4, so that would be nice. We know that they're trying to get box office sorted out. Whether or not that works or not, I don't know if it matters that much. ESPN Bet is something. I mean, I was watching as much. I mean, I don't watch TV as much as more, but every time I do, I seem to see a sporting event has ESPN Bet all over it, as well as DraftKings. And we've seen sort of DKNG make it. I just think that the ESPN Bet thing is a little undercover as a catalyst. So, I mean, DraftKings has been holding up high side as well. I mean, it's not as high as it was, but $42, $44 here for DraftKings isn't the end of the world. I like Disney. I think it can work. Hopefully they can get over a lot of that politics. But I guess heading into an election year, I don't know. I guess it's on the back burner, which is a good thing for them. So, all right. I like Disney there, but again, an earnings play that happens tomorrow, very, very risky. I don't think it's a super smart idea to buy shares the day before earnings.
Yeah. Micron. Nice look here. Baird with an upgrade going to outperform here on Micron. Day highs right now almost 4%. Decent volume, it's worth noting, behind this move as well. Some of the semiconductors looking good here.
Yeah, I know AMD was up here as well. With regards to Micron, though, Baird upgrade with a very bullish note from analyst Tristan Guerra, saying that basically he believes this call could be a little bit late on Micron, but because there's been a pullback in this stock from highs, and we haven't seen that with the rest of these semiconductor stocks, he does think there's an opportunity for Micron to rise up here, basically saying that they do have upside opportunities with positive trends in DRAM, according to their channel checks, raising the price target to 150. So nice look here.
Yeah, 3 days in a row. If you zoom out, or looking to make it 3 days in a row here for MU, guys.
actually been quite good in the last year, and I love when a good company or a good stock is bouncing off its 50-period moving average very cleanly, because it just shows you continuation of the trend. It is a breakout play that is gapped through the key level at 116. So you're now $3 away from that key price. If you were to dip back, 116 looks pretty decent. The 119 break's going to be in play. There's also another bad boy that is. It's a little bit diddling in the middle here on AMD, but it's almost the same thing, difference being post earnings, it showed you a 151 top, and we're right back above a 151 as well. So I like, if you dip back in there, 151 AMD, 116 on Micron are setting up well. What was that on Mullen?
Yeah, I'm into Mullen here a little bit here. They got, it's not, I mean, I only took out 20%. This could be a loser. We always get in too late. Where is it here? Signs, what is this, InvestQ? Mullen signs agreement with California-based and HVIP-approved National Auto Fleet Group. So it looks like Mullen's got themselves a little another deal here. I don't know, I shouldn't say little. It doesn't seem like it's moving the stock that much, but up 9% early on that move right now for Mullen. We've taken a piece out of it. Let's just see what happens here with MULN, and then we'll talk about Palantir in a minute.
Just reading a note here, Sean, you were talking about Amazon as well. Loop Capital jumping in on Amazon, raising their price target. Loop going to 225, maintaining a buy rating on AMZN. That's just popping up in front of me. Yeah, let's talk about PLTR coming up after the close tonight. The most notable name as far as earnings today, but a jam-packed calendar once again this week.
Lots of earnings this week for sure. Palantir, though, kicking off the major names reporting, and they actually did get some shares purchased by Cathie Wood's ARK Invest last week, $4.6 million worth of shares for one of their ARK ETFs. Also worth noting, they got a price target increase heading into earnings today. Jefferies raising the price target from 20 to 23. So it seems like lots of people excited for these earnings for PLTR.
Yeah, just reading Wedbush with a positive note here as well. Again, heading into earnings. Maintaining outperform, $35 on the price target here from Wedbush as well. 4.25 right now for PLTR.
So, I mean, simply put, look, we've been buying Palantir and talking about Palantir for a hell of a long time. We even have a Palantir hat right here, right now. We love the name. It's been a triple or so, you know, in my account, and I hope for you guys as well. We bought this initially at $9 when it direct listed. We bought this again at $7. We bought some at $14. I mean, this has been a nice move back up to the upside here for Palantir. It's been 20% in 2 weeks. They're coming with the heat tonight again, I feel like. We'll see if they do. It's been a nice move to the upside. Let's see if Palantir continues to hold these levels. I'm a buyer down here at VWAP, which it just held, 24.20. I'm going to wait to see if that VWAP is something that holds, but I am currently bidding $24. You know, they're going to get included into the S&P 500. All their deals basically, as far as I've seen, have been renewed, and they're adding more and more. So if their last quarter was good and they liked it, I don't see any difference happening right now. It's not like Alex Karp's going to say anything negative about future cash flow or anything like that. He's already said that he sees EBITDA profitability from here on. This is a forward-thinking guy, and I love Palantir. I think Palantir has a great chance to go, and it is. If you guys are watching, and I don't know, there has been something that I've been putting out for the last 4 years that's been pretty successful for myself, and we have the sticky note today. Again, Palantir is trade idea #1 right now, but we're not stopping just with that. We have Mullen on board right now, and that's starting to get up to the upside as well. We're waiting at 90s right now for Mullen, so let's see that pop off as well. So far, so good here today. It's 9:20, 10 more to go.
Yeah, even though it's early, there is already an imbalance on Palantir here of 1.5 million to the buy side. So it's the only Neo's out there for 400,000, but clearly the big one in terms of notional value and just sheer value in general is going to be Palantir. So it's been a good run recently. It just bounced off 200. There's a 50-period moving average. That's support today for me. I'm bidding in front of that 23.5, 23.6 for if it does an initial push down. I'm used to Palantir doing dips when it gaps up on pretty much anything, or whenever there's gaps, you tend to see some selling. going into that open. So I'll be sitting there out in front of that 2360 level for PLTR. After the report comes tonight, who knows? But as far as I'm concerned, I want to be looking for the dip buy and the longs on PLTR. That buy and balance, we'll check back in closer to the open, but currently 1.5 mil.
I just saw this one pop up. Uber taking out the highs here. Another one coming up this week with earnings. But Uber is up 2.8% here, guys, in the pre-market on decent volume as well. Lyft not really following suit, it would appear. But Uber with a pretty good start as well. Yeah, let's touch on SoFi. I mean, it's not the first time. It will definitely not be the last. But Anthony Noto picking up another 28,775,000 shares with an average price of $6.90. Always a good sign when the CEO is buying the stock.
Yeah, the purchase itself is not a huge dollar amount. It does come to apparently roughly just under $200,000 here. But nice look, Anthony Noto picking up some shares here after earnings last week. So not a bad look at all for SoFi. Lots of volume on this one as well earlier in the morning. So it seems like people are going to be interested in this potentially heading into the open.
Yeah, if you zoom out a little bit, you can pretty clearly see why. Nice level here, guys, on the daily chart for SoFi.
Well, I mean, depends on your definition of nice. It's not breaking it to the downside, so I guess that's good. Down around $6.50, but it is still trending down, unfortunately, for SoFi. 1% is okay. The million shares pre-market is not bad either. But look, every single time has been above $7 since getting punked. You know, essentially, it's been $7.25 once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and pre-market here never got there. But it just cannot seem to break 7.25. So if it breaks 7.25, I think it's got some serious opportunity to go. But if it's not above that price, no, not going to be involved. I just feel like, you know, the stock is showing you that it's got a lot of weakness to it, and until it starts breaking levels to the upside, that 7.25 is the go zone as far as I'm concerned. It's at $7 today, so it could happen, but unless it's above 7.25, I'm not touching it long.
Yeah, I didn't look at SoFi today, so. We just got out another piece here on Mullen up here at 470, 480 there for Mullen. But yeah, SoFi, I mean, I can just quickly have a quick little, I mean, I'd rather play Robinhood because of the news today maybe. But yeah, this is nothing for me to trade, I don't think. So yeah, I'm not even gonna overdo this. I'm going to pass on SoFi today. Not enough there. Anthony Noto's always buying this stock. So for me, that's nothing right there. Let's just wait to see what happens with it. It's nice that it's up 1%, but again, a little bit of a sleepy name there. If you're looking for a couple pennies, this could be the one for you. But I'm going to hold off on SoFi and you know, just continue to focus on some of the bigger moves here, including Square. I mean, we don't have Square on there. We could talk about that because
that was nasty.
This was what was a good quarter, at least people thought, upside up to 78, and then they got hit all day on Friday, all the way to the downside. So a nice quarter, and then hit all the way down. So I want to buy 69. So it's on here on the sticky notes, Square to be bought down there at 69. Much cleaner play than anything that I can see on SoFi. This one actually makes sense. You have that bottom there, bottom there, bottom there. I think this is an opportunity, but then it's not an opportunity for the falling knife. So like if this market turns around and Square somehow decides to go red, then yeah, this is going to chop this straight through. So watch out for 68.50 if you're taking 69 longs with me on Square. So I'm going to put a bid out there right now on Square. 69 long, watching out for 68.50 to break, and we're gone on that one.
Yeah, that was a nasty, nasty day for Square because I think, like you said, like it was a good quarter by all accounts. It's on the watch list because of that offering, but that was nasty on Square to the downside. If it cannot hold on 69, you know, I kind of thought last week that we were thinking about 66 if it came back in because I love liquidity bottoms. But if it gets down there, we probably have other fish to fry trading some Robinhood. Speaking of earnings and post-earnings plays, Carvana 125. So Vana's only up 2%. Michael Noss mentioned this one with regards to its short float and maybe not being as big days to cover as some other names. That said, you know, they did fly higher, hold a consolidation higher as well. Ended up close to the highs on Friday at the close, closing at about 122. But now 125 just stands in the way. It's a squeeze name. obviously, while they did have to beat some expectations on earnings last week, fundamentally, it's not to say that this makes sense that it's a $125 stock. Let's be real for a second. It is a squeeze play more than anything else here out in Carvana. And then one more. I can't believe we didn't talk about Well, actually, I can. I feel like unless the Chinese ADRs have news, we never talk about them. But Alibaba continuation, still above 80 bucks. 200 period still at $80 down here. It's at 81.60, but I still like the $80 buy zone for Alibaba. It just might not get all the way down there today. So I'm looking for longs on Alibaba above 80. Might just have to find a new dip level. But as long as it's above $80, I'm looking for that long trade. And we got a little something to show there, Fabe?
All this and thought it was all you really need to know as far as Apple is concerned. So this is top 10 best-selling smartphones Q1 this year versus Q1 2023. Even the iPhone 14, the year-old iPhone, is still selling more than the Galaxy S24 in Q1. And 15 Pro Max, by far the leader here, 4.4%, which is, oh yeah, their most expensive phone.
Go to show.
Yeah, margins.
Apple's still doing well, man. Apple's still doing well.
I mean, they're still the king. I feel like, you come at them and you'll see. But maybe not in China. We'll see if the other one, Huawei and whatnot, can come at Apple again moving forward. I still think it's that big Worldwide Developers Conference, and the next iteration of sort of their iOS that's really going to hit the market, hopefully right in the face, and then we'll be able to see where we can go from there. So I like Apple up here to short it, though, for today. We had Warren come out, not Warren, but Berkshire come out there, trim a little bit, which is fine. It's such a huge move up there. We talked about, and that's why we shorted this move, actually. And thank you so much. I saw some people tweet at me. They said how masterful it was that we had Apple early and then short late. Sometimes it's just lucky, honestly. Like, I was talking about it. I even had Adara call it up, and we looked at what the highest day was in Apple's most recent history. It was up 9%, and that was in 2020. So we were up 7 or 8% there. For me, it was an easy short. This is the kind of different style of trading that we're trying to do now. So I really like Apple here in and around this 184 level maybe now that we're not coming back. So we'll be patient. It's my number one and number two idea for Apple, waiting to see what does happen there on that stock. So yeah, Apple's still on my mind, but it's money that's on my mind, and I'm going to get it from any stock that gives us an opportunity. So what's up, Ben Reggiano?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. Still actually bigger, 1.6 million on Palantir. It's climbing on that imbalance. The other name that's out there is NIO, and there was a question, can you look at NIO? Bob is probably the one. If I trade one of these Chinese ADRs, it's probably Alibaba today, but NIO is holding pretty strongly after multiple days to the upside. Consolidation on Friday. If I wasn't looking for an Alibaba dip buy, I'd probably be looking at 540 in here on NIO as well. I just feel like there's a little more juice to Alibaba the way it moved off that $80 level. But I love the stair step up on NIO just as far as the pattern goes. And if it can get through, like I've been looking for this to get through 630, 640 for a breakout for quite some time. I think it's getting closer every single day. You just got to be patient with it. Nvidia just made a bit of a move upside, going with only 1 minute to go into the open. Thank you very much, Rob, for the refill on the coffee.
Building.
But Nvidia's looking like it might take out the high already. 900 going to be in play, it looks like, for Nvidia. That chip name just won't die.
No, it will not. What's up with Amazon right now as well? 180. Okay, so we're bidding here 184. I don't know if that's going to come into play or not. I don't want to miss a 188 top break on this name, but it'd be tough to grab it. I feel like it has to get real aggressive to get all the way up there. But I'm going to put in a 188 break. I feel like long on this one. So we'll try to punch it up to 188.15 or so. I don't know if it's going to break right off the top. I don't generally like that kind of a break instantly, but that's still a $1.50 up. So we'll wait to see if that does come through. So right now it's Amazon, Palantir with a dip buy opportunity if that does come into play, and then Square with a dip buy opportunity if that moves, and then Apple with the short, which I don't know if Apple with the short's coming in. So we'll have to wait for that.
Yeah, it's a little far away from those prices. Robinhood in play as well. Wells notice from the SEC, just the same thing that everybody else has gotten with regard to crypto securities. But underneath $18, I like to fade for them. We got 5 seconds. 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara. And now the party is started. Palantir, it was a buy and bounce, but not really moving that much off of the open. Looking at Robinhood here, it's also pretty chill. And no break yet on Carvana, although it's very, very close to the 125 level.
Yeah, Palantir is dipping down a little bit right now, so we're going to try to watch out for this 24 level. We just got it back into view up at 24.20. Maybe okay, there, we'll just take a little bit of a bid now. We would like to see this down a little bit more here for Palantir, so hopefully we will be able to, I mean, we have a small piece. If we're going to get into position, hopefully it does dip down here, is what I'm meaning. All right, Mullen, the only position we have right now. Nice little dip back into view up, hold view up. We like to see that break through the day's high would be real nice for that. Amazon's coming in pretty nicely right now. Remember last week, we called some of these levels and then they didn't hold, I believe, if I remember correctly. And we were wound up shorting wrongly or longing wrongly into what may be a short. I'm gonna try a spot right now on Amazon. Palantir just went up about 10 cents or so. We went to 40s there. Let's offer something in and around 38. Here's a trade that I'm in that I do not mind at all. Palantir long, Amazon long to start the day.
Yeah, first thing for me is going to be Robinhood, it looks like, in front of that 18 level. We got 1780s, 1778 in here, looking for a bit of a fade after that Wells notice news. No break on Nvidia yet, but it did just make an attempt at 895. You tried to get through 895, now starting to pull back in here. Carvana could break 125 any second. Palantir doesn't seem like it wants the bigger dip, that's for sure. But a couple of cents away from a break on Carvana's got my attention.
We've already got it. Amazon long 185. We're in it right now. We just got some out at 60s, or was that 70s? That was 70 right there on Amazon. Nice little trade there. Palantir, Neil. It's another one right there for us on Palantir. That's a dime right there for Palantir. Mullen's not really doing anything. We don't have a huge position in that. We're going to wait to see what does happen with Mullen. But here we go. Let's see if Amazon and Palantir. Look at Palantir, guys. Oh, no. Yes, sir. Oh, no. Oh, yes. We want it a little bit lower. You know, we'd always like a little more shares, but it's definitely nice when the ideas come through and it's another bang-up start right now, going 2 for 2. So let's see what's going on over there with Hood. But so far, so good here with PLTR. We just got some out up there. Wow. Good move to the upside there for Palantir as it's pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting to pull back a little bit here on Palantir. I'm still waiting at 80s for a first look. It's underneath pre-market lows, but it's not really flying around as much as I thought it was going to. Robinhood retesting, hit enter 3 times. Robinhood retesting that $18 area. We're in at 83s. If it can't hold on to 18.10, then we're just out of that bad boy right quick. It's got to be that high. I know we gapped through it, but I'm looking at Friday's highs. The quick break on CVNA, if a break on Carvana doesn't work right away, I don't want it. So 125 went, had the break, went about 30 cents in the money, but that's Carvana. That's not enough. It came right back through. So we're going to look for this to maybe take it a second time and then try for the longs on Carvana, but it's still just Robinhood for me. Palantir now back into 24 even. Trying to play the patience game with that one. And Nvidia still not really setting up any breaks of the highs just yet, but Nvidia's getting real close to this 900 test. Adara?
Global entertainment here up about 65%. Nice look for this small cap. The FG Acquisition Corp announcing that it's going to be acquiring some of Strong Group Entertainment's assets. So nice look here for SGE, guys.
All right, Nvidia's probably going to break 900 any second now.
All right, so yeah, we're into Palantir right now. On these lows, we're at 2407 right now. Amazon is still going to the upside here. So I have another offer at 70s, but I'm going to put one right now in the 50s. Get it out, cancel my 70s. If we can get a high 50 fill on this one, then we will take it on that. There we go. We just got that one there at 57. So far, so good there. I know you're short Robinhood. Let me see what that's doing. Okay, that's okay. And then the other play here was Palantir. So I'm only in Palantir and Amazon. So right now at 07's a couple outs right there. Here it goes. Let's go to the upside right now with PLTR. So it's only 9:34. We're in a couple doozies right here. Come on, Palantir, make this a special day if we can. We're at 19s right now, waiting to get some out. Oh, we just touched it, but then came back in. So right now 19s for that. And here goes Tesla for us for the upside on that. We are now, Neil, $1 in the money. This has been a monster day so far here. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves on this side. So far so good. We're into Tesla, new position. That just broke the top. This one's not working out so hot like the other ones, but there goes Tesla. There goes the market. Let's see what happens right now. Monster day.
Yeah, no good for the break on Nvidia, though, through that 900 level. We took the break. It's going to end up being a failed break here, at least for now. We've got back into 898, so we're in and out right quick. Robinhood has been the thing that we're kind of chilling in. It's still underneath that 1810. I got my price to 17.9, and we'll leave it at that. We'll see how far it wants to go back into this upside. Apple, oh goodness, Apple, we like this in front of one. I'm sitting at 185 on Apple, and this is just absolutely chilling at 183. It got to 184 for a fade trade. I wanted this to be the other short name. Looks like it is, but it's just at the wrong price. 184 looking like the short level for Apple, at least currently.
Oh my gosh, guys. Palantir. If you guys are watching, like the sticky note is 24 long. There it is. You're done for the day if you have that trade one time. If you have Amazon long right now, look at this trade. Look what's happening right now to Amazon. This name is absolutely moonshotting to that upside right here. We're $1.30 in the money on Amazon, and that's trying to go even higher. But we should get, I just tried to get out there at 28. We did not get filled. So let me put an offer a little bit lower, punch out. There it is. We take 17s now to the upside on that. It's a moon city, hopefully, for Palantir. Let's get that rocking to the upside. The one trade not working right now is that Tesla break long. This was an idea that we were not super certain about. I'm going to take we'll take an offer here at 30 if we can get it. Just trying to lick our wounds a little bit. We're long here at 185.50 for Tesla. We're fine with it, but just let's get a little bit more out here as something else is completely rocketing to the upside right now. Bang! Thank you, Adam. That's a great trade on that one for Amazon. We really like that, but I like the Palantir trade better. But we're net, we're about the same. Let's see what happens right now. Man, Neil, monster day.
Yeah, it's about the levels. I'll tell you right now, I got the same. This is going to be the same result as last week. For the first time, my breakout on Nvidia is not going to go. And now I tried to grab it a second time. I said I'd go a second time here if it went. I did not grab it. It's now at 902. I'm sitting here for the dip buy. If I get picked up, I get picked up. Nvidia
Tesla.
flying through $900.
Let's go!
Vana's also going to the upside. Be careful if you're still shorting Apple. Apple's starting to pick up some steam. I still like 185, and as a matter of fact, it's got a bit of a lower high here at 184 as well. So this one's still in the pocket for a potential short trade. And this is the thing about a breakout trade. Execution strategy matters, right? If you take a breakout trade, 125 on Vana is clean, depending on your execution strategy. I'm going to get in and have a tight stop. Either works right away or it doesn't. You see it go that $2. Now I'm just looking for some kind of a continuation play on CBNA.
Oh, my. Oh, man. 3 for 3 right now, and big ones, all given to you right on. Look at the sticky note. What does this say? 185.50 on here for Tesla. That's $1 right now in the money, right? We have our Palantir right here. It says $24 long. We're long $24 right now, right in here behind us. And as we keep talking about, just look at what's working out for you. There's trophies over there, but this is an absolutely monstrous day as we just keep doing what we've been doing, and that's putting up those numbers. So there it goes again for us, man. I mean, I think we might as well just wait now. Amazon's $1.25. Tesla's we're out of a third of this trade, 2/3 of this trade already. I'm actually going to put another out. We're at 186.86. Let me just put another out right here. I mean, again, all right, we'll take that out. Let's see if it goes higher. There it is, man. 3 for 3 to start the day. It's only 9 minutes in. I know you had Robinhood there. That I think is probably Because I was looking at Square.
It's still not out of pocket, but I got out at 1810, but it's still right there at the 1810 level. So I'm going to adhere to my stop. We get back underneath 18, I still like that short. It's more about Nvidia and CVNA, right? Like at the end of the day, a breakout trade's a breakout trade. But the way I see it, if Carvana decides it wants to continue, there is so much squeeze room on this thing. There we go, 5 times. I still think there's plenty of room for this to go. It coiled up after earnings. It gave you a couple of days of consolidation, one of which was a down day. So I still think we got to get back over to this one to the long side. Do not want to be fading this name. But VWAP's at 125.5, 126 is going to be in play. Got to look for a bit of a dip buy, in particular here on Carvana, as it's continuing to fly higher. We said GameStop might be an SSR play. It didn't get 10% down at the open. That's the long that I was looking for. About 5% down here. Looks like 15 has been held on to. I wanted this long only if it was 10% to said downside. Nvidia is starting to slow down a little bit here, which is worth watching. And AMD, unlike Nvidia, never broke the top. So I always look for relative strength and weakness. Right now I'm seeing a little bit of weakness to AMD. Still bouncing off 151, but if Nvidia gets underneath 900, this is probably a fade on AMD.
Look, I appreciate all the compliments, as you guys can see the real trading. Look at this. Here we go. What's up, Andre? I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page here. Thank you for the compliments on the Amazon trade, but here's 2 different sources. You just didn't know if it got down to 185. So here's E-signal on the 1-minute chart. The bottom is 184.81. And then on our chart, that's the same bottom. So there it is right there. We talk about having some of these, the ability to get some of these wicks. And again, to go 3 for 3 coming in here, we talked about, what the best part is about living, a happy mix between work-life balance. And it's like, I just do absolutely everything I possibly can with the family and all that, come in here and then have a great time to be able to trade and come in and do this for all of you. I mean, whatever, man. Sleep can wait, man. Rest is for the wicked. What's up, Adara?
Lilium NV here, German company trading higher, almost 20% here, announcing an order of 20 jets from Urban Link, also looking to have a connecting network starting in South Florida. So nice look here for LILM, guys.
It's not. Oh, man. Big Patty Ice is like Palantir, and I'm like, bro, yeah, Palantir is nice, but, I mean, we're on Tesla tip, too. Tesla right now at $1.30 in the money, still going to the upside. Palantir, absolutely Moon City. I hope we got some dude's graduation behind us at some point here. Amazon, $1. Palantir, 50 cents. Tesla, $1. Neil, kill him with kindness. Let's go.
Oh, the kindness is real. It's all about, look, man, it's not just about the calls. I'll be straight up. My top 2 calls both would have made money, but I didn't make them. At the end of the day, you got to get the execution as well. Like I always say this, like it's an easy thing sometimes to look at a key price level or look at a stock or look at a chart pattern and say to yourself, okay, I like this long. I see a big squeeze name like this, but now Vaughn is up at like 127.5. So you don't want to get the FOMO. At the end of the day, you have to be a little bit patient. You guys are going to see me, by the way. This PRFT, it's just it's a buyout. They're being bought for $76 cash. It is showing that I am long the stock, but it's not a momentum play. It's gapped up, but it's a cash deal. It's probably not going to go more than like a few bucks in the next couple of months, if anything. Nvidia is the other thing that's going higher. Like if you look at Nvidia might even be more frustrating because the breakouts on Nvidia have been great for me. And I just tried to pick up the higher low dip buy at 902 and missed it by 15 cents. But at the end of the day, if it's going to hold 905, there's room to 910 on this stock, so I still think it could continue to go higher. But at this point, I do not want to be buying any tops at 945. Generally not the way I like to go about it. We did have one other name we liked short. That was Apple.
Oh, man.
Obviously, it's not going to get to 185 at this point. You're underneath VWAP. Apple looks like it's going to be weak, but we have to adjust plan. Not 185, maybe down here under VWAP at 183.25.
I know the one thing that's helped Adara for sure, and just what Neil talked about there about having confidence in your plan. We hit Tesla. I was like, hey, man, we like Tesla long. And this is the reason why we have the sticky note, right? Is because we talked about, looking at this and saying, hey, look, Tesla's up here in the top, 185.50. It was all the way down here, opened at 183.50. I still had that order in. This went against me $1. So to be able to make this money back, this is like, you know, again, confidence. And that's, I'm glad that we talked about this because that's what it's all about. You know, if it's easy to shot call. That's easy. That's the easy part. The hard part is actually make the shot. So again, you know, respect to that idea. You know, judge us for what we have on and how we trade. And the calls we make sometimes will be good and sometimes won't. But, you know, judge us for the performance that you see, guys. And, you know, hopefully you'll be able to join sort of trading profitability at some point. This is a very, very hard job. There is no doubt about that. But one that when you love it and have a passion for it. Shout out to everybody that's out there trading with us. We see you, we love you, and thank you for subscribing. By the way, did we get 450 yet? Let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
We have Nuvo here, Holdco Nuvo. NUVO is the ticker for this one, up about 45%. This one was a special acquisition merger completed as of Thursday. Traded much lower on Friday, but nice look here today for NUVO, guys.
Nuvo, the position board is probably not correct. It's going to need to get reset.
Yeah, it's not right.
Yeah, that's not going to be right. But just to go back over to patience, like I said,
because we long,
at
baby.
Level here 18 on Robinhood, it just got to the pre-market low. The setups I usually like are support to resistance. So as long as it's underneath there, going to take another shot at this at the same level we liked before, but with just a different out. So Robinhood, Wells Notice, that's the news for them. I'm going to get to Coinbase in a quick little second because if you're seeing Bitcoin still around that 64,000 level, and if we do end up taking 65, I do have a breakout that I like on Coinbase. It's just a matter of us getting there. And Coinbase wants it pretty bad. But the way I see it, we talked about execution plans. Well, breakouts didn't work. So there's 233 on Coinbase, a double top. But that doesn't mean the dip buy on some kind of consolidation around VWAP or the trend up isn't going to be in play for us. So I like Coinbase a little bit differently than I do Robinhood. No specific bad news for Coin here. VWAP play for me on Coin and then see if it can take out the top.
I mean, I'm trying to stay in this game as long as we possibly can here, and that's going to be the big one for me. Is going to be Tesla right now. You could just see the way this name's obviously running. I think it can go even more than this. I mean, we're now out of significant part of it. We still have 20%, 25% of this trade, maybe somewhere in the middle of that. So far so good. I don't mind it, but it's not. Again, it's going to be P&L number one, but at the same time, hoping that we can get a little bit more. We did get some out there, a little aggressive on the out, or conservative on the out. I want to try to hold on to Palantir as we continue to go to the upside right now. Amazon, we gotten out of a lot of that already. We only have 20% left. So again, trying to hold on. We've given some back here on Amazon as that went right up into that high, and we got 2 outs. So 2 outs there, 2 outs there. Pretty good trading there for me on Amazon. Palantir, and then Mullen. I mean, the sort of the forgotten soldier over here, Mullen, trying to figure itself out as well. So again, like, we're still here, man. We're trading. I mean, you want to talk about having confidence in the ability to trade. We right now have Mullen, which is a little penny stock. We have Amazon, which is a huge market cap, huge tech stock. We have Tesla, again, a play that's like sort of back and forth here with earnings. Not too expensive, but again, a pretty decent runner. And then, you know, if earnings is your play, we're all over it right now with Palantir. So, so far so good here today. Upgrades, downgrades, different styles of trading. Great day, great opportunities. It's only 9:50. If there's anything you guys need, we've already talked about sort of how it's been for me over the last couple months. We've changed, and I feel like the results are really right in front of you. All those positions, as far as I know, are correct right now. So how's your day going over there?
It's definitely, positions are now correct. Back into Robinhood, I did get Coinbase on that consolidation, so we got 231s in here long support. I mean, VWAP's at 230. but it also broke out at 229.5. So I like that for an out on Coinbase. If it gets 1-to-1, 320, 232.5, we'll take some out there on Coinbase. It's Nvidia, which is just still going and going and going. It's obviously going to be a bit of a regret of mine and trying to find a way into it. Missed the 902 dip. I don't think we're going to see VWAP. The other play is what is getting dragged with it, and one of those was on essentially just an upgrade, Micron, which is trying to take out some highs. So Micron would have been like a secondary play for me as opposed to Nvidia, but you still have VWAP here. It's trying to take out a 120. I'm not a huge fan of breakouts right now, so I'll be looking for a dip into them. I still think AMD is a little bit weak in that space. But flipping on over to Micron, because I don't want to be chasing Nvidia up 2.5%. Micron's up more, but it has yet to take out that 120 high. We're back into Hood. It's about 5 cents in the money, but that's not that much. Robinhood's going to move more than it usually would after that Wells notice.
All right. Nvidia. Well, it's not. Did you trade Nvidia today or no?
Oh, I had the break.
Oh, you had the break. Okay, so there it is.
I mean, the break works if you held it past my stop levels, but yeah, it's absolutely flying today. I had the long in it.
You had the long. Okay. Are you positive in it?
We've been over like 3 times. Nope.
Nope. Okay.
No,
because you said the miss of the day here. I think
it was the miss of the day for me. 100%.
Oh, okay. I get it. Okay.
100%. It's a miss of the day.
All right. I thought we had missed that completely, but okay. So you did have it. So the $900 break. I mean, I wasn't really looking at it. I don't know, but yeah, I agree, man. I mean, we keep on having to say, look at strong names, and I mean, for me, I picked Amazon. For that. This is dipping down a little bit now. Maybe we can reload that, but yeah, okay, I misunderstood the question there. Yeah, this is a missed opportunity for both of us.
Oh my God.
Well, for all. I mean, you know what? If you're looking long, I mean, there's so much. I could just call up any random stock. Like I could probably call up Disney now, and there was a trade there. We could probably call up Alibaba, and there was probably a trade there at some point. No, maybe not. Okay. Most stocks would have. So, well, yeah. I mean, look, this is what I mean. If you're looking short, you know, how do you know that? So anyways, nice move up there. The important thing that I think about all of this is look at the trend here. That's today, right? This is long, right? So, and then if we look over here and then we look to say, okay, what were we thinking about today? You know, this is how you, for me, this is what's changed for me. So I don't have these huge misses, at least I have all 3 that I want today. And this is what's changed for me. Looking long early. I am biased long. Biased long. Palantir long. Amazon long. Tesla long. Biased long market. Forget about these names down here. Pick the market first. Happy Motivation Monday, by the way, to everybody. Pick the market first, you know, and then go. So that's what we did. We picked the market. Like, it took a lot to put this in here for Tesla for me. I don't normally do that. You know, but we talked about that. We like it. It came in. I was like, oh, my God. And it immediately went $1 against us. But we stayed with it because we liked the market long. You know, and the market was working. So, all right, maybe now the market might be fading out. But let's go back over. Is it a desk shot? No. Okay.
9-12 just hit. I don't know if
perfect. 9-12. Okay. Mullen right now, by the way. Money, 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 money. Yeah, Ramin was wrong. What's up, Adara?
Another pre-earnings name to keep an eye on here, Upstart, UPST, set to report tomorrow. Right now, they're up about 7%. Not saying any news on this, but worth noting they have a short float of just under 30%. And with earnings on watch for tomorrow, UPST, one to keep an eye on here, guys.
Upstart making power moves.
Yes, sir.
Up.
I can never tell. Big Patty Ice, much more reserved now. We used to be banging the tables. Now we're just calming down here. But we've got Palantir right now as that's back up to the upside. I know this is a name. This guy's a Mara and Palantir kind of guy. So it's a nice move up there. I say shout out to my boy Alex Karp over there, putting money in all kinds of accounts today for PLTR.
No question about it. Micron did take out that top, and it just went 120.70. So looking at this, it's a 120 breakout. Going to cancel the dips into VWAP because VWAP's not going to be coming in just yet, as we are looking to continue 5% to the upside. Nvidia just tagged 913. It's getting a little hefty, but the low of the day just got taken out on Apple. And this is obviously doing something that the rest of the market is not. Apple, it's a VWAP short for me. I've canceled 185. I've canceled 184. The only place to go to is now going to be any kind of retracement into VWAP on AAPL. So Berkshire getting out of the way of it, and it seems like the market respecting that as well. We're back into Robinhood at 1807, pretty much chilling out, higher low right now. If it gets through VWAP, we'll take care of this one to the downside. But it's Apple that's much, much weaker at this particular point. Like, it just cannot seem to get out of its own way. And then I said AMD was relatively weak. Well, maybe not so much anymore. AMD looking like it wants to take out that high. So I no longer think this is going to be a short trade for me in AMD. If it had held underneath 154 while Nvidia was still going, I'd probably look for shorts under VWAP. But Apple is that one today. NUVO, I see you there, Alan, in the chat. It is halted. The current tap is, that doesn't seem right. It's halted at 429, but this NUVO is currently indicating an open at 350. So it's halted up, and it's up 110%, but it's indicating an open down significantly. So be careful with this NUVO. Looks like it's going to open down about 15. What is it? Yeah, that's like 15% from here down.
All right. I mean, I know there's still a lot of people talking about Mullen here. Let's see if it can break that $5 spot here for MULN right now. All right. Shout out to my lovely wife. Shout out to everybody also in the chat. What's up, Chef Joe? Maybe we will look at AMD right now. I found out why everyone's quiet in the back. Everyone's really focused on trading. So shout out to everybody in the back. Let's keep that focus going on right now. And my guy Ty back here is talking all about Blue Chew. Maybe he had a good night back there. Shout out to my guy Ty in the back. See, there we go.
Oh, he's going to have a good night.
Where's the focus? There we go. Now we can laugh and have a little bit of fun around here right now. All right, that's good. So let's just keep going. Palantir, days high. We don't have any offers out here. That seems a little bit silly. So let's do that one and chew up Palantir again today for that one. And look, man, it's been a good one. What do you want? Court? All right, let's look at Court, says Kyle.
That was what Michael was talking about.
Oh, was it? Okay, we'll have a quick look at that then. Shout out to Michael Noss, who will be joining me for the recap show once again. As I said, rest for the wicked. Oh, here we go. All right, Tesla right there, 133. Tesla trying to get back up. So Court right now, if Michael was talking about it, then he probably gave you guys the goods. Right now, obviously nothing happening right there. I'm getting a little bit excited right now because the net is starting to get going here even more as back upside now goes Tesla. So a decent spot up to 187 right now. We're going to go 3 for 3 so far with our trades. 4 for 4, sorry, my bad. With Mullen, Amazon, Palantir, and Tesla. It's a 4 spot right there today, guys, for you. So, wow, Tesla, there it is. Tesla Ty is chewing up the competition right now to the upside. A $2 winner, Neil, for Tesla. That's not a bad trade at all. There's Ty. Ty's getting loud. Let's go. All right, Neil, back over to you. Let's go. What trade you got on, my guy?
No, we got Micron up top here, 120s here to the upside. I just saw a fresh high on Nvidia, so I want some chip names. Oh, Apple. For the first time, Apple is in. Look, this is obviously Apple's a weaker stock than others, but it just came back into, well, close enough to VWAP. So the first short on Apple, it's not where we wanted it. You're not going to get 185s. You're not going to get 184s. But if this thing can't get through VWAP when the market's just going higher and higher and higher, we did want this one only short, and that's still going to be in play. If we crack VWAP, I'll give it just past. I don't like VWAP as an actual out. Just look at a red line on a chart, or mine happens to be red, or whatever color you have it. I don't think that's the way to go, so we'll give it a little bit of room. Coinbase is chilling out here, so it just bounced off VWAP. I do want to find a place to add to this. BTC is still under 64,000. So the breakout play is not in effect. I only wanted to take the highs if 65,000 is gone on Coinbase, and that is not the case. Micron was the newest position for me. We didn't get it right on the breakout of Nvidia. Obviously, Nvidia is now at like 915, so direction-wise, obviously we're right. just didn't get the execution. So what we waited for was a break of the high on Micron, and this time take the dip back in, holding 120. So now that it's held 120, you're going to see it go higher. Just a change in execution plan more than anything else, instead of taking that initial break. So Coin, Micron, both heading in. Going to take something out here at the first dollar, which I wasn't scalping before on Coinbase. Just a bit of an adjustment. Let's get ourselves paid a little bit here on Coinbase and go to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, it is happening now. It's already 10 a.m. Let's take a look at the market, what we've done so far today. We did have a nice move to the upside here for the S&P 500 and these other major indices, following off of moves that we made on Friday. So nice look here to the upside for the markets right now. We do have more earnings on watch this week, including Palantir tonight and Disney before market open tomorrow. Not a lot of economic data today, but we have Fed speakers, Williams and Cook coming later today. Other names to keep an eye on here include Spirit Airlines, SAVE, down about 8% right now after missing earnings across the board. We also have Paramount right now in this range, but generally pretty strong here, up about 4% after letting its exclusive talks with Skydance lapse so that they can now be in discussions with Sony and Apollo. So ongoing deals continuing to move PARA, guys. And last but not least, SoFi to the upside after the CEO purchased shares worth about just under $200,000. So nice look here for SOFI.
Yeah, I still feel the same way about SoFi I did in the pre-market. Like, if this thing is not above, like right here, if it can't break 725, like, what is it doing? Every single day since it got quadrunked, you've had exactly the same problem with SoFi, and that's $7.20. It gets there, it dies, it gets there, it dies. It just got there again today. Is it going to die? I mean, the market's really the market's flying in here, but only 0.5% to the upside. So I don't know if that's going to be the one. I'm not shorting it, but I'm certainly not going long unless it breaks out that resistance. So Coinbase, we'll look for a place to add. Maybe we get VWAP in here again. Going to pop a 230, like 80s in here for a reload price on Coinbase. That's continuing ahead to the upside. Obviously, you're seeing Micron and the chips go as Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia is going to be that one. As I said, it is what it is. We had the break. It did not hold that break. Still haven't even had a retest of VWAP or anything resembling VWAP on Nvidia as it's flying higher. We were able to grab Micron as a sympathy play. It's up a bigger percentage move, but at the end of the day, I feel like that was the big one that we could have had there in Nvidia. Still got to have some targets. If Micron gets to 125, that's an easy out. I think that's almost too far at that particular point. 126 up here, and then this is where, if we get to 123, my style of trading, if it breaks out from here and we take a 120, I'm going to be getting out early morning 123. So that's the last recent high there on Micron, and we'll make sure we take that. Apple still chilling out underneath VWAP. Not participating whatsoever in this move is Apple. So lower highs underneath VWAP. I want to add to this short if we can. You know, just not to pick on them, but it just doesn't look like it's going to be a good one here for Apple. The only thing that I love about Apple is this 50-period moving average on the daily and the 200-period moving average, and that 181, and then down here at 178. So if we get to 81, definitely going to take profit. And if we break that down, 178, I actually have my note as a long. At 178, we'd cross that bridge when we get there. Robinhood, last one, that just took out a fresh high. So every single time we're short it to here, we're short it to here. I'm not giving it to that top. You take it to a level. If it breaks a level, you get out. You take it to a level. It breaks a level, you get out. Looks like the Apple is going to be the one that is weak for me. I do see CGC, GameStop, and some of these other small cap ones running, but I was actually expecting GameStop would have ticked us SSR before we'd get that long. And without any new news on GameStop, I'm not a huge fan of just chasing it. We had this talk with Michael, and he said, and I've always agreed with this, if a stock is going to squeeze, you want new reasons for people to get out. So I feel like that hasn't happened just yet on GameStop. What it's done is a nice reversal, but this $18 level, 18.5, 1860 up here, I think that's that next spot where it's got to squeeze to and then make a decision on GME. Barry Mara's up 11%, and it's a short. I just liked Coinbase a little bit better. And Mara reports this week. Coinbase already reported. I just prefer, we already know what Coinbase has done after earnings, and then it's trying to break out a top here. Whereas Mara being a minor, and then you still have to wait for their report, I just feel like that could be a little bit more messy, but the level's more clear here on Coinbase.
Apple no longer a good stock for long term.
I disagree.
All right. Yeah, no, I was only reading in the chat there.
Oh.
Music full.
Okay, that wasn't.
Right there. Well, what do you think is the long-term play for Apple? Neil, because you disagree with that.
No, well, okay. It always depends on what you consider like the long. If I'm thinking long term, I'm thinking, do I want to hold it for 5, 10,
Right.
15 years? So I'd say yes. I just don't think it's the fast growth name that it was before. But that doesn't mean you can't hold it for 10 years. So I don't put it in a category that exists with Nvidia.
Yeah.
Or
It's not a
maybe
growth
even,
name.
No, but there's a different type of growth too, I think, that you're dealing with Apple. It's slowing down. It's maybe a more mature level.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a good long-term company.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I just don't have as much. The days of getting parabolic moves on it are probably done. I think that's
No, yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think that now that they're paying that dividend, they got that dividend hike. They do have the record buyback on for 110 right now, so that's huge. 110 billion for the buyback on that. So I agree with Neil and disagree about it not being a long term. I believe that there is obviously some long term value there, needless to say. All right, Tesla up here. And again, I just think that you want to wait. We have that Let Loose event. That's going to be the chips for the iPad, I believe, or is it the MacBook? I think it's the iPad. It is iPad, yeah. So that's what's going to come through very, very soon. So
it's
again,
the morning tomorrow, too.
yeah, that's just like another hopefully form of margin expansion for them, creating everything in-house. So let's just wait to see, as long as they can get the quality up there as well. There it is. Thank you so much, Yoel. I mean,
I'm glad you did, Yoel.
yeah, there's the
I
super,
didn't.
yeah, there's a super chat there. We're having. It is a tougher day around here, but we do have some big trades definitely happening, and we're just really happy to be able to tell everybody that, yeah, today is a good day. Thank you, Yoel, for that. Coffee on Nvidia. So if you want to talk about what trade you potentially had, Yoel, there's been lots of opportunities to sort of go both. Like you could have had sort of that 915 there back into 910, maybe a 910 retest back to 915. A lot of dip buy opportunities. So as Neil's mentioned a couple times there, no matter how you look at Nvidia today, there's been lots of opportunities to make money, just not really short, but there's been the breakout trade, which has been fantastic. Breakout trade has been one of the better trades for me lately, and that 900 was pretty damn clean for sure. On the pullback into 900, could have had that, could have had 905, could have had 910. Every $5 up on Nvidia has been a monster, so I'm going to second that one and fifth that one on the like. Thank you, Yoel, so much for that. And what's up, my guy, Donnie? Yeah, Donnie Zimbabwe is in the building as well right now. Nvidia to 920, thoughts? Yes. So, yeah, I mean,
920.
without getting it too unbelievably, analytic here about breaking anything else down, yeah. I mean, this name, here's the daily chart. I don't know, are you talking today? I think yes, today, if you're even talking today. Breakout right there. Like, look how clean that went. 890 to 915 in a straight line. And you know how long that took? That took a half hour to go up that's $25. So for us to move $8 from here, heck yeah, Donnie Zimbabwe. I think there's a huge opportunity for that. I mean, we almost got there. We got to 917. I mean, talk about putting some damage there on the board. I think Nvidia up there near that 917. If that breaks that, then you're definitely, I would say anyways. I shouldn't say definitely, but my opinion is
you're one move away at that point.
I think, even now. Like if this bounces off 910, but look at the market coming back. So I just want to, before we get too carried away, by the way, Palantir is now your Dollar Club winner. It's at $25 right now. And to say like, oh, who would have thought about that? It's your number one idea on the trade list here today. Never went against me, basically not once. Palantir today, not only did we like it once, we liked it thrice. Shout out to Obi in the back. You'll be seeing him, I believe, today. Is it Obi at lunch? Must be. So Obi at lunch right there. 24.20. Oh, see if he has Amazon on. 24.25, 24.20, 24s. Boom to the upside. We talk about having confidence and having execution and making the play that you want to make. Finally, it's starting to come together over there. So we did put the boom on Palantir. Thank you, Randall, and everybody out there. Thank you for following if you did this trade. It's been obviously a day changer for me here. So it's only 10:10. I mean,
It's still early.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part about all this is not only do we get to sit here and have this great time with everybody, but we also get to hopefully make a little bit of money while doing that as well. And, educating. Today's midday show will have, once again, another lesson of the day all week. I have no idea what the topics are, but we will get those. IPO, SPACs, and direct listings. Basically, stay away from them all.
Yeah, that's no, but it's a good topic because I think they all have their own idiosyncrasies and ways we do or don't trade them. And I think for IPO specifically, there's some good strategies that don't necessarily involve the company being good or not. Like we'll talk about that probably all week. Micron, I did just trail out of Micron. I'm going to give you a couple of reasons why. One, if I'm watching Nvidia and missing Nvidia and then taking that break on sympathy, when Nvidia just pumps like 4 consecutive red candles in a row, I'm going to pay attention to that. We'll lock in the buck on that trade and then look for VWAP continuation on Micron. So it looks like it's going to be a decent one for the day, up 5%. I mean, percentage-wise, Micron's actually stronger. And Rivian Millionaire. Okay, well, you must have accomplished that. Well, I don't want to speculate, but good for you. If you're a millionaire on Rivian stock, then you must have banked your profits a long, long time ago. But SoFi is trying to chew through that 725. It's flying, but unless I see a bid above that, this is what I said in the pre-market. If we're not holding a bid above this resistance, then I don't want to be long up here because every single time it's failed. So I'll look for like 730 breaking and then stop it to 25s. That's what'll make some sense for me on SoFi. I said it had to get there or I am not touching it to the short side or to the long side. I just got a take profit out 182.5 on Apple. If we can't hold underneath, this is 183.20. If we can't do that, then it can be a break long, but as long as it's underneath there. The market's pulling back in and Apple's been weak the whole way. Coinbase, we're still in the long there. No dip buy yet in front of 230. But Bitcoin's holding 64,000 area. And this got to 235. If it turns at 235 again, I think I looked a gift horse in the mouth. I should be taking that out. That's a nice even dollar level. And you know what? We're not breaking 64 for whatever reason. Like Bitcoin's just not really going. So I should be taking this.
Yeah, 64, just 64, not doing much. All right, we reloaded Tesla down here. We're long at 185.33 right now. I don't know. Again, as Neil just mentioned, the market coming down. I really like that Apple short. We were waiting at 184. I didn't even notice. We went and got coffee and a water there and missed it. So that was a great one. Let's see if Tesla can continue to hold out right now. Wish we would have got out of that last 10% up there as well at 187. But we did hold it. Now it just came back into 185 where we were bidding initially anyways. So we're going to wait for 184 to come down into play. 184.50 will be our next sort of area to buy. But up 2%, we're going to need a rebound in the market because we've seen this happen many times before on Tesla, where we get down to this downside and then it just continues to go lower and lower and lower before it gives it all back. It finds a base and then pops again. So that base could be down near some of these pre-market lows as well, sort of coinciding with Friday's afternoon top. So I don't want to be the one holding this all the way down to 182 to get an answer. So a break of 184 and we'll get out. I mean, we're in the money now. So, this is not like doomsday talk or anything. Let's just wait to see what happens with Tesla. I do have an offer at 50 here to get some out if it does get back up into that. And then, of course, higher as we try to get back into VWAP and 186. So for right now, I actually just realized I don't even have a 186. So let's put something out in the 80s. And see if we can't get a piece out now for TSLA. Hopefully a nice upside move here in the stock.
Yeah, speaking of upside move, I did just take out coin, so we'll ring the register on it. It just dipped underneath 235 one more time. This might have been the dip that gets me out, that breaks out the high here. But we took out 234 on the way back in after this last lower high underneath 235. It's now 4 times it's tested up here, which will probably mean it's going to break. We had a 31 long, so we'll take the 3 on the last piece of it. Just double checking Nvidia is holding 910, and I'm still trying to pick up Micron again in front of VWAP. So as we're pulling back in here on Micron, I want to go right back over to where the stock broke out. About 120, you have VWAP at 119.5. Suddenly I'm only in Apple. SoFi's pretty close. SoFi might take that 930. I said I'd only go long if it holds above 25. If it breaks that, I'll go long 30.31 with a 25 stop on them. Netflix looking like it's strong. Uber 100 on the way. Gosh, I hope so. But Uber, not really doing a heck of a lot today, Uber. Strong, relatively speaking, but now consolidating. Yeah, it's not going to be on my radar. I want to be back into one of the chip names, Micron, or maybe VWAP on Nvidia.
Wasn't Uber? Uber was up today, right?
They are, but it's not breaking high.
Oh, up 3%. Oh, okay. That's too bad, you know. Come on, Tesla. Again, we're waiting here in the 40s and 50s to get a piece out. So the reason why I say that's too bad is that this was one of the names that I was ready, and you guys know that. We talked about this, to pull the trigger on, and then all of a sudden changed my mind a little bit. By the way, we got out some more Palantir as it dipped below 25. We'll talk about that in a minute. And Tesla just failed basically at my price. They're 185.50. So we may have to take this out and then regroup on Tesla. Still trying to make our mind about that. It might be getting too late if it breaks 185. But I just got nervous about that whole robo-taxi stuff. And yeah, that might turn out to have been a mistake. So nice bottom there, 66 up to $71 for Uber. And again, coming later this week for a report, it's going to be a good one for Uber, I'm pretty sure, as more and more people continue to use their products. I mean, Uber Eats, I think, is the dominating factor with delivery.
When was the last time you used
well, definitely here in Canada. But the thing is like Dash and all that aren't as popular here as in the United States. So I don't know if DoorDash might have a bigger market in like the bigger cities.
It's possible.
NYSE.
No, but we actually used during the pandemic 50-50 DoorDash and Uber Eats.
Oh, okay.
So for my household, I know, and now it's 100.
But what
We're
makes the
100%.
difference, though, right? Like for me, I think it's just what promotions they might have, because don't they all use the same drivers? Like most of the time, like you can get in a Lyft, and sometimes it's the same driver as would be in your Uber.
Well, to our experience, just like some places, like you couldn't get certain restaurants.
Right.
So like if it was like we wanted it from, I don't know, I don't want to make something up that's not true, but there's like this burrito place in Brampton where we live that I couldn't get it on Uber Eats,
Right.
but you could on DoorDash, so we'd use DoorDash for them and Uber Eats for another. Now I just feel like everything I want is on Uber Eats. So I could be wrong
Right.
about what's good or what's not, but for my money, and I'm an Uber shareholder, so you know, like my bias is pretty obvious in that regard. Back over to AAPL, just very quickly. I'm still looking for the dip into VWAP on Micron. We might get it the way the market's coming back in here, but my next out on Apple is going to be down around 182 even, as we are going to the desk with Federa.
Just a note here in TSLA, the president of Argentina is set to meet with Elon Musk this afternoon, according to his spokesperson. So Javier Milei set to meet with Elon Musk this afternoon, as per his spokesperson, guys.
I don't know. I just got out of the last for 50 cents on Amazon, breaking through that 50. It didn't get to VWAP. I don't like what's happening right now. And then now I'm noticing, obviously, as I can see my positions, Tesla is at that 184.50. This was our last, this is our last reload actually, from this level here. So Tesla could definitely fall on its face here. I have no idea anything about this Argentinian stuff or whatever that was. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. I think it's probably a good thing, but we'll wait to see what happens now with Tesla. I'm getting out if this breaks down 184. So a break of 184, and this name will no longer be in my account. That, of course, right now is Tesla. So let's wait to see what happens on this. Not super nervous about it yet, but not really liking this position as we're breaking back down in, and it's not looking good. So Tesla right now breaking through 185 and trying to hold. We just reloaded it. Our average price is right here. We're out 30 cents. If you're nervous about being out 30 cents, this is a good spot for you because it is under that 185. So watch out. I'm still long. We have an offer. Oops. We have an offer. I had an offer there at 78. We're going to put something back up. That's the wrong offer. We're going to put something back up 185.20 or so, just to break through 185. The last high we got was 185.38. Let's see if we can get this back up to the upside right now for Tesla, Palantir. There's the last out for Palantir. And now we have about 5% left of this trade. So many of the outs right in and around here. We're lucky to get that 25. We were sitting there. Good outs, and now we'll just have to wait for Tesla. That's really the last sort of stock that we're holding our breath for here. But yeah, I'm still long the market. I still like the market.
If you're holding your breath for GameStop to squeeze, you're then, well, you probably passed out by now. Unless you are, although my daughter has a good joke about how long she can hold, she can stay underwater without breathing. It's kind of a good one. I'll tell you guys that later. It's a dad joke. But GameStop, remember what I said? If it's not breaking out the top, it didn't break the top. Now, I paid for locates, and I wasn't looking short there. I was looking short Apple. Look, an Apple's working to the downside, but this would have been a money short. Hindsight being 20/20, trend down means short VWAP for me. That simple. So 16 bucks. If it comes back into VWAP, I'll try to get something like 15.90s on GameStop. It was dirt cheap to be able to short this one. I think it was 1/8 of 1 cent here at Real Trading for locates on GameStop. Cheaper than DJT. But let's get on over to the small cap recap with Adara.
IWM actually outperforming the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 right now, up over 1%, 1.4% right now for the Russell 2000. So many small caps running today. Here's a small sampling, including Outset Medical OM. This one's a short float of about 16%. A dialysis-focused company. It's TabloCart with P-filtration receiving FDA clearance. So nice look here for OM. Next up here, we have NUVO, Holdco Nuvo. This one trading higher, one of its first days after merging with the Special Acquisition Corp. This happened on Thursday, so this is his third day trading after some weakness on Friday, now up over 250%. So nice look for NUVO. Last but not least here, our NRXP. This is NRX Pharmaceuticals, up over 40% right now. Its treatment for bipolar disorder doing well in its first clinical trial. They believe that it could get some FDA approval. So nice look here for NRXP as well, guys.
I was sleeping on Mullen, man.
Intel could be a long.
Like, Mullen right now is like, guys, are we taking profits? I mean, what are we talking about right here? I thought that was Randy, but it's Ty. What's up, Ty? All right, so right here, I'm going to call Mullen. We have a new position, by the way, the TQs. And you guys know that we like dimes here, so let's just quickly take one right now. Someone last week was like they wanted to talk in percentages. I mean, Mullen's easy because we were down here at 440, so that's 450. We almost had $1 on 4. So as you continue to go up 20% or so here in the money on Mullen. So there's your 20% banger if that's the kind of stuff you look at. But if you just look at straight trading, this is another one right now on TQQ. All right, Microsoft has apparently a new AI talk going on here to ready themselves to deal with the oncoming onslaught of Google. How times have changed. We used to talk about how Google had to adapt to Microsoft. Now I'm hearing in my ear that this is potentially the other way around. So look at Google now making a move back down, Microsoft coming through. So Google's #1 business model, we all know, is going to be their search. So if Microsoft's going to potentially damage anything Google related, which I don't think they will.
There's plenty of room.
It could be, exactly. There's probably something about search. So that's something right there. Yeah, let's just keep it going, man. We're gonna go now 5 for 5. Over right here. So that is a hot dog cannon kind of a day because we're adding Mullen, which is right there. Amazon was thank you come again all day for that. Palantir is the money maker on the show today, that's for sure. TQQs, we just put this on. This is temporary. This could go against us. And I guess Tesla could also, if this falls down, I mean, this won't be a winning trade here to end. So let's wait to see. Okay, nice little bump up for Tesla. I'm going to take a piece out there because we did fail up there at 185. Let me take another piece out in the 90s or so. I still have that offer up in the 20s. So if we can get these out here and get that 20 fill, then we'll sort of have the rest to ride a little bit here. But let's see if Tesla can really make it happen. We just touched 184. That's my stopping spot there, so we got to be really careful. Here we go, man. Let's start mooning again. You're not going to be able to wipe this smile off my face today, guys. Sorry about that.
That's what it's all about, though. And like for me, it started like 2 breaks, 2 losses, and then a short on Robinhood that was no good. But you just got to go back to the well, find the next trade. Micron, we're into the second time. The first time was obviously good, but we're back into the long off the 120, not VWAP, but the 120 level. And then Coinbase, which it's still underneath 235. I want VWAP on Coinbase again. So we found VWAP on Coinbase. Didn't go with the breakout trade, went with the dip buy. So what happened? I liked some longs in my note today, and obviously the breakouts didn't work for me, so I went to a dip buy strategy to try to take that trend. Again, it's just an execution strategy. Sometimes it works better than others, but you got to be able to go with that trend. I am into GameStop short, though. Now that's the new one, GameStop underneath VWAP. Let's go to Adara.
Let's go.
I have some of the details here on that MSFT, Microsoft AI news. The information reporting here that this is Microsoft's first large in-house AI model since investing in OpenAI. This is their own in-house model called the MA1. It's being developed here and overseen by Mustafa Suleyman, who was a former Google AI leader there with Inflection. So interesting look there. Former GOOGL AI person helping to work on this MAI1. Microsoft's largest OpenAI model largest AI model since its investment in OpenAI, set to compete with Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Microsoft is flying on that a little bit. It had not been strong, and you're seeing a bit of a change. I was going to mention, I just got some out of GameStop, but as Microsoft is flying towards a double top here, this was not a strong stock before this news. Like, it was hanging out at the lows, more closely resembled Apple, which is stair-step down, like lower highs through on Apple. It was doing exactly the same thing. So I think you might have some people caught off guard here if VWAP's going to hold on Microsoft. And maybe even you know what, I'm not taking a breakout on this stock. I just told you why I'm not favoring breaks recently. But if we can hold on to VWAP, I do like the long on Microsoft because you've got a bit of a catalyst now. And there might have been people really feeling comfortable in that short trade. When the market's making highs and a stock like Microsoft is weak, people would have been shorting that one for sure. Just got some out halfway to the low of the day on GameStop. We got a 58 short, and we got some out there at 36. I want 1480. That's the current double bottom, pre-market, and then at the open, that was the low on GameStop. Apple still rolling a little bit lower here. Keeping tabs on Coinbase. I still favor longs on this. Bitcoin's, every time I look over, Bitcoin is at 63, like 9 something. We're not getting through that 64,000, and if we don't actually make a push through, yeah, we're probably going to get a VWAP dip in here. Just want to make sure we're not falling apart on BTC or anything like that. Robinhood's bad news might be decent for Coinbase, but everything pulling back in here. We only have Apple and GameStop shorts, and one of those two things will care about the market. The other, I think, is just some profit taking on GameStop.
All right, yeah, watch out here. We took another piece out for the top there on the TQs. We're just watching out for Tesla right now as we got that 185 out. Remember we talked about that. We actually got 92 or something like that as it's trying to fall back in a little bit there. So again, trying to take some out as we are not. We talked about this, about the long right now and not being overly confident on that because we're not doing anything. So this is going to turn in very, very soon, if not right now, into a stock picker's market again, where you're just going to have to look for specific names because, which is what I'm doing. I don't want to be jumping right now. The market's just very, like, look how chopped that is. Like, we were just down there. Like, it's not, basically the last, what time is this? 9:10. So for the last 20 minutes, you're in basically a 20 handle range with some dangerous wicks here because that would have stopped you out of any short you probably had, and that definitely would have got you out of any longs if you're playing the range. And now you're right back in the middle, just frustrating your account. So for me, I'm not going to get too frustrated here. I'm going to stay calm, cool, and collected. We did have that Amazon. Obviously, I'm a little frustrated with my last out there on Amazon. But as all of you know, you cannot be a trader and just wait for the tops and the bottoms at all times. You got to be able to get out when you see something. I thought we were breaking below and this name was potentially done. But still, to be able to be long down here, we'll take that on Amazon all day. And, you know, continue just to have, hopefully, what is going to be a better day, right? I mean, Amazon, potential short, wouldn't mind that up there. Palantir made the day. That's the face slapper of the day right there, buying it down there. Not only having the ability to buy it, but then just being confident in it. And if it doesn't work, we L on that, right? I mean, if it breaks through 24, we probably get out looking, I don't even know how, we had a lot of shares, so I'm not sure where we would have got out of that one. It didn't break 24. I always get out like 97, 98. We might have held that one a little bit longer, but we don't have to worry about that. And then the other one for us is Mullen. And I mean, come on. I mean, Mullen right here today, we dropped that news for you that they got that deal. And since then, it's just straight upside here for MULN. I punched long almost immediately. It wasn't completely. We looked at the chart. You know, we like this area. It's above the 50-period moving average. Seemed like it works. I don't normally trade Mullen, but when we do, we like it. Thank you very much, Mullen, for adding to the matcha tea latte experience that may or may not be happening later on today. And I was very pleased to hear that is also Adara's favorite drink at the barista. So, all right, let's go back over there to Adara and find out what's good with her at the desk.
We're going to get to that crypto update in 2 seconds. Another update as well, though, from that Microsoft AI stories reported by The Information. Microsoft reportedly putting aside some Nvidia GPUs that they're using to train its new AI model MAI1. So potential NVDA connection here to this story as reported by The Information. In terms of Bitcoin here, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but in case you missed it, Grayscale Bitcoin ETF seeing its first inflow after losing billions since January when we first got those spot Bitcoin ETFs. IBIT, so that's the IBIT, that's BlackRock's ETF, in second place right now with about 16.9 billion in funds. Grayscale starting with 26 billion, now about 18.1 billion. But nice inflow look for GBTC. Initially lost because it did have higher fees than some of its competitors in the spot BTC ETF space. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, a little bit of strength after a sell-off earlier in the week here. Right now, we're still around that 64,000 level. Earlier today, we did make 12-day highs at that 65.5, but now back to that 64 level. We're actually just below 64, pretty much flat in the day. Ethereum, after trading above that 3,200 area earlier in the day, now right at 3,100. A lot of strength, though, in the rest of these crypto-related names. Solana up over 5%. Ripple up about 0.7% here. Cardano up about 1/3%. But some of these other names weaker. Tron and Shiba Inu both down in the day right now, guys.
Man.
Oh no, don't.
We're getting violent
Shiba
right now.
Inu.
Oh no, not Shiba Inu.
No, not Shiba Inu, please.
Man, what am I gonna do? My whole retirement plans.
You know what? I think my Coinbase account actually has some Shiba Inu. I was like testing stuff out. I bought a little bit one day, just moving from one thing to another, and I probably still have like a very tiny bit, so I shouldn't joke about it too much. But just back over to the market, which is still going to the downside. I mean, slightly going to the downside. We're not getting Microsoft into VWAP, however. Like with this market pullback, Microsoft is consolidating up here above $408. So I'm going to wet the beak, and we gave the news there. Obviously good for Nvidia as well, but Microsoft reversing course a little bit here. So I'm gonna look for something in the 20s on Softy. Hamster asking, are you going short Donkey Kong? You know what, we haven't even looked at DraftKings once today. Probably not. I mean, am I gonna short a random stock that I haven't looked at today? The answer is gonna be usually no. Don't even like the level.
Not?
No, the level was $46 was resistance. Yeah, there it is on the daily. $46 on DraftKings. That's the resistance level on DK and NG. And it's trending to the upside. It's holding the 50-period moving average. That's 43.5. It's above that right now. It's stair step up.
Try to go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a short there on DraftKings at all. Up 5%. Hard pass.
Yeah. All right. I'm yelling at Tesla here, trying to get this thing to go. You know, we've given some back, getting some out here, but we're getting lighter and lighter because I'm obviously sitting here about to break through 184, but our average price, we always talk about how that works. So I've taken hits on the way down now, given some money back. So the fact that okay, I'm gonna take a piece out right here at 61. Oh no, Do not stop at 60. I just hit off. Okay, good. Now we're starting to go. So let's see if Tesla now wants to get back up to the upside. Our net on Tesla is virtually going to be the same, but we need this to break through 185 to actually make some real money, because that's 185 there. That's 184.55. That's 184.30. So again, all of these fills are at 185 or lower. So, you know, the fact that we're just piecing it out now, like I said, and in, you know, attempt to show you guys and be honest with you, although my price says 39, that's my last. It's a combination of all of my last fills until I get them all out. So that's why it's there. But yeah, definitely not behaving the proper way. And neither is the market. So I actually went long the market because we got a dip off VWAP right there. Plus we had that Microsoft news. I thought that would kind of rally a little bit there. Doesn't, and like I said, we're trying to do a little more macro stuff as well. So if that's not really happening right now, it's 10:34. We can get away from this. Still waiting what's for lunch. We'll tell you guys as soon as that comes through. But for right now, it's kind of like,
Block's looking.
wait, $1? Yeah, block is at 69. No, not
Oh,
yet.
no.
Okay, so it did get there. So Mullen right now at the high of the day. We'll hold on to that one. Palantir, we just have a small piece, man. I mean, maybe a dip back to 24.40 there for Palantir will get me excited a little bit. But even then, like, I don't know about that one. We've already taken a lot. I don't want to give it back. It's just Tesla that's going to break. So. And again, not to talk too negatively about this, but it's looking more and more. There it goes. So I was just going to say it's looking more and more like it wants that. So again, look at that. A couple good outs here on the upside, and then it just failed. Break right there, 184. We got out right at 184. Pretty good 93s or so as the price there. So it's not going to look good now, but we're fine with that one. Tesla downside right now as the market tries to figure it out. But you see, now that we get taken out, I'm thinking about buying it back. Oh, man, see, now we'd be in the money again. That's okay. Back and forth with Tesla 30 cents, is I can get in trouble doing that. So let's just be careful with Tesla.
Yeah, speaking of back and forth like 30 cents, that's what Microsoft is doing right now, which
I'm
is
going back in.
for a $400 stock that just had AI news, the fact that it's not going more than, I mean, it's not breaking the VWAP, it's not breaking more than 30 or 40 cents in the money, so it's a bit weird, but we're at that time of day. It's 10:30, things slow down a little bit, you gotta be patient with it. When you mentioned Tesla was weak, I just noted Rivian failed $10.50. Not to pick on Rivian, failing $10.50 underneath VWAP and a potential flat bottom here that could get taken out for a move down to $10, or at least $9.90, which was a double bottom in yesterday's trade. But Softy, like, you had the news, I still like it. I got some there at the 25 or 23 level. It just went like 30 cents in the money, and it's not going any further. I don't wonder if there isn't a scalp trade here for Microsoft. Maybe we'll have to do it next time. GameStop, I still feel like this is solid underneath VWAP. The last push up didn't get us there. So I'm going to give it one chance. Like, it just made a nice little recovery back to 1540. One more push, and I try to get 1560s again. Obviously, the second I say that, GameStop starts rolling back over. So I'm still at the low of the day to get out of GME here. But yeah, still looking pretty weak on GameStop. It never went short sell restricted. If it breaks 15 and gets down to this low, then it is short sell restricted. So I'm getting out in front of the pre-market bottom because I don't want to be still holding the short when it goes SSR.
All right, I unfortunately got out of Tesla. Remember we talked about having the bottom wick of the day on Palantir? It's not, for me, it's not a proper trading day unless I really, you know, get hit badly on a stock and make the bottom. Thankfully, this was not badly because we've changed and we were able to get some out on the top side there. But look at that, bouncing. I should have, instead of just setting it at 184, I don't know why we didn't look at the 200 period, but whatever. We got back in right now. Tesla once again back into green Stockville. I wish I didn't punch out there, then we would look like a genius, but at least we're able to buy it back. It's a hell of a green stock right now for me, so we'll watch out for that. That's Tesla. And then the Qs are making that move right back. So I don't know, guys. We are going to have a 5 for 5 morning right now with all the stocks we want to trade. Mullen was a surprise, but look what's happening to Mullen right now. That's a face slapper all day on Mullen, guys. Like, we're now up 30% on this position. This is a $4 name. We're in at 455. We're a buck in the money on a $4 name. So 25% up right now on Mullen. good move there. Uber's continuously going higher right now as well, breaking through that. Congratulations, anybody that nailed Uber. Great trade on that. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see if this market wants to work. Even though we're long Tesla, wow, come on, Tesla. Let's go, man. We did reload, then we emptied out the clip, then we reloaded again. So right now, Tesla trying to get back up into that 185. So boom, boom. You know, this is what we say about making sure that you trust your positions and your reads. We thought Tesla was a long. We did get hit there on that move down, but look what's happening. The market's just kind of going back to its home here. So let's get another piece out on Tesla and say thank you very much for yet again another member. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Tesla. If it does get over that 185, we'll take 80 cents, put that in our pocket, and say, what's up, eh? Over there at the green screen.
Lots of strength in a lot of sectors this morning. Of course, electronic technology getting buoyed here by this upgrade from Baird for Micron. Super micro here. SMCI also recovering from some weakness last week on earnings, now up about 3% today. Nvidia, AMD, Broadcom, all very strong in electronic technology. Some strength as well in technology services. Finance strong across the board here, though BRAKB, despite reporting earnings, not really reacting here much as Berkshire Hathaway. Nice strength as well. Producer manufacturing green across the board. Energy minerals recovering some weakness in oil last week. Now very much to the upside as a group here. Commercial services, consumer durables, communications, industrial services, transportation, as just mentioned by Sean there as well. Uber very strong heading to its earnings alongside Lyft later this week. Not a lot of weak sectors to keep an eye on, though. A little bit of more tame action here in retail trade, which is more or less mixed across the board. And consumer non-durables, a couple post-earnings names from last week trading to the downside, most notably Monster Energy and Estee Lauder, guys.
Estee Lauder, Monster. You know what, Monster, I was joking about this last week, that like I've never had a Monster Energy drink in my life. And I know how popular it is amongst a lot of people, and the stock being over its lifetime, one of the most impressive runs of any stock in the market. But yeah, I've never had it, not into it, but I'm out of GameStop. And I gave the reason why, and maybe it's right, maybe it's not, but at that pre-market low, it tags short sell restricted. And this is where it bounced on Friday. I'm not in the long. I'd like to see it break the bottom here, maybe test 14.5, and then start looking for longs on GME. It wicked through 17, it then went underneath VWAP for the short trade, and we got it to the low of the day there. It's about 75 pennies. If you got it perfect, I guess you could have made $1 if you got like right up here and got top wick. But getting in top wick on a stock like GameStop is going to be a little bit difficult. Really not going to happen, because I didn't decide I wanted it till after it was underneath VWAP. Apple's still holding. The market's trying to test higher, but you know what? Apple starting to form a bit of a wedge here, which means both higher lows and higher highs. So that doesn't necessarily bode well for the longs. Microsoft still chilling here at 408. Needs to break out this top. 408.60. Since the news came out, like, it spiked up $2 and is now held a 40 to 50 cent range for Softy. Still looking relatively strong. Bryce is saying we should be checking out Uber. Uber is super strong today. Yeah, no question about it. Trend up here. I like joining the trend, but at 1142, generally I like dip buying. Like, Microsoft gave you a consolidation. Congratulations, you're long 71.5 or long VWAP. Like, that's where I'd be liking to get into this thing. Not necessarily punching the top at 1142. But into the breakout price, 71.50, yeah, that's a little better.
All right. I mean, the Qs right now just continues to go. So we're pretty happy right now with everything that we're looking at right there. We just got out, I mean, the Qs went back up into basically the day's high again right there. So we got another piece out. We're only in now 20% of the TQQ position. Like, everything today has worked out for us. We're not at our highest spot because Amazon dropped in and we got our last 20% out there. That was definitely not a good out. But Amazon still carrying the day as P&L number 2 for everybody. P&L number 1, and it's infinitely P&L number 1, is Palantir right now to the upside. It's still going, so if we can hold on to that one and get back up there, that would be really great. Waiting just for Tesla. Okay. Yeah. Coming tomorrow is Palantir. Coming later on, we talked about Reddit as a possible play. I haven't even looked at this today. We talked about this earlier. Okay. Well, yeah. Reddit really gets going early, man. We talked about why I like that stock heading into earnings coming this week. We saw ARM miss that opportunity. I don't know, man, if people are still searching all over the place. We had daily active users up on Snapchat and on Instagram or Meta. So nice move to the upside there for Reddit. We'll see if that can catch a bid as well. And then we had, obviously, this is not just based on those two stocks. We had some nice moves up as well, I believe. I don't know if it's faded back. It has not in Pinterest. So there's been some nice movements here in these names. So I was just thinking that we could get something else right there. I was about to short Google, and this would be the name that probably I'm going to get short on. It's down today. I really like Google, and I think it's a huge long term. I talked about this as being one of my, Apple might be after that recent move up, like battling, but they're all the same stocks for me. Apple, Google, Microsoft as key holdings. We did trim Meta and Google, actually, as we talked about that. We've recently bought more Alibaba.
Oh yeah, Alibaba.
But for right now, I think Google's a short. It's under VWAP. The market's trying to figure itself out. If we get any bumps, which isn't that much, we could almost go short right now. Up to 167, I would kind of like that short. It's $1 now, and we're still going. Look what's happening right now. Shout out to Brendo there as well. And oh yeah, by the way, shout out to everybody that checked out our podcast. We did not have a podcast this last week because we are revamping the podcast. So stay tuned for that in a couple of weeks. TBD at this point, but it's sooner rather than later. We are revamping it all, and me and Brendan will bring 10 times the content. And, well, I don't 10 times as an amount, probably not, but definitely a great show coming for you as we revamp all of that. Look for some guests and get going. Yeah, send it. Then we will do that. We also do have a new podcast channel up. Whoopsies. Oh no, I closed Trade Ideas. I just have to go find it. Freedom and Wealth. We'll get that going for you in just about a minute. So, yeah, man, so
Check
far.
out the video dropped on Saturday because that'll kind of tee up.
Although I don't think we had any social medias for that.
Well, it's still the teaser for it, but check it out. It dropped on Saturday morning at the regular time. You get an idea of what changes that it'll be going through. Oh, don't say flush. Not yet.
Flushy.
I couldn't get any more Apple. So, and
that's my only short idea too.
Well, okay, so I'm going back to the well here for a second. But look at what just happened on Intel. So this is last week's double top once, twice, and 2 wicks at 31.20, and we're right back to 31. All right. Well, if you show me a short setup like that and back under VWAP, then I want to be short Intel. So VWAP is right here, 31.08 essentially, but back into this high. It's a couple of times that it tagged that top and just unable to get through it. And if the market's going to roll over, then this one should along with it. Microsoft is just getting weird with this stock now. 40 cents. This has not really moved outside of that range. If this takes out VWAP, we really got to get out of that bad boy because it's just not going after that news. It spiked up, volume was good, and then now it's just consolidating. But I like Intel short as well as Apple, which we're still in.
Guys, Mullen is still mooning. So, like, I mean, I wish I knew that this was going to be the idea that it turned out to be, because then we would not covered twice there. But again, nice bump ups. We were pretty happy with that cover. Now Mullen up 40%. Wow. Again, just thanks for watching. And yeah, for sure right now. Wow. Okay. Good move right there. TQ's back in. We only have 20% left. We did talk about getting out there at the high of the day for the TQQ right there. You mentioned Apple. I mean, Apple for me is not, like you mentioned, you didn't get enough Apple. Like I would love for that to come up here again. But I mean, realistically, 80s, even VWAP. But we just flipped it up and went over to Google. Let's see if this can go. I mean, I think like there's some support there. We did get a move down into 166. Wow, Mullen right now is still mooning, man. Trying to break $6. Like, we didn't really go over this too much. It's just a shot play again. We're here to make it for you. But at the end of the day, like anything in and around this 630 area, I'm getting out. So I'm going to put an offer there in and around 620, 630. end the trade right now. We're in 4 winners, man. We're in Tesla. We're in the triple Qs. We're in Palantir that's trying to get going again. We're in Mullen right now. That's $1.26. We're in Google, and we already put Amazon on the board. What a good day it's been. It's 10:50, and you're getting ready to have Obi, which, by the way, Obi, you might want to come over here and log in at some point, because that show's getting kicked out here in just a couple of seconds. No, he's actually not ready. He has to log.
He's literally getting up right now.
Yeah, exactly. So glad we mentioned that. So there it is. He's born ready, baby. And that's why we're here.
Obi's in here early. Like, trust me. Like, he's got.
Being in here early has nothing to do with being sitting down and logged in, Obi. So let's get over there and get logged in. All right, here goes Google right now, 166.70. Hopefully that makes a move back into the downside. We're excited for you. In 10 minutes, it's Obi and Adara, always a favorite of mine. So coming through there, the anointed one. We'll have a good show here. Here comes Google right back in. I mean, you guys thought, hey, 5 for 5 was good, right, Neil? There's no way we could go 6 for 6. But let's see what happens right now with Google pushing into the downside. Put a bid out at 59, see if we can get that fill, and then go on from there. So far, so good here this morning, guys.
Yeah, and top VoIP, we're not sleeping on Alibaba. I got Alibaba up right now, and it's that same trade from last week that always set up. Last 2 weeks, I should say. If it breaks out or breaks down, once it settles and bounces into VWAP, that's the play. If it's a dip into VWAP, most times if it dips early, it's a recovery into VWAP and a bounce off of VWAP. So that's what I like in Alibaba. We've done it a few times before. It just got through now and made this local breakout. So I'm over here with Baba looking for the longs in front of 81.25. Microsoft and Apple are both still working in either direction. Apple weak, Microsoft strong. They were both weak this morning, for most of the morning, I should say. And then, Microsoft had news. It still hasn't broken out the top yet. So until it breaks out this high, makes a higher low, I don't think I want to add to it just yet. But the one I did want to add to the south side is still going to be underneath VWAP and Intel. And I think I'm going to wet the beak here in the low 31s. We never got back into Coinbase. And most of it had to do with the fact that Bitcoin is just not doing anything. And if anything, it's sliding a little bit lower. So Bitcoin doing nothing. Coinbase doesn't even try to bounce off VWAP, so no need to go into it long there. We did get a good long on a dip the first time through. We're able to take a few bucks on it. But Coinbase now starting to fall apart a little bit here as we just got an Alibaba, and I'm still not in that Intel short. I guess if it breaks 31, I'll just be taking some 99s.
Yeah. We love Intel, man. We've been crushing Intel lately. Intel's been one of the top stocks for me on the chip side. We looked back, and I thought Nvidia was #1 for me last month. I'm going to check out on Intel as well. But here we go, man. This is it again. We're putting them down one more time. There's Google on the short. We talked about getting into something short for Google, and someone said mark it down. And then we were like, uh-oh, what about Apple? Look, see Apple not moving? Google right now with the news from Microsoft. Let's see if, or sorry, not Amazon, Google with the news here with Microsoft. And there's a couple points, but nothing. Hopefully it gets a little lower than that, and we'll be able to cash out a little bit here for Google. So far, so good right there on Google. Just out of a little bit. Mullen, it did get to 6. That might be a good spot for us. Let's put an offer upside on Mullen in and around $6. But yeah. We'll be leaving you guys here close to our high of the day. So it's been a pretty good one here, obviously, as we talk about that with no losing trades on board. So far, so good here. But let's go over to the desk. Still no lunchtime, but we do have Money Talks with Adara.
Fourth straight day of downside here for the DXY, coming into this previous area of resistance around 105 after falling out of its previous range last week. So looks like downside on the horizon here for the DXY. Only number we got earlier today, a bit of a more minor number, slightly lower than expected. CB Employment Trends Index number here coming in for April. Not a lot of economic data in the early parts of this week. We do get Fed's Barkin today, 12:50. Then we get Fed's Williams at 1 p.m. Tomorrow morning, though, this will be interesting. 11:30 a.m. we get Fed's Kashkari. Fed's Kashkari has notoriously been a little bit more hawkish, saying in mid-April that he doesn't know if there even will be any rate cuts based on how things are looking right now for 2024, saying that we need to see better inflation. So Interesting to see what Fed's Kashkari will have to say coming into tomorrow. Right now, there are 2 more Fed speakers to keep an eye on here coming into the 1 p.m. hour, guys.
Yes, sir. Who do we? It was Goolsby, I think. I mean, it doesn't really. No, it was Barkin and Williams. Oh yeah, Barkin.
Barkin, huh?
Well, the last. Whatever. You never really know what's going to happen when the Fed speakers go through, but I do remember Barkin reversing the markets the last time. I can say a pun if I wanted to, but there's no point. Nvidia is so super strong today. Just to reiterate, we got to always talk about it. For me, the breakouts on Nvidia, both of which didn't work out. Unfortunate there. Like, there was a nice little scalp opportunity if you took it, but then you're going to get that clean move up on Nvidia. The other lesson for Nvidia is how badly the dip buyers seem to want this stock. This had broken underneath on the daily chart, underneath VWAP, and I feel like I was like a lot of other people thinking you were going to get retracements, something with a 6 in front of it on Nvidia. You're going to be back into the top end of the range by the end of this day. If you're not already there, I think you could almost argue that you're already there. So I sold for the first time some of my shares at 922, and you know what? Even in all that dip, I didn't get a single thing back in. Technically, I bought the Qs during that time a couple times, so I got a little bit back in Nvidia, but the dip buyers on this stock are absolutely relentless, and it's not the only one because we get ARM earnings this week. And ARM was down in the 80s. It's back at 108, and it's breaking out up 5%. If this so much as sniffs $120, it's a short today. All that said. Support to resistance, I'd short that stock. Microsoft's starting to go, but it's still just at 408.80. Cannot seem to break these highs. I might just take the 409. I don't know why Microsoft isn't stronger than this off of that news. But I'm not seeing what I would like out of this. I thought you'd just be absolutely flying and dying to break out even further after that AI news for Microsoft. And Alibaba, VWAP play for me. That's a newest one with 4 minutes to go. Alibaba's been a strong stock this morning, maybe not so much, but every single time it's dipped the last few days, it's been a dip, and when it gets back and holds VWAP, I usually like the long back into the high of the day. For Baba, someone's saying Dash News there, Eagle Guy. I don't know, but DoorDash, I mean, they got smoked on earnings, and it hasn't even broken back above the earnings top, or post-earnings top, I should say. So until that happens, I think you're chilling out in the range. That's 120 bucks. Just took the Microsoft out. Doesn't feel like it's got the velocity that I would have expected post that news. So we're out in front of the high of the day on Softy.
All right. Oh, yeah. So Tesla breaks 200 period. We're out. Right there, 184 out. So upside, our best out on that was 185 on a 184.20. Again, look where it hits, man. VWAP perfectly and falls right back down in. So if you guys are always wondering like why I told Adara the only thing she should be looking at is VWAP, there you go. There's another reason right there. For all you starting traders out there, keep it as simple as you possibly can. Just use VWAP and work off of that is my advice. Right there, we do get another out on Palantir right now at 82. I mean, this one is an absolute smoke show today. Like, I know that doesn't really make any sense, but it's really been smoking to the upside here and just continues to go. I do have that Mullen offer now, just so you guys know, at 6. I was going to wait for that 625-ish area right there on the daily because we touched it twice. We did break through higher. This could be that day, but we did wick high with a very big exhaustion move, you know, back-to-back jacks on the green, and then all the way up there to $6, and then a fail down on that side. So that's really working out for us nicely there on Mullen. But it did fail out there. Google, we did not get reloaded, but you know what? It don't matter because it's another one of those ideas that we just had on. And remember, someone in the chat was like, market falling. I was like, okay, I wanted Google short anyways. Market not falling, but look what is falling, Google. So again, a big day over here. And here we go right now. This is our, whoops, that's the wrong one. That's my Twitter, which is not as nearly as important as what I'm about to show you, which is this, the Freedom and Wealth podcast right now, ready to get ready to rock and roll, coming out. No episodes yet. Hit this subscribe like I just did for the first time. And then make sure you get that. Get over here, see what it's all about. Nice description. We're all over the place here. Welcome to Freedom and Wealth Podcast. So we'll talk to two average guys all about some decisions we've made, hot topics in the space. It's your Freedom and Wealth Podcast coming to all of the podcasting platforms near you. And it's only 1 minute left, and unfortunately, I do not have
Lunch.
the infamous. You know, I
Well,
mean, we're here to create
we can
content.
make a guess.
We're here to
Make a
create
guess.
content. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's.
We haven't, so
Good, I like that. Let's make a guess.
the problem is I'm just gonna guess what I want to have, which is
Yeah.
when they do the sausages are really good, but we're not getting Italian sausage. I think we already had that last week.
Yeah.
But that's what I'd like to have today. So with any luck,
But what
we're
would be
not
the
having chicken.
Okay, so the guess is sausage.
You know, my guess is sausage.
Okay, my guess is some sort of barbecue leg of chicken with seasoned wedges and green beans.
Ooh, green beans.
We'll see. We'll update that.
Our salad is going to have, it's going to be an egg
Please have
salad.
tuna.
On our, no, I'm going to guess egg salad.
Okay, I'm
going
down with
egg
egg salad. Egg salad's not number 2 for me.
Yeah.
So the chicken salad, sometimes that's on there, is pretty good. Sometimes questionable. Tuna, always good. And then, you know, I don't mind.
As long as it's not the lunch meat, then I'm.
Right, exactly. The lunch meat is something that.
You don't do that on a salad. That's just.
All right. So now, yeah, you don't have to. My wife does it, but she does it with olives and everything. The salad is absolutely amazing. Shout out to my wife, who just continues to amaze me every single day. Okay, so here we go, man. I didn't think we'd go 6 for 6, but we did. It's a hot dog kind of day. And despite not knowing what is for lunch, I hope you guys have a bunch of chicken dinner winners because we've had them over here, and there's lots of news to drop. There's Fed speak, there's lessons, and most importantly, there's Obi and Adara. So for Neil and I, thank you so much.
Go.
We'll catch you on the flip side. Peace.
Hey everybody, welcome back to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. I am Adara, and this is Obi, and we're gonna wait for everybody to kind of get into the chat here. I'm putting on my best Sharif, I guess, here. Bears versus Bulls, saying Adobe's back on the Midday Show together, let's go. Chase Bands, happy Monday. Market Sniper here, Havana Woody. Darwin in the chat. We're going to wait for everybody to get involved. Also, the TQQs are dropping, so we're going to take some profit here. Please just punch. We'll get into our trades in a moment. But first, we want to welcome everybody here into the chat. JC Finance is here in the chat. Bears versus Bulls again saying, let's go, which shout out. Cairo saying good morning here as well. Shout out to you. Just waiting for everybody to come in. How was your weekend, Obi?
It was good. Got a little R&R in and slept a lot, but yeah, otherwise it was good. How about yours?
I slept like all day on Saturday. I'm not even going to pretend like I didn't. It was a nice little relaxing rest. Then yesterday was able to get a little bit done. So that's all. I feel like R&R is good on a weekend, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But we're getting some more people
nice
here.
scalp there.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Solid.
you. Yeah, I'll get into the trade in a moment here, but we also have Mateus Lanes, Oscar Plays, Bala Nambi, Easy Trader, The Boring Man, Hudson Trader, FFTB, Stupid Bitcoin, Ponzi, Fonzie, Bonzilla, Emad, Mahesh, Matthew Booth, Uzi Game, Anthony Kerr, Travel Buddy, Trading Range, 1320 Wolf, Off Grid, Fat Figa, Mr. Longshorts, Tyru, Bristol, Elon, Yoel Reyna, David Hay, AJ, Adam DeLuce, Joe Finero. So many people here in the chat. Sam saying, let's make me some money, my dear friends from Canada. I think that's a great note to end this welcome on. But if I didn't say your name, still shout out and thank you for being here today. What kind of trades have you been looking at this morning before we get into the lesson?
Nothing too crazy. I had a couple of trades written down in the morning. Apple and TD, GME, we saw what it did on Friday. That was pretty wild there. Didn't really partake in the GME move, and I didn't even look at it after this morning. I did kind of attempt to break out. Oh wow, what a beautiful reversion. Okay, so I guess it did pull back off of previous day highs around 17s, but yeah, no, I had a bit of an Apple short, just a day 2 earnings play there, and it's holding VWAP as of right now, and yeah, the market getting a little bit of market tailwind as well as the futures pull back off of this 18.1 area-ish. But yeah, let's see if this trend kind of holds on for the day. But it is a Monday start to the week. But yeah, that's all I really had on board. TD, I'm in there, tried a couple of times, didn't really work, looking for that continuation from the previous day. But you know what? If it's going to revert, it'll revert. It got sold off quite heavily on Friday with the whole DOJ debacle that's going on with the banks. So
Good way of putting it. Debacle's
Yeah.
a great word to use there, yeah. Nice short on Apple, though. That's awesome. Yeah.
thank you. Got a little lucky there, but yeah, no. It worked out. It worked
It's always nice when the idea is like you have a reason for it there, and then you get a little bit of luck helping you out along the way, right? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with that night, the confluence there, I guess.
Yeah, confluence.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think my only trade so far today, I had this TQQ short, which I want to talk about quickly. I know TQQ generally, it's been pretty strong. I know Sean, shout out to Sean being in the long in that, but I came, this was the thing on my chart this morning, and I saw we did have these lower highs. And so I was like, you know what, Adara, try to take this as a scalp, just taking it into VWAP, which is what I ended up doing here, got involved. 57.63s. I was only risking about 5 pennies. I said if we decisively break above 57.68, I'm going to have to say bye. And I was looking for minimum 57.57. We got here into VWAP, and I said, you know what, Adara, just get out here. So that's what I ended up doing. Scalped about, I think, 10, 11 pennies. So please just punch. First trade of the day. I'm also looking at here a SOX L short. This is one that I have been trading a little bit recently. I think it's kind of, especially since going live and trying to trade less expensive names, I think SOX L has been a nice way for me to get all my chip plays, all of my chip nutrients there in one dose. So I do like the fact that we're now below the 90 MA. We're seeing lower highs, lower lows. We're below VWAP. There is something I like here. It's going to stay on the side chart, and I'm going to have to update the rest of my side charts and revamp to see if there's stuff I want to look at right here, right now. Donnie's and Bob, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Beak already wet. I want to get drenched. Yeah,
Wow.
Lots of opportunities in this market here, I think, with which to do so. It's a Monday. We have earnings. Palantir tonight. So you can see that with Sean and I. So I think there's definitely lots of opportunities to dip one's beak here heading into the rest of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We can see the futures kind of pulling back here a little bit. But yeah, Lowen, let us know on the chat what you guys are trading today so we can take a potential look at that. Yeah, Palantir earnings tonight, but it's already kind of making a bit of a move here. Let me pull that up for you. Palantir, PLTR. Okay, so yeah, take a quick look at this one. Earnings anticipation potentially doing that nice strong R-vol going into the morning session and kind of continuing that trend into that 25 for now. Let me take this EMA off. But yeah, you guys can see how clean it's been pushing off of this morning session, even in the off the pre-market is what I mean, holding some of these pre-market levels as well. Quite strong to the upside there on Palantir. What do you got going on?
Oh yeah, sorry, I completely like zoned out there. Yeah, I'm trying to get this SOX L short. I just mentioned I'm interested in that 40-46 area, and well, I didn't mention that I was looking at that area. I mentioned that I was looking at the chart. But why I like this area is look at these wicks we had into here. Then we had that move down. That's about where that doji candle is. So I'm gonna aim for 40, 45, just to give it like an extra penny there. I want minimum moving down here into 40, 30, so I'm definitely okay with that level. I need to look at some other stuff though. I've basically been looking at the same two things all day, namely my SOX L and my TQQs. I've only been sitting down here for like about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, so still definitely have time to play the market field as it were and see what else this market is feeling. Shout out to you, Coffee Trader. Appreciate the shout out there. Definitely just trying to work a little bit on my trading every day, and it looks like SOX L might let me into this. Hopefully this will end up being a SOX W. That would always be nice there. Not a huge position, just enough for me to kind of piece it out a little bit along the way, which is something I sometimes like doing. I like that you mentioned Palantir as well. I know some people in the chat mentioned Palantir, and Palantir right now actually kind of rangy. So that is, of course, always going to pique my interest. Let me look at the PLTR here. Yeah, so I like that we're kind of chopping and churning a little bit with this base around that 2470. I don't want to get short this. We are up like 6+% of the day. It's an earnings move, et cetera, et cetera. But if we come back down and rest around, what is this? Like this 2470 area, I have no qualms about getting involved here. So I'm going to be keeping this on my side chart. I'm not going to have a dip buy until I see levels I really, really like, but I do think this is quite a nice look on PLTR. Also, shout out to Yatu, blessed to take 110 a share on Mullen. Shout out to you. I know Sean was mulling over some Mullen earlier today as well. He was in that trade, so definitely not. Let's look at Mullen because this is not one I look at very frequently. And that's, a little bit. We have Lucid Group reporting tonight as well. So certainly a lot of opportunities for these EVs to be on watch. This is actually nice here. We might, if we see some support at 540 on Mullen, I'm not going to like hop in both feet first, but I might dip a toe in the water. You know what I mean? Try going in the shallow end here with a couple shares that this area holds up. We are below the 9 EMA, and we did have a lot of consolidation, a bit of a top there at 580. But we're going to have to see what awaits us. I don't think this is necessarily bad luck. We are involved in SOX L, so let's try to get that SOX W here as we head into this morning.
Before we move on, we got a little bit of a new sponsor here. So brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days when you were always ready to go. Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you will receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor's visits, no waiting in the line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TraderTV at checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. Visit bluechew.com, promo code TraderTV. Wow, okay. All right, trust me, I can come up with a lot of puns for that one. You guys will, just wait, don't worry about it. We're just getting started here, guys.
Obi, oh, you guys think you pun a lot on this show? Just wait, yeah, so. Shout out there to Obi. Thank you for doing that ad read there. SOX L looks like we might actually be taking a SOX L on this. We're breaking above here. I'm going to step out of this trade as we head into the lesson of the day because I don't want to be too distracted by this one. Also, I don't think I planned this as well as I necessarily should have. I got involved. Then we have a nice little pop up here. And I'm like, you know what, SOX L, if you want to move to the upside, that is fine by me. Still slightly up on the day with that TQQ trade, but always bullish on positivity. That's what we do here on this show. But also what we do here is lessons. And right now we're going to talk about scalping the open. I mean, we love talking about scalping here. The theme of the week is going to be how to trade IPOs, SPACs, and direct listing. And here we're going to talk about some different strategies for trading those, including scalping the open. So that basically will involve capitalizing on the initial price volatility of an IPO, SPAC, or direct listing. And so a quick breakdown, the goal of this trading strategy is going to be to capture small profits from quick price movements within minutes or hours after the opening. So basically the general goal that you're going to have when you're trading in a scalpy way, but you're just really going to have to target it for the quick, fast-paced movements that you have with these IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. So why are these the right ones to choose? Well, they have really high volatility. These events will often experience significant price fluctuations due to hype, uncertainty, and initial buying or selling pressure. And I mean, Sean was showing us some of those charts from like Reddit and ARM. When you have those first days, and I remember ARM was the first IPO that I witnessed. Reddit was the first one that I traded decently because I'm not going to count the Birkenstock debacle. But I think it's interesting to kind of see how you do have that initial interest. They're very highly hyped. You can always see it in the chat. We'll try to have the book up ready when we do have these IPOs. We get RBRK recently as well. And what was that other recent one? Viking. So there are a lot of IPOs this year as well, which is why I think this is a nice one to look at. And if you look at any of these charts, you will see a lot of interest on that first day there as well. So what else? What is the other reason? I mean, potential for large gaps comes part and parcel with the territory. We have that big move. There are gaps to come alongside, and so the opening price might significantly differ from the pre-market price, which can create profit opportunities. So here are some strategies to talk about with these. First, you want to identify the candidates. So focus on these highly anticipated IPOs, Reddit, SPACs. Well, IPOs, Reddit was an old IPO, but you know what I mean? Look at those IPOs that are getting a lot of attention. Look at your SPACs, so the Special Purpose Acquisition Corp, or direct listings with strong pre-market interest and research of the company, industry, and market sentiment. That's probably going to be more as well if you're looking for a bit more of a longer term or swing move perhaps, but either way, you want to make sure that you know what you're getting into, you know what type of interest might be there. Get a sense, maybe, you know, what price are we supposed to be opening at compared to where we do open. Reddit definitely had that where it ran up a lot into its opening, so that's a huge look as well. Let's also talk about pre-market prep. So once you have your IPO or SPAC or direct listing that you're looking at, make sure you have limit order set, that you're looking at to pre-buy or pre-sell at specific price points based on your analysis. And again, this is where research comes in. You do not want to jump in all willy-willy head first without having willy-nilly, or head first without doing all your research and your due diligence. Risk management is also really important. So make sure, just as you're planning your entry, that you're determining your stop loss goals and your take profit levels to minimize potential losses and secure those gains. So now when you have that, now you've got the opening. Observe the price action, and this is a huge thing I want to say personally as somebody who's only traded the 2 IPOs. I was successful trading Reddit. This was still back in the sim, mind you, because I did wait a little bit for levels I liked. I had one trade that wasn't successful. In the second trade, I came in with levels I liked a lot more, and I was able to attack it with the viciousness. When I traded Birkenstock, which is the first IPO I traded, I was basically just in the mindset of, I want to get involved, punch, with no research. And of course, that's not going to go as well, right? So you want to make sure that you do that due diligence so you're ready for that opening and you have observed the price action ahead of time. Then you want to execute your trades based on your predefined strategy and the observed price action, and that's when you're going to trigger your buy and sell orders. Now, quick exit. You are here for a good time and not a long time, hence the scalping, right? You want to make sure you're scalping for small, quick profits. Do not get greedy, and I've talked a lot about how, as a scalper, getting greedy or trying to stay in the move a little bit too long could hurt you, but especially in IPOs or direct listings when you don't really know how this is going to move yet. You have to be really, really cautious and cognizant of what it's going to do because you really have no idea. And if you get a little bit too welcome, a little bit too set in your ways and thinking that the stock wants you forever, that's where things can maybe go a little bit against you. Exit your positions within minutes or hours, depending on your strategy here as well. Some other things to consider. Volatility. You want to be prepared for those rapid price swings, and your stop loss orders are going to be crucial to manage your risk. Liquidity also worth noting because newly listed companies might have slightly lower trading volume, making entries and exits a little bit more challenging. Also, the psychology here, because scalping does require a disciplined approach and the ability to handle the emotional roller coaster of short-term trading. I think being in a scalp mindset, as someone who does like scalping a lot, definitely changes your trading, and it's important to consider that mindset as you're planning your trades and your exits as well. Now, a couple other tips. Paper trading, and I as someone who paper traded a couple IPOs, I think that's really key as well. Before risking your real capital, you want to make sure you're practicing your scalping strategies with a paper trading account to gain experience and refine your approach. You also want to start small maybe and start with smaller trading sizes to manage risk and build confidence. And last but not least, track your performance as is par for the course of trading. Maybe you want to maintain a trading journal to analyze your results, or identify your mistakes, and improve your strategy. Scalping the open is a bit more of an advanced trading technique given the volatility that you can get with these types of stocks, so make sure that you understand market dynamics, risk management, and have the ability to act quickly and decisively. And you also might want to look at some indicators to help refine and enhance your scalping, like moving averages, support and resistance, and volume analysis. Also, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat mention the ongoing Kendrick Drake stuff. I have to say, the Kendrick drops this weekend were very spicy. That's what I'm going to say on the matter. But yeah, I mean, any like takes on, I guess, scalping the open or IPOs?
Yeah, no, I think that again, with the very limited experience that I have accumulated on the floor, we've traded some IPOs before, but SPACs. I know we've talked about I've talked about this on the show before. I did trade SPACs when they were pretty hot I think it was 2021. Shout out to CCIV. Shout out to HCAC. Some wild trades. CCIV I think was the one that moved into Lucid, one of my better trades, holding it into that merger. What was it? The confirmation. Yeah, it was. I think that the SPAC days may or may not. I think they're pretty much gone now. But here's the thing: I heard that wasn't the only time that SPACs were popping and moving around. And the funny thing was. It was SPACs have like this deal where they have a limited amount of time before they have to make a merger, or everybody gets their shares, gets their money back for the shares that they potentially bought. And a lot of them had a floor at $10, right? So it's like, all right, well, if you can get in and around $10, you're pretty much risking almost nothing, right? And then if it started getting a merger deal or any sort of hype around it, I know that Reddit was pretty big around SPACs. Our SPACs. Shout out to all the due diligence that happened on our SPACs back in the day. But yeah, no, it was wild times for sure. But no, IPOs, I think scalps definitely are pretty decent. Looking for stuff on the tape. They're fresh prices, psychological levels as well. Scalps, I think, work pretty decently on IPOs. And I think something I like to look for as well for an IPO is like, who are the underwriters? Is it like, are they nobody? Are they some big banks? Is it Goldman Sachs? Sachs, JPM, Mizuho, names that we're familiar with, names that we trust. Are they kind of backing that IPO? And then if I see that in their S1 filing, then you can go look at the tape and be like, all right, well, if there's a huge bid that's there, is it JPM or Goldman Sachs buying it up? I have no idea, but it makes me trust it a little bit more on for those IPOs and potential trades around said tape action. But yeah, no, that's what I have to say about the IPOs. Not always volatile, but if it's doing volume and if there's a lot of public interest, I think it can provide for good opportunities.
Yeah, and I think ARM was a good example of that as well, and I appreciate that you brought up the underwriters because ARM and SoftBank, that was a huge story there. Like SoftBank coming back into the IPO game here. They have ARM, so I think that was certainly a look right now. I just got involved into Palantir. I don't know if we're going to be in the clear on Palantir. We'll have to wait and see what we do here on Palantir, but I do think that this 66 level is going to be my stop, so we're going to be risking about 7 pennies here. Like I said, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I like that we're holding up and continuing to bounce off the 70s level, trying to get into 85s. I do not love that we just took a little bit of a move to the downside here. So not really liking what I'm seeing Palantir right at the second, but we do have time. Also, so that SOXL looks like if I'd been a little bit more patient, I would have probably been fine, lost about 5 pennies on that. Right now, basically flat break even on the day. If we keep, because I initially liked this short, right? But then I was like, oh, it looks like we could be moving a little bit higher. I still can't tell. I'm keeping SOXL here on the side chart because even though we did take a SOXL there on that first trade, I'm always open to seeing if there's other opportunities brewing here. I think if I am scalping, if I'm quick with the punches and roll with the punches there, pun intended, there could be some opportunities there. TQs as well. Let's see what we've got here on the TQs. Yeah, so I mean, if we keep, I think we are still probably along on the TQs. Generally, I find there have been times where I've taken a trade and then I find out Sean's in the opposite direction. I feel like, the Sticky Note Nation knows what it's talking about. And that's usually when I lose out a little bit here. I know Sean is long the Qs. And I took this guy, and I mean, like, regardless, if I like the strategy, right? Which is why I went short here earlier. But that was a planned scalp. So I really want to see a continued movement up, and I want to see a break above that 57.70 area, which, as I mentioned, was a little bit of resistance earlier, for me to feel confident in going long on the Qs. And again, I always scalp and I always range. If there's a range scalp opportunity there, I'll take it. But right now, I don't have enough of a clear read on these TQQs. Palantir, I don't think we're in the Palantir on Palantir. I really don't. I think I'm gonna have to probably jump ship there. But also I wanna take a look at Netflix for some people, because I know Netflix, some people had Netflix on their watch list earlier. Okay. Nice move up here. Netflix is up 2+%. Do we have any news on Netflix? Let's find out, shall we? NFLX. CNBC's final trades, apparently, it was mentioned. Not seeing any, oh yeah, Netflix is back on its way, says Stephen L. White, so Short Hill Capital. So some positive mentions here on CNBC. This is a nice breakout, I think, or it's trying to be a nice breakout here. That move pushed down here into 589, then breaking back up over 591. Looks like it's bouncing off the 9 EMA. Not anything I have a trade on, just because this is not an name I'm going to trade, especially so soon after going live. But I think you've got nice support at the date 95.50. What are you involved in right now?
I think it's funny that you mentioned Netflix and that it's doing that. I did write it down as one of my in-play names here. Not the top name, but I have Netflix technical breakout. Is there a bid on VWAP? Get long. What am I doing? I'm not involved in that clearly, but yeah, no, Netflix. Let's take a quick look at what I mean by that. And yeah, it is definitely on its way. Technical catalyst or not, technical breakout is catalyst enough for me. And yeah, let's take a quick look at a higher time frame to see what I mean by that. So take a look at this. So earnings, a little bit of a gap down, consolidation, and now as of last trading day, right here, we pushed pretty strong up into that into these highs there, these daily highs post earnings, and I'm like, yeah, okay, gap fill into previous highs. This is a technical breakout, and it's reason enough post earnings that you might get some buying pressure, with players offside through this level right here. What is that level? 578. So yeah, right off the open, doesn't even look back, straight strength to the upside here. Where does the gap fill? I have no idea. 605s, maybe you take the close 610s, but the strength is definitely there on the day. Now I know I can't play every name that I write down on the notepad. I have like a bunch of ideas. And obviously I'm not able to assess the probability of those ideas happening when I'm planning before, but when I'm coming in, I'm like, yeah, I did see Netflix earlier on, and I was like, yeah, this is quite strong off of that push, holding previous day's highs as well. And yeah, if we can throw a VWAP on there, actually no, maybe we do want that EMA in there. But let's take a quick look at the volume weighted average price. I don't want those Bollinger Bands, but it seems like it is riding on one of those extremes there. But yeah, holds that VWAP right off the open and starting to accelerate to the upside. Can we get 600 today? I have no idea, but it is quite extended to the upside, trading up for almost 2 hours now as we near into that 11:30 mark. So is that reversion back to VWAP going to happen? I have no idea, but this volume is coming in quite nice. No real R-vol to say, but again, technical breakout. Follow through for sure happening there. Watching TD as well. Nothing too crazy. It's kind of grinding to the upside there. Let us know what you guys are trading. I know people were talking about ACB in the chat as well. So ACB, we know that the weed names have been kind of on watch after what happened. I think it was last week. Yeah, last Tuesday. Intraday news with that with the government saying that we're going to be classifying it as a less harmful substance, and then you get this strong volume. Look at that constant volume right into the close. Beautiful short coming in the next day. A little bit of a reversion going on there, and we've only been fading off there since then. And I think CGC was the one I kind of wanted to trade there. Yeah, you can see that I have my anchored kind of clipped onto that volume coming in there, just to see where where the average volume may potentially be offside off of that move there. And yeah, we are trading below that price, holding this $10 level here quite interestingly. But yeah, no, it's been pretty interesting. Been talking to a lot of people about these names here, and something interesting to note. If you go to a higher time frame and take a look at the monthly, take a look at this volume that's been coming in, Adara. Like, it's been expanding into some of these breaks. So yeah, it's been sold off quite aggressively. We know what these names did in 2019 and 2021 as well. Straight selling, beautiful swing short. But that volume coming back in, taking a bit of a base, can't really sell off anymore. And then you have this, again, I'm going to repeat it again, that expanding volume looking very interesting here. So what do we have in store? I have no idea. I got to study some more charts to really kind of bring in that perspective here. But interesting. With the limited information that has been printed on the chart, we are testing some of these previous levels as well. Take a look at that wick as well on the monthly, kind of pushes back into the previous support resistance level right here, and then flushes back in, and now we're building back into that. Interesting stuff on these weed names there. Yeah, 1320 Wolf. If you saying that NVIDIA is a great option for people that want that NVIDIA action, yes, sir, it definitely is. NVDA. I was talking about this one in the morning there with Max, and I was like, yeah, that pre-market high looking quite nice there, and we just blast through it off the open, and a little bit of a continuation bid after what we saw. I think this was FOMC. Yeah, so this was FOMC. You get a little bit of a reversion man action happening here with tops at that 860. Interestingly, you come in on Friday, hold that high, and then you bid all the way up into the close. That continuation happening quite strong once again today off of these pre-market highs, previous day highs as well, whatever you want to call it. Levels from previous recent times breaking and accelerating to the upside there. Nvidia potentially coming into that 1,000 mark. We know that a lot of us are looking for that 1,000 potentially to come back in. It never really did. It got to 970, 974 almost, and then pulled right back in. So a nice little healthy pullback. But if we do go to a larger time frame, it does seem like it has been holding these levels quite nicely. So do we get that sideways consolidation or that continuation? I have no idea, but a little bit of a dip and pop right back into some of these previous levels on NVIDIA. So it should be an interesting quarter coming in with this strength here. We know that all of last year caught quite strong of a bid, and then the beginning of this year we started taking a little bit of a breather as well. So are we going to get that continuation this year? I have no idea. Let's take a quick look at the monthly chart. That's looking perfectly fine. Is that a 3-bar? I have no idea. Chart patterns.
There's something happening in the water there.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
That's for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if we can like label it, but we know it exists. It's like, it could be like a little shark poking its fin out or whatnot. But yeah, nice look there. You know what's not a nice look is Palantir doing a whole lot of nothing for me. This has not been my best name that I've been playing as of late. I'm probably gonna get out of this. I'm trying to be a little bit more patient. We haven't gotten to my area that I want to get out, but I am slowly but surely losing my sanity in that trade. So just kind of darting in and out. I think we're just gonna get out here because this is not coming to fruition in the way that I wanted it to. So gonna lose a little bit there on the PLTR, but basically we were looking to kind of break below that area. We were not decisively breaking above that 9 EMA that it needed us to for that trend. The boring man asked me about Mara. So you know what? Yeah, let's take a look at Mara here. You wanted to know my thoughts on Mara. I have to say, this is a mighty fine VWAP bounce. This is a gorgeous VWAP bounce here on, what is this, 1937? This is so clean. Nice move to the upside. We're trying to make a higher high here. Let's kind of see what happens. But right now, 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles trying to push above that nice little area of resistance earlier at 2010. Let's see, not the year, but the price. Okay, that's a nice gap up. Let's see. Okay, I see you, Mara. You're running a little marathon to the upside. I mentioned this, I think, probably a while back, but I think for me on Mara, there is a clear resistance level around that 32, 33 area. We have earnings coming up on Thursday alongside its Bitcoin pal, Clean Sparks. We're gonna have to see how that one does. We have had this nice support though around 16 continuing to manifest right now, trying to push above that resistance around 20. I think this could be a nice look here for Mara. And I think additionally here, we're coming to this 20 area. Look, that was a little bit of support in the daily chart earlier coming into March 25th. So this could be a little bit interesting for M to the A to the R to the A. Alex Enzo mentioning a name I was looking at earlier as well for that small cap recap. Nuvo is where the scalps are at, but risky. Also, yeah, so Palantir I got out of. Now Palantir's up to the level I like, but you know what? It's all good. That's how the market goes sometimes. And that's honestly my own fault for being impatient because it didn't even come to my area. So I learned a lesson there. Palantir taught me something about that. So hopefully we had to, we learn, hopefully I learned from that lesson. But basically, Nuvo, yeah, I see what you mean about the scalps being on Nuvo. If we get, that's interesting because we're bouncing off this 7. This is also, speaking of what we're talking about today, this is a SPAC. This one de-SPAC'd on Thursday. So this is actually a recent SPAC play. So nice look here. Special Acquisition Corp. I don't know if there's any special trades for me in this one today, but I might have to acquire some longs off that 9 EMA, take it into 7s if it bounces. Yeah, I see what you mean about risky, Alex Enzo, especially given that it is a small cap and it's a SPAC. But you know what? He might get a spot on my side chart because the SOXL moved kind of out of the range I was looking at. Yeah, this Nuvo might be a new player in my small cap side chart. How are you doing here?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that Nuvo chart because you mentioned it's a recent SPAC, and I'm like, all right, well, right before the de-SPAC, did it get any sort of action, some movement there? And it seems like you just go back there. It did get a little bit of a pop. You said it was last Thursday.
Last Thursday.
Or something. It seems like it did have roughly like a $10 shelf. This is what I was talking about here. A nice little grind up for many months there. And I think the average time, I think it was like 2 years. A SPAC has to find a potential merger candidate there. I'm not too sure. Don't quote me on that one, but I think that's what I've heard before. Now again, different ones are slightly different. I know there was that one SPAC. Might have been the Ackman SPAC that traded at like 21. They had a floor at like 2021 or something like that. But yeah, no, you got to read the filings for what the floor might actually be. But it seems like it did get that little pop and just dropped right there. And yeah, last Thursday, Friday, I guess, started selling off because yeah, that floor is kind of gone now. And a lot of people, if they were kind of pushing into this, I would suspect that they may or may not be offside, trading below the $10 level there. But yeah, nice little pick right back up off that 190. I wonder what the short float on this one is, because it seems like, is there not a short float?
I didn't see much. I'll check again here.
Okay, yeah, it's because it seems quite interesting that a lot of this buying pressure kind of coming in, pushing it right back up to the 7s there. Yeah, no, interesting action on these SPACs. Definitely something to watch out for. What is the market cap on this one? Not too bad, 88 mil there. So almost hitting that 100 mil mark that I kind of like. Now that's just me, but with a float of 3 million. Yeah, that can definitely be cornered quite easily, especially trading down here at that $2 to $3 mark on the day. And yes, quite strong. Is it doing RVOL? It definitely is. Oh boy, is it doing some RVOL there? 20x, 30x. But again, you got to remember, it does not. It probably does not do too much volume on the daily. Average daily volume at 30-day volume is 1 million, and it's doing 30 mil almost today with the 27 happening right now with about 11:30. So it's not even lunchtime, and it's doing a ridiculous amount of RVOL. But the volume on the day kind of dying off here. So maybe something potentially to watch out for. But yeah, let's see what's happening here on the volume gainers. We can run through some of these names here. I got a couple of names on my list as well. Earnings day 1 and day 2 plays as well. I like to keep an eye on and get involved in. We see that Apple kind of holding this 181-ish area here as well. So I got eyes on that one. I did like the short off of some of those morning levels there. Didn't quite hold the trade as much, but it is what it is. I'm looking for that next trade. What is that next trade? I have no idea. But let's continue to kind of look around here, look at the landscape to see if we can find anything that may potentially line up with our playbook here today. All right, so NEO, a little bit of extension to the downside after a pop in the morning, so pushing back into previous days levels here, 555, 5.5 and some change, kind of holding as of right now. Let's see if that continuation, that trend has any sort of continuation to the downside here. SGE, no idea who these guys are. Strong Global Entertainment. All right, less than 2 million float there, so I'm not really going to be looking at that one too much. XBP, who are these guys? Europe Holdings, XBP Europe Holdings there. Again, doesn't really look like too liquid of a ticker. Is this a SPAC as well?
I didn't.
Maybe, I have no idea. Not previously paid dividends. Shares flow 8 million, 100 mil market cap. All right, so maybe something interesting there, but not really looking at that right now. Tesla, oh boy, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I know I like Tesla for sure, but yeah, nice little pop in the morning. Coming back into these pre-market levels, can't really get to that pre-market low just as of yet, but holds that level. Nice little bounce happening. Let's see where VWAP's at. So maybe a reversion to VWAP here potentially as once it got below VWAP, attempted to cross VWAP once again. Are those any levels here? Okay, interesting. A little bit of some toppy action. Again, that's that FOMC. Let me take this view up out of the way. This is that FOMC reversion, I think, that happened last Wednesday. Yeah, okay, so that kind of, those tops holding as of right now with that confluence with VWAP. So that might have been a little nice. Was not watching it, but Tesla kind of ranging there. Now Tesla's an interesting name overall as well. Got a lot of anchors going on there, but none of which are relevant today, other than that one off of. I guess no, that was VWAP. Sorry. All right, so what do we got here? We got Mara. We talked a little bit about Mara. Mara holding VWAP as well, broke through that pre-market high. Take a look at this consolidation that happens right on top of pre-market highs, on top of that 19 level. Bit of a missed opportunity. Now again, when you look back at it, it's all in retrospect, and it kind of looks real nice. But yeah, if you were there for it, maybe there was potentially something there. But that pre-market high hold, the consolidation continuation above VWAP, happening on Mara there. Apple, I know we were involved with that a little bit in the morning, kind of comes into these previous day levels here. Can't really push too far. Again, we know that Berkshire, I was watching a part of that AGM for Berkshire. I think there was videos and clips posted about it over the weekend, and Warren Buffett talking about how or why. I think the question was asked, why did you sell all that Apple with that recent 10K that was filed? And I think he suggested something along the lines of, okay, we're kind of now this is just my interpretation of it, and he was like, okay, we're kind of paying taxes, and you shouldn't be too worried about us selling Apple when you know that it is going to be one of our holdings. And he also mentioned Coke and American Express as well, along the same lines in those statements. But interesting little pullback on Apple, holding below VWAP as of right now, holding below previous day lows as well. Again, earnings day 2, quite an interesting move there. Strong RVOL on day 1, not really doing as much RVOL, but trading below it, and we are catching a little bit of weakness along the lines of those previous days levels there, 183, 184-ish area. Nuvo, we talked about. SoFi, I haven't really looked at SoFi today, but looks a little choppy in the range. SoundHound, I think you were mentioning this earlier with that. And again, Nvidia has a stake in SoundHound.
Yes,
right?
yeah, they do.
What was that other one again? SoundHound and
Big Bear
ARM.
AI? No.
No, I think it was ARM. ARM and
It was
SoundHound.
ARM. Yeah, ARM was one
ARM
of
and
the two. Yes,
SoundHound.
there were quite a
Yeah.
few.
Let's see
ARM's
what our
definitely
friend
the bigger one.
ARM is doing here. ARM holding a little bit of a bid. Again, I don't know if there's much of a correlation to Nvidia, but yeah, okay. So Nvidia also kind of trending up. We talked about that pre-market high break that kind of happened. Where's my pre-market levels here? Let's see. Anyways. But yeah, kind of those top names. AMD kind of pushing towards some of those highs as well. Maybe potentially coming into an anchored. Is that off of earnings? I think so. Potential earnings anchored coming right back in for AMD. Nice little dip off of. Again, we seem to be holding a lot of previous day levels on a lot of these names here. Market quite strong. So let's take a quick look back at these futures here, kind of holding this 18.1. We did push off of, like I said, that FOMC level held quite nicely as of last week, printing above that nice little spike, reversion back down, holding those levels. But what do you guys got on watch? Let us know. We'll take a quick look at them. What are you up to?
I'm actually in the TQQ. Speaking of the futures here, we are, though, chopping and turning around that previous high, as you mentioned, those levels that we got into during the day that Jerome Powell really did live up to the reversion man nickname that you've given him there. We had all of that movement up, down, all around. I'm proud of what I did with this trade, though, because I want to talk about it here. We did get involved. Again, I took that short earlier, and I said, hey, if we keep curling up, I have no qualms about getting long. And we did. So I got involved at that 57.64 area. That was the area I went short earlier. So that was kind of the impetus. I said, if we hold it up, I want to get involved. I saw that we were kind of breaking above that 68 level. Then I took some profit out here around 74s. Then I was like, you know what, Adara, we could go higher. Why don't you want more shares? So I decided I did. And I had a planned add here. Well, I planned it after the fact, but the point is we didn't rush into it. I had a little dip buy at the ready here to reload at 57.68. So why 57.68? That was that previous resistance on a wick basis and also on a closing basis, right? So all the levels I'm trying to say were very pre-planned. Then I added in, I wish I had a few more shares here. I feel like I still don't have a ton of wiggle room, and I have no problem continuing to add the dips right now. We still have 2/3 of the position right now. So everything that we added at 50, we've taken out everything at this point that was added at 57.64. Now we just have the 57.68 position left. If we have a high of day break, I do have some pieces for the dream. And hopefully that dream will be beautiful. Let's take a look at Palantir, though, because I mentioned earlier the patience there was not here for me. So shout out to anybody who's still in this long, because congrats to you. I like the area I got in. I just got very, very skittish, and I was like, oh, Dara, just get out. So I did. I think this is honestly the definition of a panic sell. I really don't know what else to say. I was going to stay in here until 24.66. We didn't get below 24.67. So at this point, this is such an L. And I think the reason it's such an L for me, and the reason I am kind of beating myself up for it, is because it was a mental failing. And the second I get out, it continues to move to the upside. I have no one to blame for this but myself. And again, shout out to anybody who's in this long. I know Sean is, and there's some people in the chat as well. Shout out to Elon, I believe, who are involved in this on a swing basis or heading into earnings. So shout out to all of you guys. Great trade. I fumbled the ball on this. And honestly, that's why patience is so important. And it's something I need to remember. So I'm going to bully myself a little bit for this with the intention that I'm going to do better now. Also, shout out to Elon here in the chat saying that Uber, $3 in the money here for Uber. So shout out to you, $3 club on UBR. Nice continued move here to the upside, up almost 5%. Chopping and turning, bouncing off that EMA. Let's see the 9 EMA. Let's see if we have any lift off in Lyft, which is on the NQ, which I always forget. Lyft reports to tomorrow after close. Then we get Uber Wednesday before open. So those two rideshare names gonna play a little bit of bumper cars. Oh, okay, Uber or Lyft, not Uber. I like this 1752 area. I like that we had a little bit of chop and churn. We break above, we rest on it. You know what? Lyft might be getting lifted to my side chart. I still have Nuvo on here, but this is not a name that is really necessarily always going to be my wheelhouse. That being said, I like that we're bouncing on the 9 EMA. I like the higher highs here off VWAP. We're not going to kick Nuvo off here just yet. We're going to keep Nuvo on the side chart, but Lyft is going to be on my mind because I think Lyft could be ready for lift off that level. Also, TQs getting a little bit slouchy here. I would like them to continue to have that momentum off that 57.70. I have no problem adding to the position a little bit at 57.70, but I'd rather it just continue to make its move towards high of day. Happy with how I executed the trade thus far, and I don't want to panic sell because of the Palantir situation as well. I want to steer Palin clear of panic selling from now on. But yeah, this Nuvo. I like this Nuvo, but if I'm involved in Nuvo, I'm going to have to dedicate all my attention to this. I'm going to have to be hopelessly devoted to Nuvo. Shout out to Greece there. So we're going to have to see what NUVO does, but it is staying on the side chart for the time being. DAL, the incredible Mr. Lib wants us to check out looking at options for the June 21st $55 call. Let's take a look here at DAL. Okay, let's look at, okay, this is nice. This flat top break here, 52.40 is really nice on the intraday, but you mentioned options. Okay, if this holds though, that being said, if this holds, I might be getting long DAL off the 9 EMA, but that's not really the point. You want to look at the daily. I'm assuming you want to look at the daily here for options, and this is, yeah, this all upside here, flying to the upside here for Delta. This looks like an alpha chart here to the upside, pun very intended. A little bit of resistance coming back into this late 2023, early 2024 at the 42 level, continuing to move to the upside here. Then we have this nice bounce off the 46, which is a bit of previous resistance in March 2024. So I think this is a nice look here. And yeah, you're saying options as well. So that looks like upside could be a nice option here for this DAL. Also, shout out to the Piper earlier mentioning this range in GE. I totally missed this. That is very much on me. But this is also a stock that's probably a little bit too, as Sharif sometimes says, too rich for my blood, especially since going live. This one is over $100 here. We're at 167 plus, almost 168. That being said, this flat top break was pretty suave. We only tested it a couple times. When we break above that 167.40, we do so with a viciousness. We bounce off that 9 EMA. GE ready for liftoff here. I think this is a very nice look. Also TQs, if you want to break the high of day. I'm so happy I packed my patience and I'm still involved in this. So yeah, Nuvo I'm still looking at, but TQQs I'm very happy with. How's it going over here?
Not too bad. I did kind of indulge a little bit further into that TD. Now, again, I've been stopped out a couple times on the short there. Maybe this is the one that'll take us to VWAP and beyond, potentially that 55, kind of that consolidation in the morning. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. Or not, who knows? But yeah, that DOJ news kind of has me a little bit leaning a little strong on one way for when it comes to bias. But yeah, let's see if we kind of get that move or not. I have no idea. Let's see if we can get a little lucky with that 55 there, as it is kind of breaking that trend, right? A little bit of a trend break happening there. We can see again. Previous day, oh boy, take a look at that. Did not really break trend till end of day. That was quite beautiful, a little bit of a missed op there. So maybe I'm getting a little potential FOMO trying it so many times on the front side of the move there in the morning. But let's see whether or not that sell is coming right back in. Again, I think that a bank getting a little bit of that news maybe has some larger players looking, having a little bit of an interest in the name there. Previous day selling quite distinctive. Nvidia to the upside, continuation. They're making fresh highs, so I guess there goes the futures with them right there through those highs. So 18.1, 1880 seems like a little bit of a double top hold happening there on the NQ. And what did the ES hold there? This 5180-ish level. But yeah, no, I don't have any ideas for the longs there. If you guys have any, let me know in the chat. But yeah, no, I'm looking for Apple to maybe come back into some of these levels from the morning session to see if selling can kind of step back in. It is consolidating pretty much sideways here, so nothing really too crazy on the Apple there. Let's take a quick look at some of these names here. I do have a list, so I've been making a list every morning, a little bit of earnings focused list, where earnings day one, day two potential names. Let's see if they have anything that looks enticing to say there. So let's just go through that list. We got Apple, and we know that we're already kind of watching that. Apple kind of holding below VWAP as of right now. Low days here, what is that? 181.60s. What's this low here specifically? 181.64, and this low right here, 181.69. So all right, so in the 60s, those lows kind of coming in. Let's see if we get that continuation. But we are holding those pre-market levels, so it could just be a chop fest all day. Yeah, no assumptions, no regrets. So Coin, let's take a quick look at Coin. Coin again is earnings day two as well. And let me take this VWAP here, kind of making the chart a little messy, but it hasn't really gone too far anywhere. Trading back below some of these pre-market highs, which had confluence with that day one earnings highs as well. So a little bit of a pullback, but within that range of that earnings reaction as of right now. So nothing for me there. SQ is the next one. SQ kind of sold off quite aggressively on day one. Now we're getting a potential, a little bit of a pickup there. Let's see that looks like a little bit of a double top here happening at that 72.30s. Again, chart patterns don't really. I'm not really giving too much precedent in terms of the bias that comes off of the chart patterns. But again, we can see that price action attempted this area twice and kind of sold off, and now we're grinding back up into it. So that's a little interesting bit of a look there on SQ day two earnings. Happening right now. Okay, so what's the next one? I'm going to DraftKings, DKNG. I know a lot of people are definitely involved with the DraftKings and traded quite often. Head and shoulders, interesting. Again, another chart pattern happening here. 43.70s with the shoulder and that little wick off of previous day kind of levels here. That first little leg that we got right back up in the 44, 60, 69, 60s, and then can't really get that far there. Look at that selling that kind of started and accelerated to the downside here. That's kind of where that selling comes right back in. And now we're making a little bit of a run for this consolidation low, 43.30s on the DraftKings. All right, so next is NET, Cloudflare. Again, in that tech space, in the software arena there, Cloudflare, not really doing too much. Sideways after that morning flush on day one, doing more of sideways action today, holding that level here. What is that at 75.89? So just underneath that 76 happening on net. NET Cloudflare, so EXPE, Expedia. I know that it's strong selling off of day one. What do I have in my notes here? Strong fade, a gap down. Again, taking a look at a higher time frame here. Let's take a quick look at the hourly. You can see that a little bit of a gap down through some of these lows. Previous earnings, right? Previous earnings low was in and around this 126. Coming in, that earnings can't really get past that previous earnings level, maybe potential reference as well. That day one can't really get past that 126 and sells off quite aggressively. Now again, their earnings quite fine, but maybe I haven't really looked at the guidance, but maybe the market's a little disappointed, the sentiment's a little disappointed in that guidance of Expedia there. on earnings day 2, not really doing too much, sideways. So AMGN is the last one for the earnings day 2 that I have, and breaking. Oh wow, okay, this is nice. Breaking below day 1 levels. Now this one gap into multi-month highs I had. So yeah, maybe a little bit of selling pressure coming in as well, because we haven't seen these levels on AMGN for since February, right? So since February of this year, so maybe a couple months ago, there gapped up into these levels where you can see that sellers kind of got a little aggressive. Previous earnings, again, we talk about these reference prices. Previous earnings levels coming in here where that selling got quite aggressive. You rip right back up into it, and it seems like sellers are back in action in and around these, what is this, 320 level, as we are selling off back down. So maybe a little bit of a reversion happening. 50%, are we doing that? This is what? About 50 points to the upside. How much have we had to the downside? Is that 25 points? Almost. So a 50% reversion happening there on a little bit of a multi-day action on AMGN. Now, day ones didn't have too many on the board today that I was interested in. We know that Save was one of them. Save kind of sold off. Again, didn't really do too well on their earnings. Bit of a miss there on both revenue and EPS, breaking below some of these levels. But now, again, it's been in a bit of a downtrend, right? So maybe a little bit of continuation with that disappointing earnings report happening on Save. Another one, Berkshire, of course. Berkshire reported this morning. And yeah, nothing too crazy there. Holds, interesting. Holds previous day lows and that 400. Oh boy, okay, so maybe a little bit of a missed trade on my part there. Wow, what is this low right here? Okay, so let's take a quick look at that low. 399.21. What is this one? 399.26. Oh boy, 4 pennies on something like Berkshire. That's pretty wild there, and it holds and breaks that trend for a nice little reversion, maybe back into VWAP. We are holding VWAP right now. Okay, all right. Missed trade. What's the next trade? I have no idea right now. I'm still looking. But all right, so what is the next one? TSN, Tyson Foods.
Oh, yeah.
Looking, wow, that's a little bit of some action there to the downside. Again, I think, okay, so they did miss on their revenue, did well on their EPS there on Tyson. Quite a sell-off off of that report right off of the open as well. So let's take a quick look at the daily here. Daily, nothing too crazy, but it does seem like we are breaking below some of these levels from recent times there. Again, what is this? Previous earnings selling off of these same prices. Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of a pattern here, using previous earnings range as a bit of a reference prices. Maybe potentially, I got to go back and look at it to see if there's any actual significance in that. But yeah, chopping sideways for now on TSN. Let us know what you guys are trading and looking at in the chat. I see people mentioning Carvana. Let's take a quick look at Carvana. Oh boy, it actually got past that 125. Damn.
Really?
All right, so. Okay, so we saw it was making a nice little shelf on top of that 22 and change last week. Attempted on Friday to get past it. Doesn't really get too far. It only goes up to 124. But oh boy, coming in today, that continuation does happen, and we get all the way to 129. So that was kind of the move we were looking for, or I was potentially looking for on day 1, day 2. Doesn't really come in, and now when I got eyes off of it on day 3, it kind of does the move into 130. And yeah, interestingly, holding those, we were talking about this earlier, holding those 115s in an interesting way. You can see that anchored VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon there, holding that anchored VWAP off of earnings quite nicely, and then a little extension to the upside off of this range break, or whatever you want to call it. Some of these levels from day 1 and day 2 break out right off of the open. Now we're getting a little bit of a pullback off of that 129. Let's take a quick look left, a little further, maybe on the hourly. No, we got to go a little bit further back than that. Carvana has been quite an interesting name. As you guys know, we are trading well below some of those crazy prices that we got to during the whole 2021, 19 as well. You can see that we blasted up off into these 376s being the high, so hundreds of points below those levels as of right now. But yeah, this is interesting. This 150, can we get to that 150? What kind of volume are we doing? These are all these questions that I'm asking right now. I have no idea. But we are holding these previous day's highs as of right now on the Vanna. So nothing too crazy. Oh wow, look at that volume bar as well, right into that flush down. So interesting. I was not watching the tape there on that one, but Carvana looking quite interesting. GME, again, we talk about this one. I was looking for a potential opportunity just off of price action, not really looking for a continuation. A bit of a missed opportunity on my hands as it clips previous day highs, and a beautiful, beautiful straight up reversion back to the downside there, back through VWAP as well, back through the opening price. Oh boy, GME, interesting price action indeed.
I mean, yeah, I think interesting price action. That could be like literally GME's tagline for like GME, interesting price action.
Yes.
But yeah, I was reading apparently that rally that we had was the most significant rally the last couple of days, mind you. Of course, not today. That was the most significant rally apparently GME has had since the great Roaring Kitty situation of 2021. So that's pretty interesting there. Also interesting, these TQs. Proud of what I'm doing so far, but man, is my patience being tested with our inability to decisively break back above 57.80. And as I say it, TQQs are like, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna say it out loud, I can maybe do it. I'm like, yeah, okay, guys, come on. Really proud of what I did with this so far. I initially got involved at this 57.64 area. Then I got out some at 57.75, added in at 57.68. So really what I've been doing is taking out and adding to build a position. Initially, I was comfortable keeping my very, very small position, trying to head up into another high of daybreak. But I had a pittance of shares. I didn't really have enough shares that I could actually work with and feel comfortable, you know, dispersing all willy-nilly, taking a piece of the dream. So right now I have a bit more of a piece of the dream. That being said, we are doing something extremely dicey at this 57.75. We haven't broken below it. If we break below into that 57.73, that is where I'm going to have to say bye-bye, because to me, that was a huge area of resistance earlier. That being said, right now we're holding up. This is the type of stuff, though, that usually drives me a little bit mad, so I think I just need to not look at it right now, because that's what happened with Palantir. As I was looking at it too much, I got out. Now I missed the opportunity to get back on this range, but you know what, Palantir, if you want to keep still ranging, I'll be Palantir. I'll be Palantir waiting for you. And with that in mind, I think Palantir gets back on my side chart, because that Nuvo, I'll look at Nuvo again, but Nuvo wasn't really doing anything Nuvo for me. Okay, I will add Palantir later, but I want to keep it on my side. If it's on my side chart, it's in my heart. No, I'm joking. It's just really just in my mind and in my eyeballs, and something to look at there. Palantir's like watching paint dry. Ugh, says Jose in the chat. I like the ugh being added there. That's how I felt earlier. But I think sometimes, you know, when it does have that move, you just have to be aware of it. And that's why I'm a bit disappointed in myself, just a skosh, for getting out a little bit too early earlier in the day. And with that in mind, TQQ is now getting below my area, so we're getting out of the TQQs. Happy I got out where I did. Really happy with what I did with this position. I did end up losing some of those gains from earlier, but happy I tried and happy I had a strategy. If we keep bouncing here off the 52.73, I'm okay with starting a whole new position, a whole new world. Shout out to Aladdin, but right then I had to leave. Yeah, Fat Figa apparently up 117% for the year, so shout out to you. Let's go Tesla break, says RS. Yeah, let's take a look at that Cybertruck, which is always doing things, that's for sure. Trying to break, ooh, okay. Whew. Okay, so right now we're at that 182.60 area. That was certainly an area OB I think was mentioning earlier where we had that couple wicks below, then held it up pretty well. I think to me, the more key thing here is not where we're resting, but where we rejected from. This 183.50 area, that's a level. Had that rejection in pre-market. We come back again, chop and churn, only to reject again. So to me, that 183.50 area, spicy. Very spicy. And I do not like spice in my food, but I do love it when it presents itself in these markets and in these trades. So we're going to have to keep an eye there on T to the S, the L to the A. Some people as well were mentioning one of your old pals, OB, Amazon's. People were like, does OB see what's happening in Amazon today? And Amazon, yeah, we had that nice breakout. Right now, though, this is kind of interesting. We had that support earlier. And I keep in mind, I'm a very amateur Amazon reader, but this is, you know, my take. 187.70 or 186.70, sorry, right? We had that area. Broke nicely above to 187.20s. We broke above that 187 level. Then we come back down. Now we're kind of seeing a skosh of resistance thereabouts, that 186.80, 186.90. I don't have a huge read in this right now. I think we had that breakout. Right now there's a lot of chop and churn around that 9 EMA, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens on these markets. Please just punch. I got out of the TQQs where we did because falling below that area. This is where I think sometimes the biggest thing, and I was mentioning this to Sean last week as well in the coffee room, but really I do think that for me, the biggest thing since going live is trying to minimize my losses. Sometimes you know where to hold them and know where to fold them. And for my trade style, I had to have a really small risk about 5 pennies there. I think 2 pennies on the average version of this, but please just punch with what I did and hopefully able to punch into some more trades. I did mention earlier, I do like that 57.68, but not enough to hop into a long without any confluence as of right now. That being said, if it keeps holding up, I got my eyes on it. So we're gonna have to wait and see if that's something I like. Nvidia getting a bit spicy here, a little bit interesting. Look at this way that we're holding. This is actually kind of similar look to Amazon, but I think Nvidia looks a bit stronger here. We're holding this 917 beautifully, but right now, you know what else we're never gonna hold for, we're never gonna wait for, we're gonna see right away is Neil and his lesson du jour.
Hey everybody, welcome. Lesson of the day here, and I hope this is one that can help everybody out at different times of the day, like right now, lunchtime. Everyone understands the concept that the market is a living and breathing beast. It's not the same at 8:30 in the pre-market as it is at 9:30 at the open, and that's not the same thing as noon. And of course, power hour at the end of the day takes on its own special life. So, we understand this from watching day in, day out. Stocks do this and that at different times of the day. But oftentimes, we're not really differentiating between trading strategies enough for those times of the session. Now, volatility is going to breed opportunity, and there's different levels of volatility at each point in the day. And if you're not respecting them, then you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble. So the first thing I want to get to here is just sort of an example of something that you can look for specifically, and I'm talking specifically at the open. Let me just zoom out a little bit here for Alibaba, because I think we all understand at 9:30, you have a lot of order flow that can come through that's very indiscriminate. It's buy it at the open, hold it for a long time. It stops getting run on long-term positions, like especially over a weekend where you come into a Monday and you can get these big events and these big moves that might have an entire day's worth of range. And in that situation, there's certain styles of trade in terms of flat breaks or mean reversion trades that just take on a different life. Now, if you're talking about a breakout or a breakdown right at the open, the first thing to consider is there's going to be a wider stop area than if you take that in the middle of the day. Like taking Apple in the afternoon when it had like a 185 level and there's lots of size on there is going to be very different from taking, say, Alibaba breaking out its pre-market bottom. Something along this, like right at the open. It's just not the same thing. You can't stop out for a 5-cent hit because in the moment that it's taking out that level at the open, the spread's probably just going to open up to that instantaneously, and you can get yourself stopped out. So you have to just approach those 8:30 trades with a different stop in mind. If you got trapped in a long trade here, well, how far can you hold it? Past the pre-market lows? I don't think so. And you got to be able to get yourself out. And why is that okay to do? Well, you risk about 50 cents in there. Sometimes it's going to go a couple of bucks. If you take the same trade in the other direction, this is Alibaba, when it breaks down, you risk 50 cents. It immediately drops a couple of bucks. And the only time it does that kind of a move fast is right there at 9:30 in the morning. So immediately your breakout trade, wider stop, wider range to hold, and then you start to think about, okay, well, what's going to happen next? Now, obviously, okay, I'm going to be able to show you a trade for later on in the day. Once you have a stock that has shown you a range and it's past 10 o'clock, you should start thinking about whether or not you want to fight the trend. And the trend can be a deceiving thing. And so one of the things I wanted to mention here for Alibaba is, generally speaking, the trend has been up in this stock, as you can see. Trend cleanly to the upside. There are a couple of very clear down days in the last few weeks, but it's been trend up. That said, just because something dips like this doesn't mean it's a downward trending name. Now, the other thing about those big, massive wicks at the open at 9:30 is they really skew the actual price action. Now, if you get rid of this opening print, which I know I'm nitpicking a bit here, you get rid of that opening print, all you have is a consolidation off the bottom on Friday at the previous close, and then a higher low gets put in, and then off to the races. Again, today, same thing. Big volume candle down, higher low, off to the races. So yeah, there's a lot of volatility coming into this stock, but it's not making an overall lower low, and then it's immediately putting in higher lows when it does dip. So yeah, that looks like it's nasty at 9:30, but if you take a step back, go from one lane to another, you begin to realize, no, if you were calm about this and wait a half an hour or so or 15 minutes, it's going right back into the upward trend. So at 9:30, it's an explosive move in one direction you want to capture, but after 9:30, it requires you to take a step back, wait for it to make some higher lows, even be willing to sit out 50 cents to $1, and then get that later day trade. Sometimes today you can get to VWAP till 11 o'clock, where you were convinced it was holding it after the big rebound. I would argue it tried once and didn't, and it tried twice and did, and 3 times on Friday. And you have to wait a little bit for those moves. That's 10:30. In here, once again, is 11 o'clock. But the good thing about when you have a middle of the day trade, when it sets up like this, they tend to be things you can just kind of hang on to. When your support level holds, you're a little bit more confident. You're not panicking out of those types of trades. Now, the thing about the time of the day that you also have to consider is your own personal success rate. Some traders make all of their money in the middle of or the beginning of the day. Some traders make it all at the end of the day, or 80% at the end of the day, and some in the middle. Ensure that you're not just tracking, well, how do I do on Alibaba? How do I do on Nvidia? How do I do on whatever the stock is? You're also considering the style of trade you're doing, breakouts versus dip buys, VWAP retracements versus trend trades, or whatever indicators you're using. And then understand what time of day is paying you the best and which strategies are paying you the best. I know on Alibaba that the last time I haven't had a breakout in a while because the dip buy off VWAP has been the one to go. And you've got to be able to understand the dip buy off VWAP is not a 9:30 trade. It's also not a 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon trade because Chinese ADRs are going to be slower at that time. So that's a trade I know I'm putting it on between probably 10 o'clock and about 11:30, maybe noon. Outside of that time range, it's no good based on the parameters that I've been watching. So time of day isn't just about markets slowing up or speeding down. That's part of the story. But individual strategies that you're using can adhere or be better during specific times of that day. So got one here for you with Alibaba. We've been tracking it for a couple of weeks. I knew this is something I wanted to talk about because you can't expect that trade to be good during the chaos of the first half an hour. But all of a sudden in the middle of the day, that VWAP hold trade is always a little bit more clear. So understand how time of day affects volatility and therefore affects the trading strategies that you're going to put on at those specific times of the day. That's your lesson of the day. Best of luck, everybody.
Thank you so much to Neil, the real deal, giving that lesson of the day. Someone in the chat was saying Neil, the Navy SEAL of trading. So Neil always getting a lot of love there in the chat for those lessons. So happy you guys appreciate them. Thank you so much to Neil for giving them. And I think it's one thing that's, I think, really apt as well, given the midday. We do have specific types of trades you're going to take, right? And I think we've talked about this a lot in the past, but I think especially for me coming as someone who's only really ever traded during the midday, I'm sure my style is a little bit different. I've developed a style that specifically is suited for the midday. So I think it's a really interesting type of conversation. I really appreciate Neil dropping hot lines there as always, because Drew's not there to say it. I'm going to. Hot lines are dropped. Thank you so much there to Neil for that lesson. Oh, Kendrick Lamar dropped. Have you been listening to the tracks? That's fair. That's not a vibe for a birthday party.
No, well, I was at Chuck E. Cheese.
That's
it was
fun.
a very,
That's
very
fun,
different vibe.
Yeah, that's definitely not the vibe. But yes, those Kendrick. Let's say I was in euphoria this weekend. I'll put it that way. Listening to all those Kendrick tracks. That's what I will say on that. But right now, I have this NVDL trade. I want to get involved. I mean, I am involved. I want to see us continue. I like these wicks below here, both on NVDL and NVDA, failing to break below this 9 EMA, more specifically that level, that 917-ish level on NVIDIA. I like it. I do want all the smoke. I want to see what happens. I have enough where I can piece out part of this position. It's not a huge position, but it's enough that I feel comfortable dipping the beak, setting beak wetters along the way. I want to take some out here around that 40.95. I don't know if we'll get it. If we break below here, where's this trough? Like this 40.74, we're risking about 10, 11 pennies. I'm going to have to be outie, but I want to get involved. Alex Enzo saying careful with NVDL. I don't disagree. I do think we're getting a little bit chop and churn here, and I think the fact that NVDA can't make this new high of day, we're seeing these dips below. It's not a great look, but it's a look I wanted to take. And I know Sean was saying this earlier because he was saying this is one of the huge things I've been talking about a lot, is that I think having confidence in your positions is really important. Not every position might be, the Grand Ole Opry or the, winning NASCAR race trade of your life, the French Open, I need to come up with or the Stanley Cup. These are all better metaphors than what I started with. But the point is, not every trade is going to be your big grand trade of the year, but they can be trades that you feel confident and you want to try. So this might not be the gold medal trade, but it could be a bronze medal. It could be a trade I still feel like taking because we had enough confluence, and by that I mean these wicks below 917 on Nvidia for me to take it. I like it so far. I want to see what continues to come to fruition. Right now, basically flat on the position and never flat on optimism. And always trying to get more, always bullish optimism, bullish positivity, and ready to get back involved or continue to be involved in these trades. Uber, a lot of people mentioning Uber here in the chat. Bright awakening. Yeah, let's see if Uber's had a bright awakening. No, we were up like 5%. Okay. Uber now falling below that 9 EMA. And interestingly enough as well, we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier at 72.30. Look where Uber rejects around 72.30. So with that in mind, the sympathy play I've been taking for Uber has been Lyft. And Lyft earlier was getting a little bit lifted in sympathy with its competitor Uber. Both of these guys reporting coming up. You'll be able to react to them as of Wednesday's session because we have Lyft reporting after close Tuesday, Uber reporting before open on Wednesday. Lyft's last report, if you may recall, had their gross margins estimate being higher than expected, and then saying, oops, someone accidentally added an extra O or extra zero, which was like, that was not the response of the year there. So it'll be interesting to see if Lyft can have a typo-free report. Because fat fingering is one thing when you're trading. It's certainly something you want to avoid, but it's quite another thing entirely when you fat finger an earnings report and your estimates. That being said, right now, Lyft, look where we're kind of bouncing a little bit here, that 1746. To me, Lyft looks a little bit more lifted than Uber right now, but not something I'm super confident in, just a thing I want to keep an eye on. I think it might get a spot back on the side charts, because I've kind of been kicking Lyft in and out, but I think if we keep holding this level, this bounce off VWAP, that bounce off the 1746, Lyft, Lyft might have a place here for me. What are you looking at right now?
I'm watching this Apple here. Apple finally seems to have broken a little below this opening, I guess, range, if you want to call it, there. And yeah, TD kind of pushing back to the upside. I know I am fighting the trend there on the TD, so I got to watch out for this one. Again, nothing too crazy as of right now. I do want to, if and when it kind of starts to fall apart, I do want to get a little bit more there. But I think I'm kind of getting too aggressive, getting a little too aggressive there on the short side on the TD, and it is kind of showing me that I'm on the wrong side of the move there. But yeah, the market kind of coming in here with that 18.1 trading right back below that on the NQs, and then similarly here we were talking about that 51.80 there on the ES. So let's see if that can come right back in. But Apple coming to the downside as well. I was kind of getting my I guess that template ready for all the constituents there, as I didn't have it open here with again futures, Apple, Amazon, Google. What is Google up to?
I thought you were holding it goggles.
Yeah,
Did you start calling it goggles now?
Yeah. I forgot about that. But yeah, no, you were mentioning Uber, and yeah, looking quite nice here as it is pulling back. Look at that trend there. Did they have news today? I'm not too aware.
I didn't see anything, but they're reporting Wednesday.
Uber. I'm talking about Uber. Yeah. Yeah, Neil's saying the Microsoft news is a little negative for Google there, but yeah, no, Uber doing RVOL in the pre-market. So I don't know if there's any news on this as of today. 16 minutes ago, let's take a quick look at earlier today, yesterday. Disney, Uber, Occidental, Palantir, more stocks to watch this week. So maybe just a run up in anticipation of, I think, do they have earnings coming?
They do, Wednesday before open.
Wednesday before open. So, okay, so a little bit of a run up on the Uber happening. But let's see if we can get back to VWAP. Again, I don't have VWAP on this one, but we will pull it up on this chart here to see if VWAP is anywhere nearby. Okay, so we got VWAP 71 to 71, so only about roughly 20, 30 pennies away off of where we're at right now. Uber pulling back after quite a strong run up in the morning session, 10 a.m. to what is this, 11:30 on Uber. So that is coming right back in. Let's see, what else? Yeah, trend is your friend. Yeah, I know, hold my beer. Trend is definitely my friend, and I am not being friends with the trend here on TD. That is for sure. Again, maybe a little bit of FOMO, maybe a little bit of anchoring to the bias that I originally have, but it seems like I should have held on to that bias on Apple as Apple continues to kind of make fresh lows here on the day. Let's take a quick look at the Apple chart. Pretty choppy, to say the least, but overall trend is to the downside. And if I was still holding the short there, I would still be kind of on the right side of the move there, as we did kind of get that strong. Like this 15-minute candle off the open is absolutely wild there. Take a look at this real quick. Look at that wiki action there. So attempts to push up in the first 15-minute session, and it's slammed right back in. Can't really get past some of these pre-market highs in and around that 183, and now making some fresh lows there. So maybe a potential continuation to the downside. I'm still seeing we're kind of sandwiched between these pre-market low levels here as well, in and around that 181. So maybe trending to the downside. Let's see what we have in store with Apple today. There goes Uber, pushing a little bit further to the downside here. What are you guys trading in the chat? Ready to reload Uber, says Elon at 71 halves. Yeah, just underneath that VWAP. Eh? All right, okay, cool. We'll take I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so it's on top of this opening range high as well. So 71 half. So yeah, I think that's a good place to take a look at to see if any of this momentum or the downside push can stop or do anything interesting there in and around that 71 half area, being that opening range high as well. But I'm taking a look at Apple here. Where can I potentially get some more in for the downside here? It seems like VWAP was the place. Again, looking back at it in retrospect, it always looks much cleaner and nicer. And yeah, just describing it, you look like a little bit of a genius, but again, it's retrospect. It's all in retrospect. Like, yeah, I coulda, shoulda, woulda done that, but there goes the futures to the downside. You saw that teleportation. Oh boy, here we go, right through that 1880 happening as of right now, and that 5180 as well on the ES. So we are pushing a little bit to the downside here. So let's take a quick look at one of the market leaders, Nvidia. To see what Nvidia is up to. Relatively quite strong here, holding up. So let's take a look at the actual largest constituent, which is Softy as of right now. And Softy taking quite a little bit of a pullback there. So is that opening range highs? Well, roughly in the first 15-minute opening range high, you can call it that, and this consolidation as well. So let's see what we do in and around this 409 level here as the futures start to take a little bit of a pullback. And there goes Netflix as well, pushing right back down. So we were talking about a potential pullback into VWAP on Netflix, NFLX. Let's take a quick look. And yeah, so still holding this trend, maybe trend deceleration. I don't have all my moving averages up here, but taking a little bit of a pullback alongside the market here on Netflix.
Yeah, so that I made a little bit of a frustrated noise. I don't know if it came, hopefully it didn't come across on the mic. This was a moment. I was trying to get out, 40.95s, living my best life. We get to 40.94s. So we get to 40.95 actually on the sell side. We just don't get to it on the buy side. And NVDL decides then that's when it would like to sell off. You know what happens sometimes? So we did have to get out of this trade because we broke below that 40.75 area. I think it's always really frustrating when the idea is right and you just can't execute it properly. But you know what? As Obi was just saying there, where's the next trade? Happy I got it where I did. You thank you, like thankful for small mercies. You know what I mean? I could have lost more than I did. So a little bit disappointed, displeased as punch, I might say. Slightly down in the day. That's my worst stock of the day by far here on NVDL. But let's take a look at some other names here. J Cars, can you guys do an analysis of Pfizer, please? Smiley face. Yeah, you know what? Of course. Pfizer, that was a name I was having some fun with last week. Fun with a PF, because why not? It's Pfizer. So this is interesting. So this is a classic range we get here from about 9:30 to 10:50. That's the type of stuff I love. This base here of 28.10 coming up to 28.14. Pretty small range here, about 4 or 5 pennies. But if you take that with shares, not a bad look at all. Then we sell off a little bit. Bottom of this sell-off is going to be 27.98. Now we kind of curl to the upside, but look where we're falling off a little bit. That's right, 28.14. This is an interesting look. We had earnings for Pfizer on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, Josh Brown announces he's doubled down his Pfizer position. Wish he didn't do it while I was in a short, but other than that, shout out there. Lots of Pfizer longs getting a nice push up here. And Pfizer in general coming into kind of an area of resistance on the daily chart. That area being 28.25. So this could be interesting. A little bit of support. Not perfect, but around that area here, coming back into December, early December 2023. Generally, though, I think if Pfizer can break above that 28.25, not at all a bad look. Could get a little shot in the arm to the upside, a little bit of strength, and a bit of a hustle for those longs. So not a bad look there. But generally, yeah, honestly, a lot of my ideas here kind of falling to the wayside with that sell-off. Ranges I like saying bye-bye. So NVDL, that was an L for me. I took an NVDL on that. Took a little bit of a bath. TQQs selling off here as well. That being said, TQQs I have a better read on right now than my NVDL, and let me count the ways. So, it's not perfect. However, if we come back, if we rest, if we sit pretty right below VWAP there around the 57.50 area, that was an area. I was happy to have that short earlier, but once you get to the 27.50s, that's when the Qs march right back up to the upside. So if we do that, if we rest, I want all the smoke with the TQs at that level. And if we kind of have a bit more of a rejection again off the 27.50, I might go short. I'm willing to play this in whatever directions. Go ahead, switch the style up. If you hate, let them hate. And watch
the money pile up?
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of money there, but a couple cents. That would be the good life. And that would be in the Dollar Club, to reference both of the major songs that line has been used in. Because, we're about all the music over here. But yeah, I think it'd be nice music for my ears if we switch on the cues. That being said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going on 6 red candles here to the downside for the TQs. It's about 12:30. I guess we should probably get that lesson going post-haste over here. But yeah, I mean, lots of things to take a look at here on these here markets. Happy you got out of NVDL where I did, but not happy I took an NVDL on it. So ready to find some other opportunities in these markets for sure. Pfizer people looking at. Nvidia on a cliff. No, yeah, I think Nvidia might have fallen off the cliff a little bit there, I have to be honest.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, market kind of pulling back, like we said, but picking right back up, back into this, back into some of these levels, back into the range there. So maybe a little bit of a grab there, but let's see how much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print. I got about 4 minutes left, so heading into the end of the latter half of that 15-minute candle print. We are pulling right back into some of these levels, so let's see where we go from there. Apple, I'm going to wait for VWAP. Let's see if that can come back in, but it did kind of grab. It didn't get too far below these day lows there, and then kind of picking right back up. So I'm not really watching the tape too closely here, and not as close as I'd like to, but again, maybe I should take a relook if it can get back up into VWAP there, as VWAP and some of these levels from previous day have been looking a little bit heavy, and now we're getting a little bit of that tailwind as well on on the futures. So people were asking about Amazon. Now, Amazon, I haven't really taken a look at Amazon in quite a while. So let's take a quick look at Amazon. I know it's near those all-time highs there, so quite an interesting look potentially here, pushing in towards those all-time highs. Now, again, I think it was 188 and change, if I'm not mistaken. But let me just quickly make sure. 189 and change, 189.76 is all-time highs there on Amazon. And since earnings, we've been kind of on a steady bit of a bid right back up into these mid-80s, 180s there. So yeah, let's see what we got in store for us today. But nothing too crazy. Not really doing too much relative volume either. Pretty much shopping sideways in that in the range that we had off of Friday. So no real ideas or trades for me here on the Amazon. But it seems like this range trade on Friday was quite nice. Did it twice and then kind of just started to consolidate near the lower end of that range there. Attempted to break below today, but holding up on top of this 185. Quite a strong wick there. Now, something else I did notice was look at this aggressive bidding back to back there. So we did have this strong flush off of the open. This 15-minute candle, if I remember correctly, was quite intense in terms of a bottom wick. You come into earnings, you pretty much lick the wick there, and you pick right back. You pick right back up off of the earnings reaction, and hold that 174, and starting to continue back up, making higher lows, now trading above that earnings reaction high, and also that FOMC high as well. So interesting look. What does it mean? I have no idea, but it gets the people going.
Every word in that was lick the wick might be the quote of the year. I don't know. TQs did a dance. I'm not gonna use that phrase, but like TQs did a dance here with VWAP. They're having a little bit of wicking action. I'll put it that way. Or as Sharif might call it, the wick shimmy dance. I'll do the dance as well that he does. I want to see what we did at 57.60s. We're not breaking above them right now, so please just punch. I know I said I'd be watching what we did at 50s. I get involved around 52s here for that short, and then the Qs are like, oh, we're actually going to go up a little bit. Like, hope you don't mind. I mean, I do mind TQQs, I do, but you got to do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Do your thing, 21. As long as we stay below the 60 area, and I say that 60 area because there was a little bit of chop and turn there earlier, bit of resistance, if you will. So if we stay below that area, support and resistance can flip-flop. So I have no problem with that. I do like what I'm seeing right now below that VWAP. I don't want to add to this position. I'm comfortable with the amount of shares that I have, but this is one that I want to get involved with right now. What else am I looking at? SOXL bounced off VWAP. I notice sometimes too SOXL and the TQs can move in similar ways, and I think that's because they both have a lot of chips there. So this VWAP bounce on SOXL is beautiful, but we can't break above that 90 MA. So mother may I short this out of 90 MA rejection? I think I might have to. If we keep rejecting this, that might actually be a pretty nice look. I don't want to go long one of these TQs or SOXL and then short the other because I find that can lead to a little bit of trouble. But right now, I'm oddly enough thinking that the SOXL short might look better than the TQQ short that I'm actually in. So je ne sais pas. I need some time to formulate life choices. I'm happy staying in the TQQ short right now. I have no reason to leave. And patience, you know, P-A-Y, patience, as Bears vs. Bulls said in the chat in the past, you know, patience does pay, and patience, my lack of patience cost me some money here in this Palantir. Palantir, some people were mentioning this one, a nice look. Wow, have we held that range bottom, and I just have not been keeping my eye on it, so I'm a little disappointed in myself there. Look at this base at 2470. It's a nice look. I got a little bit bored and I got out, and it's like, Derek, you had no reason to leave that, ma'am. So disciplining myself a little bit for that, but I mean, it's still a really nice look. I know, Sean, are you still long Palantir? Nice, so Sean is still long, Palantir, so he's still Palantir. I was Palantir and gone, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm not gonna steer Palantir clear of it as long as we keep that base, but yeah, this has been a nice one. And honestly, I just need to be playing this range more, and I can't keep looking at this and being like, darn, I should have played it. Just play it, Adair, like, come on, man. So a little bit disappointed in myself on that. I'm not Mamone. I do not speak French fluently. I have a couple phrases here and there. I wish I knew it better than I did, but yeah, I'll pepper in a phrase if it works. Why not? But yeah, Renata saying, "Oh, Obi here with the sunglasses, the cool emoji." So
thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
Renata.
thank you, Obi, as well for filling in for Sharif there today. How are you making bank at TD?
No, TD is, I thought I was laughing straight to the bank, but the bank is laughing at me right now multiple times over and over again, but it is what it is. Again, I kind of like some of the consolidations from the day before. I'm being a little cheeky fighting the trend there. But again, let's see. When the sells do come in, they come in quite hot and heavy. So I do want to kind of maybe look out for that. With the market coming in as well, I don't know how much of a correlation these banks have in terms of beta to the markets. But you know what? Actually, that's a good question. I will check that out right now. But yeah, no, I'm not really watching too much else. Again, like I said, I was looking for that Apple to come back into VWAP. Doesn't really quite do it. Comes up into this 182. Can't really make it that far. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the super chat, saying cannabis Fed meeting in June, July. Watch the cannabis stocks. Oh boy, okay, yes, no, that's what I said. That interesting volume expansion happening over the past couple of months in a lot of these cannabis names is quite interesting. We are building back up into some of those previous levels if you do look left, and yeah, maybe in anticipation for that for a potential Fed meeting. I have no. This is the first time I'm hearing about it again, but maybe something that I should be looking into. But thank you for that, Martin Lawrence. I will write that down actually. So. Yeah, Fed meeting in June, July. Again, with the whole thing about them not really classifying it as high as it was.
Was that a pun? As high as it was?
Sometimes I just do it naturally. I have no idea. But
Nice,
thank you. But as high as it was in terms of a classification scale, yeah, cannabis coming back down on the come down potentially with the government classifying it at a lower level. I don't know what classification they're going to be giving it, but it seems like the volume kind of coming in anticipation is an interesting look, regardless of that. So yeah, definitely eyes on the cannabis names for sure. I don't know if it's really like an intraday thing. I think the way the chart's setting up might be a little bit more of a higher time frame kind of move if it is a few months out in June, July. But again, what do I know? I'm just trying to short TD against the trend, so that tells you enough about that. All right, so what else do we got on watch here? Let me take a look at some of these. Oh boy, Coinbase, hello, back towards the lows. So earnings day 2 we were talking about. Coinbase attempting to push day low. Yeah, it definitely is. Day lows, pre-market lows happening at 224.70s, only about a point away from that. This interesting consolidation end of day on day 1 earnings as well. Is it day 1 earnings? Yes, sir, it is. So yeah, so that holds in the pre-market. Now we're kind of reverting all the way back down to that level at that 224, 225-ish area here. So it might be an interesting look there on Coinbase coming right back in. But nice little pullback off of those highs there on an earnings day 2. Are you guys trading any coin? Let us know in the chat. Now that reminds me, what is Bitcoin up to? I haven't looked at Bitcoin in quite a while, and by quite a while, I mean the morning bus ride here in the.
so it's been like eras. It's been eons.
Yeah, I mean you never know. With the way that cryptos move, it could have shot up, shot down. Who knows? But yeah, the volatility when it does come in on the cryptos is quite aggressive. But it seems like what is this? When did this happen? So 10 a.m. ish. We did hold a previous low here on the Bitcoins, and holding what level is that? 62,900. So it's around 63, roughly, give or take. So nothing too crazy. Let's take a quick look at Mara. I know a lot of people are trading Mara today. Mara holding a very strong trend as of today. Shout out to Pat. He said he had a pretty nice trade on the Mara, and Mara continuing in the upward direction there as of right now, holding that 20 mark as well. So let's take a quick look at our friend Riot. Riot not really as strong. I always like to take a look at MSTR as well, as again these guys hold may or may not hold a little bit of Bitcoin in terms of what they do. But yeah, holding some of these levels above 1,200. Okay, all right. So kind of made it back up there after a strong little pullback. So I know that it got up to 2,000 printing. Look at those highs. 1999.99, so classic. A little bit of a 1 penny push off of that 2K, and then a nice little flush back down for 1,000 points to the downside. 50% retracement, it would seem, off of some of these lows here in around that $100 level here on MSTR. So I guess Bitcoin not really doing too much, but some of these other names that are related to the sector definitely moving around here. So what was I looking at? I wanted to look at, the beta for TD. I should know this. I think it's pretty, point is 0.83 as of Finviz with an ATR of 1.1. So we've done a little bit over an ATR as of right now on I guess what you can call day 2 of the move. But again, a little bit of an outlier situation with that DOJ investigation, right? So we might get some moves that may continue for longer than expected. We saw what happened previous day as it sold off pretty much all day until the last hour. I think 240 that bid starts to pick up with that expanding volume on TD. And I guess another Canadian bank that was looking a little interesting was RBC. So let's take a quick look at the Royal Bank of Canada, RY, which also trades on the NYSE as well as the NASDAQ. As well as, not the NASDAQ, the NYSE as well as the TSX, yes. And I think I was like, yeah, I had it on watch because it was kind of pushing to the upside as of last week. And what is it doing today? Nothing too crazy, kind of a gap up, push back down into previous day's levels and holding sideways as of right now on the RY. So these banks, relatively strong.
Yeah, I mean, some nice bank strength there for sure. Hopefully you're able to bring that short to the, bring the bake in there. Take that one to the bank. My brain turned off there for a moment. Also, yeah, like I said, I can always tell when I'm tired because my trading gets considerably more questionable. And case in point, stock sell short. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like factually a thing. Like I can always tell because I start doing things that I am like outside of my body and then I'm like, why did you trade that way, girl? So I took that short here, which actually in retrospect, not a horrible look had I been able to scalp it more, but it wasn't giving you that. I can't be like that pressed about this trade. We lost like, I think like 6-7 cents. I was risking here into that set 40.75. We broke above, I got out. You know, can't complain that much. Tried to take the long on it when I realized we were bouncing. I was not, unfortunately, invited into that trampoline back to the upside, so that's all good. Guess I was too tall to ride. I don't know. But if there's another opportunity there, I will be taking that opportunity. TQ is coming back to high of days. Like, when was that happening? When I was in the long? No, I'm joking. It's all good. Sometimes, or no, I was short. I don't even know what I'm saying. I wasn't even long the TQs. So what I mean, tired. We're going to have a little bit more espresso. We're going to hopefully find, hopefully express, jolt some trade ideas into my brain. That was English, because I think that's what I probably need right now. I'm slightly down in the day, but like I said, never down on my spirits. This NVDL could get kind of spicy here. If we stay below that 90 MA, my only qualm is that we're pushing higher on the SOXL, which is like Nvidia's and NVDL's older aunt. I don't know. And also, we did have that very bullish candle here, where we had this wick down into 40.50 and then having it shoot back to the upside. So shouldn't say paw, but I do think I see a short opportunity here. And I don't want to let that go. But I also don't want to rush into it because we mentioned the slowness of the brain. Also, though, we do have at 12:50 Fed's barking. So we'll have to see what he's barking about. Oh, yeah. Then we get Fed's Williams at 1 p.m. So those are two Fed speakers, definitely not to be missed. Tomorrow morning, though, I think is going to be the more interesting one. Neil Kashkari coming in at 11:30. We know he is notoriously a little bit more of a hawk and has said that he could see a no rate cut case for 2024. So we had Fed's Bowman last week as well, making a similarly cautious take, not ready to tie any bows on the rate cut case yet is Bowman, so that could be interesting as well. In the meantime, this NVDL short continues to get a little bit interesting for me, but Be patient, Adara. Do not rush into trades, especially when you're tired. Should not have to tell myself this every day, but apparently I do, so that's all good. What's everybody looking at? If there's any cool opportunities, stuff I want to take a look at. What's the next resistance for Mara, says Sean James. Let's find out. So, I mean, for me, I think we're kind of at it. I'm going to be really honest with you, Sean James. I think we're a little bit at that next resistance, that 2080 level, right? We did have that kind of wick above here, then we go back to the downside around that, I don't know why I craned my neck there, it's just a chart, 2025. Then we come back up here, and we reject to the same level. So I actually think we might be at that resistance around that 2090. I want to see what we do here at that level. In the meantime, some coffee will be chugged and some charts will be looked at for some new opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. No, I definitely have something to say about that. In terms of tiredness and maybe I definitely feel it when I have a lack of sleep. The decision making is definitely skewed a little bit. It goes to show you when you're trying to perform, you got to be at the optimal level. And if you do have the awareness to be like, all right, I'm a little tired. No, definitely for sure, you do want to be a little bit cautious with what kind of decisions you're making. I definitely personally do feel that way as well. When I'm on low hours of sleep, not really making the best decisions overall. But that's shout out to the chat for kind of pointing that out. Yeah, just gotta, sometimes you gotta take a breath, relax, kind of zone it back in, go over the trade plans, really figure out, okay, this is what I kind of planned in the morning. So that's what I'm kind of gonna stick with there. But yeah, Apple trading back towards some of these lows there as the market picks right back up. So interesting, little bit of a disconnect happening there. And I think, I forget who it was in the chat, if I can just find your name real quick, was telling me to take a look. Okay, so Amir saying, Obi, look at Reddit, RDDT. Now that's a name I haven't looked at, I guess, a little bit closer since that IPO happened, since a few of those crazy moves in the first few days of that IPO, but hasn't really done too much, pretty much trading sideways since then, and holding, what is this, a little bit of previous day's highs here, it would seem. 49.83 is today's high. 49.63 is previous day high. So we are trading back below that. Not previous day high, sorry. Last Thursday's high. So last week's high. So this week, coming into the new week, we are kind of pushing back below last week's high. Let's see how far that move kind of comes in. But if you take a look at it, a bit of a trend happening off of since, what is this, April 18th, making higher highs and higher lows. Since then, let's see if we can kind of push through that 50 mark on Reddit. Now, what was the opening price of this? Let's see real quick. The open was 51.70 on IPO day, so just underneath that opening price on Reddit. Now again, we saw a lot of that volume kind of come in on day one, but day 3 and 4 were interesting as well. We kind of broke past those day one levels and pushed towards those highs. So now that we're trading back below it, back below 50, I don't really have too much on this, but maybe over 50 I might consider taking it a look. Now again, it's playbook specific, so it really depends on what your strengths and weaknesses are, what your playbook is in terms of kind of looking at some of these charts with different perspectives. So again, I'm still learning. I'm still on my journey, very, very early on in my journey to say, but I don't really know what to do with that Reddit, but it is pulling back a little bit there, back into on top of VWAP, interestingly, right there. So I guess the one thing that it is showing as of right now is that it is holding VWAP on the day starting this week. So nothing too crazy. GME holding consolidation near those lows. Hasn't really gone anywhere since the last time we talked about it. So let's take a quick look again here on the GME. So we were talking about it earlier on today. Again, we came on in and around 11, and we started talking about it into this consolidation, and it hasn't really gone too far off of this consolidation. A little bit of a wick dance off of this consolidation that we had previous day, but holding, coming right back up into that 14. So again, definitely an interesting move happening there on GME. I guess the move was in the morning, and now it's really kind of slowed down quite significantly as the market pushes towards its highs. What do you guys got on watch? Netflix coming right back up. I was looking for a potential push back down into VWAP, but NFLX, but NFLX. And yeah, but no, it kind of bids right back up towards its highs, pushing that 593. 593 are the highs right now. It's trading pretty much right there. Again, with the market being that strong, seems like Netflix is one that can't stop, won't stop as of right now, holding that very strong trend. Again, we talk about what is the catalyst. I have no idea, but it's doing R-vol and it is breaking out of a technical level. That earnings day one kind of that gap down that happened. Again, okay, so I'll pull it up and kind of show you what I'm speaking about. So this is the hourly right here. So this was earnings day one kind of action right there. You attempt to push it a couple days later, pull back down, and then now we're breaking out of that, kind of looking for a potential gap fill perhaps through that 600. We'd have to get through 600 into that 603, 604 for that really to come into fruition there. And the market, there goes the ES pushing back towards its highs, and market looking hella strong as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I decided, Dara, stop trying to take counter trend shorts. Your brain is tired. Look at what the chart is telling you. Go long if you see a level you like. I don't know why all the excessive clapping, but I guess that's what the market was like doing to me. It was just like clapping in my face, like, get a grip, get involved. So right now, trying to get long at that area of resistance previously around that 57.75. We hold it up. I want to get involved. I want all of the smoke. If we break decisively below that level, again, we're going to probably kind of use the same areas for like these 78s. No, 68s. Then I'm okay with that. We're involved. Let's get it cracking. This might be a little bit overzealous, but hopefully it's the appropriate amount of zealous. And as I get involved, we drop like 10 pennies, which is cool. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to get out of this if we break below decisively this area, which we are. Yeah, this has just not been my trading day. It's kind of crazy too. At one point, this was my strongest name of the day, the TQs. And then that's just what happens. You make questionable decisions, you gotta live with it. I wasn't able to get out of this nearly quickly enough because I get involved and it just sells off. And it's like, you know, I think one of the really humbling and important things too about trading in front of everybody is like, you know what? It's just, stuff's gonna happen. Stuff happens, it's the market. Took a little bit of an L there, but you know, as 21 Savage says, take less L's, make more M's. Currently red on everything right now. Gonna be really real, but you know what? If we keep bouncing here, who knows? Who says I won't get back involved? Sometimes you just have that move down. We do have Barkin speaking in a couple minutes. Maybe that's what the market reacted to. You just gotta dust that dirt off your shoulders and keep on trading. Lost about 5 pennies more than I wanted to. I know I was reacting like that was like, you know, someone stole my puppy, but when you actually put it into context, wasn't that bad. Took slightly maybe more shares than I should have, but we're still, you know, now we're bouncing off that area. So it's like perspective, perspective, perspective. We bounced off VWAP too. Like there was a lot of maybe confluence for me to have stayed in this trade, but you know what? I was a little bit, you know, maybe it was a little bit too frothy of a setup to begin with. There wasn't enough meat on the bones. There wasn't enough coffee in the latte. Someone has caffeine on the brain, right? So I don't know. I think there's always reasons a trade didn't work out, and this is one I'm going to have to reflect on. I'm going to be really honest about that. And I'm happy, honestly, I got to have this trade in front of everybody here because it happens sometimes. And to quote Sam Smith, I know I'm not the only one. And you just got to go get those opportunities. That being said, I don't want to be scared off from it. If we keep bouncing here on 57.68s, go ahead and switch the style up. Take smaller trades. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do there. That was a little bit rough. Thank you, Gooby. You got this. I appreciate that. You got this, everybody in the chat as well. I'm like always so happy to be here. Happy to have Obi here as well, filling in for Sharif. So thanks again to you. Yeah, I'm just looking for some more opportunities. And again, going long caffeine because that's really, I think, the hero of the day for me. Maybe what's been missing from my trading plan. How are you? How's it going here?
I see that, I think, who's this, in the chat. Again, if I can scroll up, yeah, Bob Curran saying that, yeah, Soundhound is alive. Oh boy, is it. It's kind of trending to the upside quite strongly there. Again, breaking out of this this morning, I guess. Look at that volume candle, damn. Okay, so yeah, that volume candle coming in with that push through that $5 mark, and then you come right back in. Nice little trend back to the upside. Now we're kind of accelerating a little bit back down there, but yeah, it did kind of break out of this level just a few minutes ago, about 15, 20 minutes ago there at that 1230 mark, and pushing towards those highs. So I'm not really too familiar with this chart, so let's take a quick look left and see what levels may be in store for this. But yeah, it's been selling off quite aggressively since that earnings push. Couldn't really get past that $10 mark there. You see that post earnings kind of trends up. Can't really get there. Strong selling. Maybe this has a little bit of news as well. I'm not too familiar, but we've been trending down since that. But take a look at that volume kind of coming right back in on just today, I guess. That strong volume and giving that push back to the upside there on SoundHound. So yeah, anybody who's long in the chat, good for you there. As it re-breaks that $5 level, a little bit of an interesting level, that $5 mark as well when it comes to stocks. But yeah, holding above that 5 as of right now. So I'm curious to know, this is a high volume candle that just happened. If we pull back, can we hold this area or not, which just happens to be right around that $5 mark on SoundHound. Yeah, saying as a face ripper, once it runs, it really runs. Yeah, of course. I think what's the float on this one? Okay, the float is quite nice, 260 mil. So yeah, I don't know if it'll rip your face off that hard there, but again, it depends on how much of the free float is actually floating around, to say in terms of how volatile it can potentially get on the day here. But yeah, so what else are you guys watching? I got the map open here as well. If I can just pull it up right here. So nothing too crazy happening. Pretty much everything is green except for Apple and Google. Maybe some consumer defensive stocks. Some Lilly green, but some of its other constituents in the healthcare sector looking a little green. Pfizer green as well. Energy going green. XOM, yeah, let's take a quick look at oil. I have not looked at XOM today, so that's probably a decent look. Is it doing any RVOL? It was in the pre-market, so let's take a quick look at that one as well. So how much volume was it doing in the pre-market? So, oh, okay, wow, so over... No, that's a 4 a.m. print, never mind. So nothing too crazy in terms of how much volume it did, but relative volume, it definitely did some. And we are trending up on the day here, potentially holding that VWAP with a little bit of a chop there as well on XOM. So potentially oil kind of bidding up. See what else you guys got going on. They're saying GME going upwards is saying, what is that, RLA poured. Sorry if I can't pronounce your name effectively. Wow, there it goes, GME. Oh boy, look at that consolidation break through that 14. We saw that flat happening at that 14. I was like, okay, that's an interesting consolidation. You get right through it, starts to accelerate to the upside, 30 pennies right away. Okay, all right, so talk about a price action trade there through that consolidation high, and it's kind of being aggressive to the upside there. So yeah, maybe a little bit of profit taking as the shorts apparently have been paid all the way from 17 straight to the bank down through near that 14 level here on GME. Maybe we can get a little push back up into this VWAP here, VWAP being all the way at 15.13, maybe some of these previous highs. Again, a little bit of a break of trend, right? I'm sure if I throw on a moving average, I know I got a moving average on this one here, so let me pull it up, pull up GME on this one. Boom. So right there, yeah, so definitely a trend break, if there is one, happening on GME as that downtrend kind of breaks and starts to accelerate to the upside there. So again, pre-market lows, a little bit of a double test in and around, what is that level? I'd say about 14.8 to 14.7s-ish. So we're kind of pushing right back up into that level. So let's see if some of that support from the morning session in the pre-market session turns into a resistance as it has a little bit earlier in the midday today.
Yeah, so right now I got back in those TQs because I liked that VWAP bounce. I liked that area. And so I was like, you know what, Adara? Step back in. Don't be spooked out because you had a questionable trade the last time. If you still like these levels, what the heck are you doing here waffling, sitting around? Don't be waffles. Be pancakes, not in that you're trying to get flat, but in that you're trying to get a trade that you like and that you want to get involved in. And I think one of the biggest things, and I've talked about this in the past as well, and I know Neil's done at least one lesson of the day on it in the past, is you can't get spooked out because you had a bad trade in something before. And it's like, if you want to get back involved, have a completely new mindset. To quote a singer that I have thoughts on, You have to have a blank space, baby. And so my blank space on this was just, I liked that these wicks here bouncing off VWAP. I liked that we were holding at the time the 9 EMA. So it's like, you know what? Yeah, I did mess up that previous trade for quite a few reasons. One of them being, why would I buy it near the top? But now you come back with a new mindset, a new way to go, and a new approach. And that's, I think, what you have to do sometimes in these here markets. It might not go perfectly, but it's like if you have confidence in it. Now, you know, I talked about Seanfidence last week as well. You know, Sean was shouting this out as well. You have to have confidence in your trades. I think that's really key. It's like if it's a setup I like, I'm not taking a trade. So I'm going to get involved. I'm going to see what happens. Lots of mentions of Disney, though. Manuel Palma asking about this 116 breakout, I do believe here. 116 testing highs. Okay. Disney, the House of Mouse getting very spicy here heading into
earnings soon, right?
Yeah, earnings tomorrow morning. So look. I know Sean's pressing that button, I'm sure, because I know he's involved in this name. But yeah, I don't think this is a very mini candle here, pun very intended. We had a bit of resistance as Manuel Palma was mentioning around that 116. We have this wick above, then we sell off. Now generally this is kind of a bearish look. But the candle hasn't closed yet. This is 5 minutes. We have 4 minutes for this candle to close. 4 minutes to save the world. Shout out to Madonna and JT. And let's see if we end up kind of saving the longs here with this candle. Because right now, this wick up looks a skosh bearish to me. So I also can't tell if it's a real wick or dark pool, but looks like it could be a real wick here. We're gonna have to wait and see what we do. This was resistance, and I mean, look at the support. This is gorgeous support. This could be an interesting level, depending on how much we move on earnings. This could get kind of spicy, this support area here at, what is this, 115.35. I mean, look at this consolidation for an hour, basically, 11:35 to 12:25. Chop, churn, chop, churn, chop, churn. Like, it's like slalom skiing, just going in and out and in and out. And then we come back to this area of this 116, this acme that we're trying to break above. I think this could get really interesting, and I think, honestly, for me, I'm going to have to see where this candle settles. The longs might resolve this before we even settle this candle and we break back above here. But I think this wick, and in fact, this was resistance. I think whatever move we get, we're going to get it with a swiftness and viciousness. Also, TQs. Okay. Got out half the position at that 74 breakout. This is where we're probably going to have to get the rest of this out here. I want to see 80s. I also am cognizant of the fact we might not. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this, watching, waiting, being patient. 2 more minutes left. Also, shout out to DayTrader Cut putting Fed's barkins, some of the things that Fed's barkin has been barking in the chat here. Given the strong labor market, the Fed has time to gain the confidence it needs to be sure that inflation will fall. So basically saying we don't need rate cuts right away, keeping that strong inflation market in mind. So not really, you know, not a super dovish type move, but like I said, I think we have another Fed speaker here coming in a couple minutes. We did miss that second lesson of the day, unfortunately. Sorry about that. So we're going to get another lesson du jour here coming in hot in a couple minutes. TQQ's breaking above 57.80s. So these markets are definitely doing things, and how breaking the bank, hopefully not here in this TD.
Not really working out too good right now. But again, I think I'm going to stick with this a little bit longer there. But again, something I am looking at here, again, like I keep mentioning, is that Apple looking quite weak. Again, we talk about the catalyst being how Berkshire sold off quite a. I mean, I think it was around 110 mil. Shares or something last quarter. We might be looking to sell some more as well, and happens to be on earnings day too that news kind of comes out again with their AGM meeting being over the past I think it was on Friday or Saturday, I can't remember quite well, but again, a lot of those like the video is up on YouTube there. I didn't see the whole thing. It's about 3 hours long, but I did see some clips off of that, and yeah, beautiful tribute to Charlie Munger as well, rest in peace. But he was talking about how him and Charlie Munger kind of built Berkshire Hathaway, and how he was kind of like the architect of the company, and he was very grateful for meeting him in his life. So it was very nice, very heartfelt kind of a memoir to the legend himself. Charlie Munger. But yeah, no, Berkshire, which reminds me, Berkshire did do their earnings today. So let's take a look at what Berkshire is up to as of right now. Okay, so let's take a quick look at that. So yeah, we talked about that nice little bounce off of previous day low earlier on today, and it's kind of holding some of these highs there. So it's kind of just grinding back up towards some of these highs. What is this morning high right there, right off of the open? 404 halves roughly, and we are about roughly a point and a few pennies away from that opening range high as well. So maybe just stuck in the previous day's range as well, right? So you got that support from previous day happening on earnings day one, which is I think a little bit interesting. And let's see how far we can get away from some of those levels here on Berkshire. But yeah, no, that Disney move, oh boy, was that's kind of wild there. Holding that VWAP quite nicely a day before earnings, and it's doing a lot of relative volume as well, pushing up in towards some of these highs here. Let's take a quick look left as well to see if we can identify any stronger levels here. So okay, so kind of a strong sell-off here, 118, 117-ish area, sold off quite aggressively as well. Yeah, so nothing too crazy there. I thought maybe that might have been earnings, but that was not. This is earnings from before, and I guess we got to a high, a nice little double top action here at that 123 before pulling back into these 110s, and then yeah, kind of volume picking up right into the going into earnings eve, right? Earnings eve is today.
Oh yeah, earnings eve. I like that.
So yeah, interesting action indeed.
Earnings eve, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, thank you, Alex Enzo. So I got the TQ trade. I got out when we broke above 40.80. That was just kind of what I wanted. I didn't want to overstay my welcome. So we're now 40.80. Now I'm thinking of stocks L. 57.80. Stocks L, I got short. I like that we were rejecting that 40.80. I like that wick above here. If we break above that 40.87, which was that previous wick high, I'm going to have to say bye, because I'm not going to be in sync with the stock anymore. That's just really going to be the truth of it. But nice. We're going to have to wait and see. Stocks up, ready for action here on this Stocks L, but we might take another Stocks L on this stock. Yeah, this is Stocks L and I have just not been besties today. For whatever reason. Let's look as well as PLTR, because I know some people were mentioning PLTR in that breakout. You can also catch PLTR earnings, Palantir earnings with Sean and I after market close, right Palantir on the big desk. Oh, we had a breakout, then we come back, we rest on 24.95. It's a nice look here for Palantir. I really like that. Also, I need to talk about just the lack of patience, the utter lack of patience that I had earlier in this. I had like the bottom of this range, and I just was a little bit bored and gone out. And it's like, I need to stop doing that. And I'm only bringing this up, you know, not to continue to castigate myself, but really just to be like, Adara, you have to learn. This is a lesson learned. I had no reason to get out of this. It's not even like it broke below my stop loss area. It didn't. I was just being a skosh impatient. And so that's why I keep bringing this up, because it's like I need to burn this image into my brain, into my retinas, and be like, just stay in the stock unless you have a reason to leave. And that reason can't be because you want to put something else in your side chart. Because I'm not going to lie, that was probably part of the impetus for Palantir. So it's got to be really real with yourself, and I think that's one huge part of trading. And that's why I was, Sean will always shout hashtag real trading. I think that's really important. We are trying to give the real deal over here, not just Neil, but everybody over here. And that's why I'm so happy to be part of this community, the chat, everybody as well. Palantir trying to break up above here. Feds Williams says the Fed is continuing to look to the totality of economic data. So I guess just saying, we didn't have that NFP that the market was reacting to positively, but Feds Williams saying, hey, not just one number, we've got to look at everything. So Feds Williams holding us to task a little bit there with that. Also, yeah, Mullen still moving higher here as well. I was mulling over Mullen a little bit earlier, and I kind of forgot about it. This is not bad. I think this might have been the area I was mentioning, this 50-40, and this 50-40 is still a base. This might, I don't know if I want to range trade Mullen of all stocks, but you know what? If I keep Mullen over it, at that point, it might just become a resident of the side charts. You know what, Mullen? I'm going to be now Mullen over you more up close and personal. If we come bounce off these areas again, a range trade might be had. Diggle Boy saying patience is your superpower. Yeah, it's definitely not my superpower, but it is the superpower for people who have it. The best part is being here every day, hopefully something I can continue to hone and get better at. So go patience. Patience pays. Indeed, we're going to get that lesson started up once more again. But what are you up to right now?
I think people in the chat talking about BA. So I did pull it up. I think BA might have some news as of right now. Look at that volume coming into it. I have no idea, but yeah, volume coming in, breaking out quite aggressively on Boeing there. You know, Boeing's been a little bit in the news over the past couple of days. They have those. I think what they were talking about, like the whistleblowers and stuff. They have more whistleblowers kind of standing up, and yeah, so maybe with that. But again, going back to the chart, we did hold this earnings reaction high, this day one high there at around 178 on Boeing on Friday, and now we're kind of continuing to the upside here. So let's take a quick look further left to see what we got in store potentially in terms of levels of resistance here. And okay, so 180, 184, but it seems like right here, look at that, kind of a bit of a support for a few days there, in and around this 188 level on Boeing. So I guess it is kind of maybe potentially going towards that area, but I have no idea what this volume is coming in for. So I will stay, I guess, just watching on that. If you guys know what the news is. Okay, so the incredible Mr. Lib saying Boeing's Starliner reportedly ready to carry NASA astronauts. Okay, wow. Okay, that'll definitely bring in a little bit of a bid there. So they got a vehicle that is ready to carry NASA's astronauts. I am assuming to space and to the moon as this move attempts its reach towards the moon as well, with this expanding volume coming in, going into that 183. So let's see how long this move kind of potentially sustains here on Boeing. But yeah, intraday catalyst apparently, according to the incredible Mr. Lib. But again, I don't have an article for it, so don't necessarily quote me on that one. If I can get you an article. It
is for real.
Okay, all right, so Adara has the article right there. All right, so Boeing Starliner reportedly ready to carry NASA astronauts. Right, cool. All right, so that's what the volume is coming in off of. Fresh news, middle of the day, breaking through intraday highs with that volume. An interesting look. Let's see if that move sustains or not here on Boeing. But I think with that, we can get right back into the lesson of the day there, Dara. So we're talking about IPOs and SPACs today. Again, scalping at the open and direct listings as well.
Everything that is that you can list or SPAC or trade as it search begins. That's what we were talking about this week. And specifically, we are talking about scalping them off the open for today's lesson. So basically, why are these the type of ones we want to look at for this strategy? Well, the goal in general with scalping is going to be capturing small profits from quick price movements. And you definitely get those with the IPOs, with SPACs, and with direct listings. It's kind of going to be the bread and butter of these types of moves. So why these? Because you have that high volatility. These are going to be events. So I'm just going to quickly get out of Mullen because that did not work. There we go. We're out. But basically, yeah, I was just risking 10 pennies there. So high volatility is going to be really key here as well, because these events will experience significant price fluctuations due to hype, uncertainty, or buying and selling pressure. So we saw ARM. ARM was a hugely watched IPO. That was the first IPO I witnessed. And I heard there was some definitely some fun trades there to be had on that one. I also did trade Reddit in the sim, and that was another one where it's like, there were definitely some opportunities to be had. And I think because those were both two examples of very hyped IPOs, but certainly things to watch there. There's also with IPO, SPACs, and direct listings the potential for large gaps because the opening price can significantly differ from the pre-market price, which can create immediate profit opportunities. So here are some key strategies you want to look at, and this is kind of the ABCs, the hows, the who's who of this strategy. So first, you want to identify your candidates. Look at some highly anticipated IPOs, SPACs, or direct listings with strong pre-market interest, or even interest, you could see on Reddit. I know Obi was mentioning Reddit IPO or SPACs.
Yeah.
There's lots of interest on there as well sometimes.
Yeah, no, I can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
So I think, again, I've mentioned this before on the show as well, where there was a time where, like Adara said, in the pre-market, you would get a strong amount of volume on some of these SPACs, and those are definitely the ones I was looking at. with specific scanners as well. But yeah, no, why is that? Why is that? I think I eventually figured that like on Reddit, it was being talked about the night before. So right off of the open, the 4 a.m. open, actually, volume sometimes would come in, taking it off of that $10 shelf and kind of pushing it and making it in play on the day. So definitely that morning volume and that morning relative volume as well could be an interesting look on any SPACs really. So maybe potentially setting up for something during the day. Maybe somebody knows something, but yeah, definitely pre-market volume is one to look out for.
Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. And I think too, Jay Lee's just mentioning DJT here as well. DJT was another hotly anticipated SPAC there. DWAC got de-SPACed, became DJT. So that's certainly, I think, another really interesting example, and that's one we should probably look at after here as well. But pre-market preparation, first you have your order entry. So you have to come up with order ideas, maybe to preset or buy at specific buy or sell at specific price points based on your analysis. Then risk management, of course, always going to be key. You want to determine your stop loss and take profit levels to limit potential losses and secure those gains. So then once you have all your prep ready, you got to be ready for the opening. So first, before jumping in, you have to observe the price action. And so as someone, I've traded 2 IPOs, both in the sim. Birkenstock, my plan was punch and pray. That is not a plan. I had no concept of price levels. I had no concept of price actions. Then Reddit, I had 2 trades on during its IPO, again in the sim. And the first one, I made it off levels, but it didn't work out. The second one, I had an even better sense of levels. We had opened a little bit longer, and I said, you know what? You got to get involved. And I think having levels that you like and getting involved in those bases is always going to be a stronger strategy, especially with something like an IPO, given the volatility inherent to these IPOs, to these de-SPACs and direct listing type situations. So I think that's pretty important there. Once you have those levels you like and you've observed the price action, you got to get ready to strike. Execute the trades. Based on your predefined strategy and the observed price action, you want to start triggering your buy or sell orders. And then you want to get a quick exit. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to run. So if you have, because scalping will aim for small, quick profits, you do not want to get greedy, you do not want to overstay your welcome and aim for long-term holds. Exit your positions within minutes or hours depending on your strategy, depending on what you're going for, and depending on your plan, because you always want to make sure you have that plan. Now here's some other things to consider. Volatility. Be prepared for rapid price swings. Volatility is one of the first things we mentioned in the slideshow. Important to remember, again, this is a hugely key thing to keep in mind. And so your stop loss orders and risk management are going to be crucial here. Liquidity, also important, because newly listed companies might have a bit lower trading volume, which can make it difficult to enter and exit trades. Spreads can be wide, and it's not like butter and bread and butter where you want that spread. No, you do not want a spread here in the IPOs. They make it very difficult to quickly exit the trades. And that can even be the case a couple days after. Like the spread on Reddit was pretty bad even a couple days post-IPO. Psychology is also really important here because scalping, and I talk about this a lot, like if I'm supposed to be in a scalping mindset and I'm not, that's when the scalps go awry. You really need to have that disciplined approach and the ability to handle the emotional roller coaster of short-term trading, especially in something as volatile as an IPO, SPAC, direct listing, etc. Additional tips are also worth noting here as well. So paper trading, really important. I was just mentioning being in the sim for my first IPO trades, which I think is pretty key. Before risking that real shmoney, you want to practice maybe scalping in a sim or the paper trading account to gain experience and refine that approach. Starting small is also pretty important. Begin with small trade sizes to manage your risk and build your confidence, and you always want to track your performance. You can maintain a trading journal. We actually had a week on that quite a while ago now on how to trade, to analyze your results, identify mistakes, and improve your strategy. Because scalping the open can be, oh yeah, there you go. You can check us out there with that QR code. QR code, not URL. I always do that. But scalping the open is an advanced trading technique that requires a solid understanding of market dynamics, risk management, and the ability to act quickly and decisively. And if you want to add a little salt-based sprinkle into your strategy, you might want to explore scalping indicators like moving averages, support and resistance, and volume analysis. So there we go. That's our lesson of the day here for you at 1 p.m. Also, FFTB mentioning some other comments coming from Feds Williams, basically not happy about these inflation levels. Barkin also saying that it's worrisome when monthly inflation prints come in higher. And I mean, we've certainly seen a heck of a lot of that as of late. Hopefully that TD Bank's getting lower though for you.
No, absolutely not. It just keeps grinding to the upside there.
So dead. That
yeah,
hurt, OB.
Yeah, no, absolutely,
Oof,
absolutely not. But like I said, okay. So, but the short that I guess is working that I am not in is that Apple trade. Again, quite heavy off the VWAP there, and pushing into fresh lows. 181 incoming on the Apple. So I guess I did have a potential the right idea there off of some of previous days' levels as it kind of grinds all the way back down into that 181 level there. But I have nothing too crazy there. Yeah, SoundHound is up 17%. Yes, but okay, Chef Joe saying SMCI is ripping faces off. Huh, interesting. So let's take a quick look at SMCI here. All right, so yeah, SMCI is, I guess it's trending to the upside there again, along with a lot of the other tech names. We know that Nvidia is holding its highs on the day as well. So yeah, SMCI quite strong as well. So in and around similar prices there on both these names, around that $800, $900 level. Let's take a quick look at the daily here as well to see what we got in store. So maybe a little bit of a gap happening here. Where is that low? That low is at 851. So 851 is that low. We're trading at 828. Can SMCI do that in a day? Oh boy, yes it can, as it has quite a range. I think I don't know off the top of my head what the ATR is, but let's take a quick look at what it might be here. So let me just search that up. SMCI ATR is 76 points. What have we done off of the open here into that high? So we've only done about 42 points off the open. So just a little above that 50-60% ATR on the day. Nice little strong trend to the upside happening on the SMCI. So yeah, apparently it is ripping faces off through that 800, as that 800 holds quite nicely in the morning session, and now we're trading about 30 points above those prices on SMCI. James Choi saying SPY is so short. Let's take a quick look at the SPY. All right, so let's take a quick look at the SPY here. What is the SPY up to? SPY kind of sideways. I was looking for that 515. It did get up there, only about 4 pennies off of that 415. Kind of breaking out, pushing through that FOMC high there at that 508, holding that on Friday and continuing up. Nice little grind up to make some fresh highs this week on the spider itself, climbing up that spout.
I like that.
AMC high a day. Okay, let's take a quick look at that one. Okay, so AMC, yeah, I guess it's pushing towards those highs there. It is doing relative volume as well. I don't know if that's because GME is moving around. We know that GME, AMC kind of, well, there was a time where they moved in tandem. And wow, that double top on GME looking quite interesting here at that 17.5 area there. So we did pull back into that 13.5 like we mentioned before, and then pushing right back up, but nowhere near that VWAP being right there at that 1524 mark. So yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. We'll take a quick look at that as well. Yeah, TD slowly grinding higher. Yeah, I know. I'm watching it. I'm watching TD slowly grind higher and eat into my I guess P&L. But we're not trading P&L right now.
No, absolutely not. That's a huge thing I've had to learn, because I was just getting a little bit in my feelings. Shout out to Drake, because I was like looking at it and I was like, oh, like TQs. Do you love me? Apparently not, because initially I was doing well on those TQs, and now they are a name that I'm down on. But it's like, I liked the trades I took, minus the more kind of sleep-induced trades we took right there. But basically, most of these trades I liked, and even this last TQ long, I gotta say, I'm not disappointed.
Are you short
with it?
Oh, nice.
Sean's short Apple 188.
Yeah, we finally broke through that 181.
Oh, okay, nice.
Nice trade.
But yeah, so these TQs, I tried to get long here at that 57.70s, risked about 5 pennies. We initially were bouncing off that VWAP. We stopped bouncing. We V-stopped bouncing at VWAP. So I had to get involved. Now we started bouncing again. So it's like, I think the biggest thing, these markets can be very bamboozling, right? You just have to accept that. You have to roll with the punches. And I think that's certainly been a thing today. These markets are certainly acting like I am Rocky, or they're Rocky, because they keep punching me in the face and winning these boxing matches. But it's like, you just got to get up. We have to see if we're going to fly now on the sock sell. Shout it to Rocky. But we're about 10 pennies in the money on this, 9 pennies in the money. But I like the setup too, because I did notice we have a little bit of a flat top break situation. I wanted to add more shares if we got to 40.60s. We didn't. That's okay. I'm happy with the position we had. I think we probably need to slow back from that share size and just get involved in stuff we like. I want to see us continue to grind higher. Initially too, this is another example of the bamboozlement of these markets. I got short 80s, and I said I was going to give it to this 87 area. We broke above, I got out. The second I get out, it continues to be a short. So it's just really funny sometimes how these markets will try to get in your head. All you have to do is adhere to your plan. Because just as easily as, it keeps going, like you get out and then it keeps working, it could easily also have gone up like another $1 on me. Do you know what I mean? So that's why risk management is so important. It can make you a little bit sad. You can, cry tears into your pillow. But crying tears into your pillow is way worse than, or is not as bad as losing your account. You know what I mean? You have to be careful. You have to be cognizant as well of everything. Volatility is your friend, says Diggle Boy. Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm trying to get more used to. Sock sell, we're going to let you run a little bit here. And look at pins here for Manuel Palma. Let's see if this one's on pins and needles. I traded this a couple times last week. Not very successfully. I always forget this one's on the NY. But yeah, there were a couple levels of Pinterest for me last week. That 40 area bouncing around. Is there anything I'm Pinterested in here? Oh, okay, this is a nice look. Manuel Palma saying 41 breakout. I mean, we're pretty decisively below 41 right now. I have to say, I would say break that high of day first, then worry about 41. We are bouncing on that 9 EMA very nicely. We've been holding this for the past 20-ish minutes. Then we did have that beautiful bullish candle coming down to 40.65. Oh, no, we're not. We're coming back to 40.75. So I think the pin certainly trying to poke to the upside here. That was not the pun of the day, but that's fine. This 41. I'll put it this way. Manuel. I think if we break 41, I think it's going to be pretty vicious. But we've had 1, 2, 3 post-earnings days of this inability to close above 41. I think once we break above, or if we break above that bull flag we have in the intraday, then we get into that spicy 41 area on the daily chart. I think because this is such a key level on the daily and also a previous level of resistance going back to February 8th, I think this breakout has a lot going against it, but I love an underdog story. And I think if we can break above it, it'll be a nice level. One last thing I want to look at. A couple people are asking about Mara. I know Mike, I think in the chat, wants to see the daily chart, so we'll look at that. But just in time, saying, think Mara does its thing 21 today? And I mean, I love puns, and I think this level, this is what I know people are looking at. I want to see if it breaks above this 21. And I think, okay, you know what? I have a couple things I want to note. Look at this. I said for me, the biggest area of resistance at the time was going to be that 20.85. We break above it and then some. Now we're resting on it. We're resting on the 90 EMA. We're resting on that previous area of resistance around that 20.80, 20.85. You know what? I think Mara can do something for you. I think it can do its thing 21. And I think it can wrap a rich flex if it breaks above this 21 level. I have to say, all puns aside, I think even on a technical basis, I really like this. And again, not advice, just my take on the chart. The fact that this was an area of resistance we had some trouble getting above earlier, now we're resting on it as support. We're resting on it on the 9 EMA. And let's look at that daily again as well for Mike in the chat. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad look. In all honesty, I really don't. And I said earlier, I want to see what we did at 21 on the daily because that was the April 2nd high. So I think that could be an interesting area to break above. Also, shout out to Brendan for the brief cameo on screen there. But I think this 21 area, I think there is some support and some confluence for that breakout. Also, sock sell. Speaking of things doing things for you, please punch about my sock sell. Happy that can finally be a Sox W based on just taking trades I really like. And I think the biggest thing is, as Cindy Lauper says, don't be discouraged. Let your true color shine through. And I think that's why, just trying to continue to be bullish on positivity has always helped me in these markets. How are you doing?
Just again, looking for that next trade here. We talked about Apple kind of potentially coming back in. Hasn't really done that yet. Just continues to kind of sell off there. Really, not really looking like the futures here. Again, we know that Apple's been slightly, maybe potentially disconnected there, but Nvidia holding up quite well, and so is, I guess, SMCI. We're looking at some of those tech names as well. But yeah, no, market holding up quite nice there. 18.1, kind of just chopping around this 18.1 here on the NQs, and again, pretty much well within that range of the morning session here on the ES as well. So it hasn't really gone too much. People still talking about Boeing, so let's take a quick look at Boeing. Boeing continuing to the upside there as it's having another leg up. Through that, so I guess we're really liking that news that's been happening here on the Boeing and pushing up into this 183.40 as of right now is the high, and look at that volume coming in as well. So taking NASA astronauts for a ride there as it kind of pushes up on the day there. Are NFTs a thing again? Asking Darwin and. Talking about MI. What is MI? I'm not really too sure what MI is. NFT limited. How much volume is this thing doing? Is this doing any sort of volume? Nothing really. Average daily volume 133, but yeah, I have no idea, dude. But it seems like previous day, oh wow, look at that. Look at that RVOL that happened on Friday on this ticker. That's very interesting, and now we're pushing some fresh highs there. What's the float on this one? Okay, yeah, no, definitely no 600K float. So that's not my cup of tea at all. Again, volatility and the manipulability of the ticker not really being my cup of tea there. As small floats definitely can be manipulated quite aggressively without that much dollar volume. So not really my thing, but yeah, I like the large caps. I like apparently I like fighting the trend as well as this TD continues to bid right back up on the day. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading, and we can take a quick look at that as well. Mara 21 now, so I guess Mara continues to go up. Wow. Okay, so yeah, no, it's not really too many fresh highs on the day, but it is kind of coasting and grinding in and around the day highs here at 21. Yes. So Mara quite strong on the day. There goes Apple, more legs to the downside. Shout out to Sean for holding on to that short there. That's something I could have definitely done here on the Apple trade off of some of those highs there. But you know what? Maybe I should take that off of my screen there as Apple kind of it is flushing down. Let's see what we do with that 180 as well. So 180 being a little bit interesting on the Apple. So let me just pull it up here so we can take a look at it together. Pull it up on a 15-minute here. Make that a little bigger. Okay, so that 4 a.m. kind of low is in and around that 180. We're headed right into that. So maybe a bigger picture reversion happening here overall, and pulling back into some of those highs. So let's take a quick look left, see where if we can find any sort of support or resistance here. You can see that maybe this 178 could be a little interesting. I don't know if we'll get there today, but yeah, looking a little bit further left, this 180 area has been interesting over the past couple of months, and since that previous earnings report as well. We've kind of held that 180 until we really didn't, and then we flushed to the downside, 167s, 164s as well on the Apple. So maybe can we get to this 180 potentially? I did have that short idea in the morning. Look at that 15-minute wick coming right off the open. A little bit of a strong selling happening there, and then we can't really hold any of those levels, and we trek down to the downside quite in a grindy fashion back to the downside. Nice and slow, methodic movements there. Little disconnected from the market, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good look. Hopefully the TD doesn't get too tedious. That would certainly, no, I know it's a pun, but in all seriousness, you know, hopefully that you do bank on that trade. Also, Mara, I did get involved in Mara Long, which I'd like to address. This was, like, was it the choice of my life? Je ne sais pas. However, I said that really loudly, apologies. It was not, I don't see this as completely a FOMO because I did see levels I like. This type of top returns is stuff I like. I liked that we were resting here at that previous area. And I want to take this up into that continued movement around 21. I want to see what we do at 2077s, which is that kind of previous area here. To my knowledge, at least from what I've been watching, we haven't even broken below 2080s yet, so I'm happy with this right now. Kind of tried to piecemeal into this position, much like the market is grinding. I want to chop and turn my way into this position. Looks like this is probably not going to work out for me, but you know what? I'm comfortable having this for now until we break below that level. It looks like Mara wants to run in a marathon to the downside without me, but you know what? This is what I get, you know, for getting involved in this. As or after we had that movement, it was something I liked, so I wanted to try it. Also, CJ, the day trader, was asking, you know, what does RVol mean? So it's relative volume. It's and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's when you have volume. It's volume compared to other volume you have in the day. So if you have a lot of RVol compared to previous day's volume, there's a lot of interest in the stock or the asset in that day. I think I believe that's.
No, yeah. More than normal. Like relatively more than normal. So it's like, relative volume depending on how much of a period you put on it. It'll just measure previous bars or previous time frames for that period and tell you like, okay, well, we're doing X amount more than we normally do, which can kind of give you some direction and like, okay, there might be more interest in this ticker than it normally trades, and that's kind of confirmed with the volume. There goes Apple right down into that 180 halves. With that, there's a bit of size also on the ask right underneath that 150 as well. So let me just throw that size filter here on the Apple. So kind of Buddy's kind of gone now. I don't know if it got filled, but okay, no, it did get filled. 48's had some size there, but yeah, got filled and kind of pushing right back in. So yeah, let's see where Apple kind of stops there. Don't really want to punch into the lows here as it kind of continues to the downside on Apple with that volume kind of coming in as well. So let's see what's Havana Woody saying. Chill, Ponzi Fonzie saying chill with the ads, bro. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, I know. Havana Woody saying cover your shorts on Mara. Why is Mara continuing to the upside there? Not really. 21 is that high as of right now, and we are pushing above that VWAP as well. So 21 holding as resistance as of right now. So Mara, but again, it's trending very strongly on the day. So again, I have no opinions on that. But yeah, so yeah, Joseph, welcome to Trader TV. So we got a new subscriber there. Good stuff shorting. PLTR needs to hold his 25 level. All right. Let's see what you're talking about. Who's saying that? The real Polka trainer. Okay. All right. So 25, yeah, I mean, look at it. It's quite strong on the day. Again, earnings eve, it's breaking out of Friday's highs as well. Look at that aggressive action, holding the VWAP through the pre-market and off of the open there. Look at that 15-minute wick right off of the open. So a nice little bid bringing that right back in. Now we're pushing for high a day there on the Palantir. How much volume is this thing doing on the day? So it is doing over almost 2 RVol there. So definitely, and the RVol indicator that I have on right now telling me that right now this bar is doing over 3.7 RVol. So doing a decent amount of relative volume. As some of you just asked, what does RVol mean? Relative volume, just the average, how much more versus average volume is it doing given the period that you specify for the indicator.
Thank you for going over that there, Obi. Also, so I did, my marathon run ended. I did not complete the marathon. Okay. I did not medal. Instead, I fell asleep in a heap in the side of the road. No, I'm joking. Like, honestly, as dramatic as that metaphor was, I just used it because it's marathon digital. But yeah, I did get out of my Mara long. And you know what? I got it where I wanted to. I can't be that upset. We broke below that 77s. I said, bye-bye. So I did. My marathon did end. We continued to break a little bit lower here. And you know what? I said, like, I did like the support area, but I was cognizant of the fact that we did have a lot of hype in that name. So I guess I bought into the hype a little bit too much. Literally, I did buy into this hype around 21, and I ended up paying for it. This is my weakest name of the day so far, and I am, like I said, this is not my best trading day, down in everything right now, but always just bullish on learning and opportunities and ready to keep going. Not even, like, honestly, I'm not down that much. I'm down, like, less than if you bought, like, a Starbucks and a sandwich or whatever, drinking a sandwich at Starbucks. So proud of myself for just trying to minimize that risk. And again, I appreciate Obi mentioning this earlier too, because this is something I'm trying and mostly failing at, but trying to get better at, just not trading on P&L. If you see something you like, just get involved, right? And so I think I've been trying to do that. Now, the bigger issue there is, well, are the things you're getting involved in good or conducive to positivity? And I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? I did sleep for a lot of the weekend, which is why I think I am a little bit more tired today, but we are drinking some caffeine. We're getting ready to make those trades, and I do like this Tesla here. I'm getting involved in Tesla, or TSLL is my way of playing TSLA. I do like the stutter step to the upside off the 9 EMA. I want to get some involved here at 837s, and if we can get 836, I'd be pleased as punch. I do not think we're going to get that, but I do have those orders ready just in case. Also, this Snapchat. I don't know why I was thinking about Snapchat, but I was, and it looks like this was a good day to think about Snapchat, and why wasn't I thinking about it earlier? We have this nice little range area here, this 1638 all the way up to 1648, about 10 penny range. Then we break up to the upside, rest here, and continue to push higher. This chart looks very similar to Palantir in some ways. So both of them having their moments. Palantir, I still think could be a long if we come down and bounce off that 24.95 area. Not a bad look for me personally, but I did stay Palan clear of this earlier because I just had some poor decisions making inspired by my lack of patience. But if this still comes back here at this 24.95, this is a look that I like, and I do want to get involved indeed in that stock. Yeah, Tesla right now though, I want to try to wrestle with Tesla. Not sure if I'm going to. DayTrader Cut saying that they have their P&L turned off. That's actually maybe not. I don't know, because I guess like that would make you focus then really just on if your strategies are working. Which is not, I mean, like the thing is too is we do have a shutdown, which is why I'm a little bit more cognizant of P&L. But I see what you mean. It's like you really want to focus on if your strategies are working and if you're adhering to your risk and rewards. That's an interesting look there. Let's look at XPEV as well here for Vinayak. Yeah, I have to say, basically flat on the day. Despite some, I think, some up and down moves earlier, I have to say there's not a lot I'm seeing right now in XPeng other than these moves kind of off VWAP, giving you about 3 pennies. So I have to say not a ton that I'm seeing in XPeng. Let's take a look on the daily chart for XPeng, see if there's anything that pings our interest on XPeng. Yeah, I mean, we kind of came off that 950 area that was a little bit of resistance earlier, but I have to say, at that point, I'd be kind of grasping for straws. I'm not seeing a ton that's pinging for me on XPeng at this point, I have to say there. But yeah, I think in terms of the intraday, just to go back to that a bit, we're still bouncing off VWAP. It's not a bad look at all, but it is kind of barcode-ish, and we are making slightly lower highs here. Generally, though, the trend on the day for XPeng is going to be very compressed, getting tighter and tighter. TD, how is it going?
No, I'm not really watching TD too much here, but I did bring up that Tesla that you did mention there. So it is coming right back up into VWAP there. And interestingly, again, you look at previous day highs there, and it's kind of confluencing with that VWAP. So we attempted to push through it and didn't really get too far. Let me take this indicator off the screen. So we can get a clearer, much better perspective here. So, okay, so you can see that this level has been a little bit of a resistance level here. So it was support on this day, Monday 29th, and then kind of pushes right back up into that 200. We attempt to push that 200, can't really make it that far. And then look at that. Once we get below that, it's 186, can't really hold. On that FOMC, you have that strength that really pushes up a lot of the market. That 186 still holds. Next day coming in, can't really get there, but that pre-market high still holds. Next day, again, Friday, that area still holds, and then now we're getting that little bit of a push into that 186 and pushing right back down as well. So it's holding quite well underneath this 186. Let's see, we are making relatively higher lows on top of this 178 as well. So yeah. Not really too concerned with some of those lows, but again, I like this look here. If it is gonna confluence with VWAP in and around this 185, 186, maybe potential VWAP continuation, selling continuation there. You can see how strong. Let's go down to a lower time frame here. Let's go to 3 minute. Actually, we'll go to the 1 minute here. I know a lot of people like to trade on the 1 minute, but yeah, look at that. Once it does break down the VWAP, this range high, this kind of trend break as well, it can't really get above VWAP, and now we're consolidating in and around VWAP. So let's see if we get more of the same here. Maybe looking for a potential break of this short-term trend. What is this volume there as well? So about 12:30-ish, we've been trending right back up into VWAP with a nice little reversion happening there. So interesting look there on Tesla, but yeah, that 185.40s-ish. Let's see if that can potentially come back in and act as a bit of a resistance here. So previous day's high as well, 184.70s. Is that correct? 184.78 being previous day high on the Tesla. But yeah, I don't really have too much else. I'll continue to watch Tesla a little bit here. Let's see if that can come in or not off of that 185, not necessarily off of VWAP, but again, I'll be watching the tape here on my other screen to see if that can potentially come in. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading, man. I'm not really looking at too much. We talked about a lot of those. There's a lot of earning day 2s from Friday, and then there's only a few earning day 1s as well. Let me quickly pull up that earnings chart as well. Let me just go to that window real quick. That's not the one. But yeah, no, if you guys are trading any earnings day 1 or day 2 names, feel free to mention them in the chat, and we'll take a quick look at them as well. So, okay, so here we go. Let me look up the earnings calendar. So today we had Spirit Airlines, SAVE, we know that one. So let me just pull that one on. Save, okay, so Save has been trending to the downside. What else do we have? BNTX. I know a few of these I didn't really keep on my radar because they don't necessarily do a lot of volume in general, and some of them, they only do volume on earnings days. And by volume, I think my criteria is it's got to be doing at least a couple of milli for me to really be interested. We know TSN definitely does some volume as well. So let's take a quick look at that one, TSN. Okay, wow, so holding that VWAP quite nicely. We talked about this earlier today, but again, the move was, I guess, in the morning session as it cracks some of these lows as well. So interesting look there on the TSN. And what else we got? We got BCRX. You know, I should be pulling up the volume bar or the volume thing as well. So average volume, doing volume today, 6 million. Yeah, that's not too bad, but it's a $5 ticker. So in terms of dollar volume, maybe not as much as I would like it to have. What do these guys do? Jill, Jones, Lang, LaSalle. Yeah, not doing volume at all. You can see it's average 30-day volume, 250, and then what is it doing today? 235. So even on earnings day, it's not really able to do more than its average volume. So not really something that I am too interested in as of right now. Same thing with this one. What's a Bowler Pro? Oh, interesting. So this one has been doing some nice volume. Bolero Corp. Bolero Corp. Thanks, Raveen.
It's just like Bolero.
Is this like Bolero, like the car company? Like, or
I think it's like bowling. Yeah.
Oh, it's like a bowling. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah. So definitely striking out on earnings there as all the pins fall. Look at those candles fall to the downside. They're right into to the downside, holding that 10 level there, but that volume coming in as well. So interesting little action there. It is doing some volume on the day. 3.6 million. Again, when an average 30-day volume is 740K, so it doesn't really do too much. But if you look, again, we talk about the relative volume. Look at that, right there. That's the number there, relative volume. So doing thousands X in the pre-market. Obviously, it doesn't do too much in the pre-market, but doing 50 to 30X. Coming into about 12 times this RVOL on this 5-period RVOL indicator that I have going on here on this screen. So definitely something potentially on watch there for Bolero, but wasn't really part of my my names. I had Save, I had Berkshire, and I had TSN. Berkshire, we talk about, like, I missed that 400 bounce. That 400 bounce quite clean off of previous day highs. There goes the market. Market's pushing for fresh highs there, or attempting to push for fresh highs. And Apple's still kind of holding relatively weak there. So let's take a quick look at some of these constituents here to see what is going on. We'll do a quick run through. Oh, there it goes, Softy. Oh boy, Softy to the upside. take a quick look at that one. All right, so Softy, quite aggressive and strong to the upside there, making some fresh highs. We talk about, what is that? That's VWAP. All right, so so VWAP holding 408. So okay, so let me just take this off and let's take a quick look at what I've been looking at on the Softy over the past couple of days. So earnings comes in to 388. These 388 lows, they hold in this pre-market session. We get that FOMC shake and bake reversion man on block right there and comes right back in, holds that level. Interestingly, confluenced in and around that 400. Now we're just slowly trending up above this this shake and bake that we had, which is kind of an interesting look. So we got that nice pop and grind on Friday, and then it is continuing that move into 411s. What are the highs of earnings right there? 424, and the earnings day high, intraday highs, I guess, in and around that 415. Let's just take a quick look at the daily chart here real quick to see when what that earnings high actually was. That earnings high. Am I looking at the right chart here? Yeah, I guess. 399 is, so 400 was that earnings high, and we are kind of trending above that there on the Softy. So interesting look there. Okay, so that's what I mean. Okay, so earnings reaction was very aggressive. The day high in and around that 400 there on Softy coming in. Let's see what we got in store for some of these tech names. We know that last year was quite interesting coming into this first quarter. See if we get that continuation of the move. I have no idea, but looking quite interesting. Nvidia pushing back towards that 1,000 mark as well, and futures back above that 18. Who would have thunk? But holding that, I think that 17.8, 18,000. Now we're pushing right back up to that 18.1 right now. So let's see how sustainable this move is. Here comes TD back in for that for a potential flush. Let's see if we can get that VWAP down in 55.30s. But like I said, that when that selling kind of comes in, it does come in quite aggressively. So it is an interesting look there, interesting levels as well. If you look back on the chart, what this 56 area might have been on day one of that earnings news. So we did kind of break below trend. Let's see if we kind of continue to hold this trend to the downside, or hold the trend to break, or we reclaim the trend. I have no idea, but finally seems to be starting to potentially work here on the TD.
Yeah, so yeah, not too tedious anymore, hopefully, there on that TD. I'm going to keep reusing that pun. I can't believe only 13 minutes left to go in the show. Hopefully you guys had a very happy Monday. It was a bit of a manic Monday, as Anthony Kerr was putting in the chat. Shout out to the Bengals. But yeah, right now, the stock sell, I have to say, has me smiling. I got involved when I saw that bounce off the 90 MA. I took out some and I said, you know what? I only have a scintilla of shares. I want a few more. So I added in here at 40.90. Was it the decision of my life? Je ne sais pas. But am I going to regret it? No. I mean, I'm happy with what I did. I'm happy that I took the impetus to add when I saw that we were holding that 90 for the time being. I want to get some more out at 97. Yeah, 97's here. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that, but we're going to have to wait and see. If we stay above 80s, I'm going to be staying in. It looks like SockSell is like, oh yeah, we're really going to test you in that, because I'm going to test 80s now. I'm like, okay, SockSell. Stay chill. But yes, you definitely got to pull the socks up and get ready there to see what SockSell is going to have to give. Hopefully it doesn't sock me in the face there in SockSell. We're going to have to wait and see. Also, thank you, Obi. When you were doing your earnings recap, I remembered Save, and I liked that we were bouncing off the 90 MA. And so, you know, we had saved before the bell, not saved by the bell necessarily, but saved before the bell. And I did want to get involved here. I was initially at another order out 325s, realized we weren't getting it, canceled it. Couple pennies in the money here, literally a few pennies. It is not like the trade of the world or anything, but I'm okay with it. I want to see what we do here coming into that 334. I don't know if we'll get it. I don't have a huge size here, but I have enough size that it makes sense to trade, because this is a stock that is a little bit less and moves a little bit more, I guess, slowly. So let's see how Save goes. Also, there's something else I was going to look at. Lucid moving up, says Darwin. That's what I wanted to look at. I was involved in Mullen earlier. I spent some time mulling over an entry. I guess I didn't spend enough time mulling over the entry. Lucid getting ready. Lucid's tonight. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if this one can lucid dream and make a move past some of those past issues there. We know that you have funding from Saudi Arabia, so we're gonna have to see what Lucid does. We had a couple pushes past that 289 area, then we decisively break above, now into 294. Let's see, it'll be interesting to see what we do around if we get to 3. But I think those earnings are gonna be, of course, an interesting turning point there for Lucid. Let's take a look at Mullen as well. I know Sean was involved in this name. I took a short, I mean, the long, was it like the trade of the day? No, but I'm happy with how I executed it. Looks like had I just been a little bit less conservative with my stop, we would have been fine. But even then, it's like, Adara, how much would you have been really making? This is the definition of shop and trade. This isn't even a range at this point. This is like breathing. It's like 1 cent, another cent, right? This is like, okay, let's look at, this is a Mullen trade. This is the Mullen trade here. Sean, no Mullen over that. I mean, mulled wine, nice look there. That's nice.
Why do you think we were sitting right here?
Because we tried to break it above earlier and then we couldn't. And that was the level. Am I right?
Nice.
I was out on a walk.
He was out on a walk.
So you had the order sitting there. Damn. A little bit of failure to follow through.
Confidence. That's where the confidence comes in.
That's straight up confidence. Yeah.
He just, Sean concurs.
You'd heard about it. Now you get to see it in real life. Yeah.
You do to see the confidence there. Also, Save decided to break down a little bit there, so I might have to save myself and get out. We're gonna have to wait and see here. We haven't broken below the 325 level. But we're gonna take a look and see. Sox L working out for now. It looks like that won't be an L. Save. Will we save it? Let's figure this out. Mullen, though, still kind of rangy. Yeah, I don't know if I had the confidence to pull this off, but I'm always trying to figure out my confidence levels, and I appreciate Sean for mentioning that as well. That's something I've been definitely working on and being more confident in my entries. I don't have the confidence, but I could have my own kind of confidence and get involved here. PLTR earnings this evening, says Dustin Goshenor. Let's take another look at that quickly. Palantir. It's pretty pal and clear. We want to break above that 25.10. Couple wicks there of rejection. Let's see if we can break above that with a viciousness there. But generally, bouncing off that 90 MA, man, I missed this opportunity. I will beat myself up from it, but not because I'm trying to hate on myself, just because I'm trying to learn. It's like, Adara, you didn't even break below your stop loss. You just need to be more patient. Also, Tesla, $3 club for Elon. Shout out to you. That's a great look. Tesla, though, coming a little bit into that previous resistance earlier today of that 185.50. That was an area Sharif and I were talking about a little bit last week. So Tesla might be struggling here. Enjoy your $3 club winner, though. Shout out to you, Elon, living up to your name there in that Tesla trade. What are you looking at right now, Obi?
I was just looking at the chat, and I think I saw a pretty funny comment by Lolo here saying that the market's doing a seahorse pattern. We're going to do a leg up into the close. That's pretty funny. Yeah, no, there goes the spider. 515, we were talking about that 515 earlier today, so we are knocking on the door of some of those highs, and as you guys can see, the ES and the NQ kind of pushing for those fresh highs. ES kind of making it a little bit earlier than the NQ there, but yeah, that 515 coming in on the spider. Very strong trend after that Friday. So Friday we kind of dipped down into those 508s we talked about, and then kind of a nice little grind up, and that continuation happening as of right now on the SPY. So let's take a quick look at some of the top constituents before we leave you guys to the big dogs at the big desk there. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Softy. So Softy pushing fresh highs as of right now, 412 coming in. So yeah, Softy kind of pulling that market up as well. Take a quick look at Apple. Apple, we know that it is kind of near its lows, but maybe a potential bounce. Look at that. Oh boy, look at that right there. So that 4 a.m. a little bit of a low comes right into that area, that 180-ish, 180 half-ish, and catching a little bit of a bounce. Is it a real bounce? Who knows? It's still within trend on the day, so I have no idea. But let's take a look at the next one. Goggle pretty much sideways, not really doing too much on the day there. Nice little ranging action there. Amazon, let's take a look at what you're up to. Amazon, nothing too crazy there, but it is holding these lows from previous day. And again, that's a little interesting of a consolidation there that holds near the highs. Again, FOMC, we talk about that nice little shake and bake that we had last Wednesday. And look at that, nice little consolidation near those highs, holds that and then takes another leg up. And now we're holding some of these lows on the leg. So that all-time high potentially coming in as we are building up making those higher lows into that level. We talk about this wiki action making higher lows as well, pushing up into those all-time highs. So kind of the top constituents. I know I'm forgetting some, but we can take a quick look at Tesla. I know that one's up there as well. Tesla still pushing towards those highs. We talk about that 185, 186 level earlier. It comes right into it, and now we're catching a little bit of a sell here. How much time is left on that 15? Got about 4 minutes left on that 15, and this is where we consolidated. Couldn't really get back above VWAP in and around this level, and then had that strong sell-off into these lows at 182. So let's see what we do in and around some of these levels. Again, I'm not watching the tape, but might be something interesting to watch as that selling pressure may or may not show up once again on Tesla. Now let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Meta, we know that it's been bidding up quite nicely as well. That earnings reaction quite aggressive to the downside, breaking a bit of this shelfie action that was going on since last earnings. You can see that it held up quite well. Previous earnings levels, these lows being at 450, can't really look anywhere below that. And then look at that, comes right back in on this earnings, quadunk to the downside. Shout out to Sharif, holds that 399. I got an alert there as well. Again, it wasn't there from before. I put it in. Bless you to whoever is sneezing there in the back like that. Damn. Okay, so 410, 415, 420, 450. We've just been kind of trickling right back up on maybe a higher time frame reversion that's happening here on Meta platforms there. But again, who else is a larger constituent? I think last time it was AVGO, but I don't know how far they are down the list as of right now. But AVGO holding pretty much sideways as well since last earnings. So those are kind of the top constituents of the markets. And yeah, nothing too crazy there. A few names are taking us to the upside. Again, Nvidia being super strong and Softy as well. So let us know what you guys are trading as our time is closing into an end there.
I can't believe that. Only 3 minutes left. Yeah, thanks again to Obi. Shout out again to Obi for covering today. Killing it there. Taking us to the bank, quite literally. Although, unfortunately, TD was...
I stood in line for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. You had to wait there. The tellers were very busy.
Yeah, they were very busy, and I was just like, I kept putting in my ticket, and I was like, hey, I'm not next. I'm not there yet, but...
Yeah,
you know.
no, and it's like one of those things where there's like someone who tries to cut you in line, you know, those type of bank scenarios. Yeah, it was like not the best banking experience, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you for taking us through that. That was a name that I forgot about that I know Sean traded on day one. So nice look there for TD. Also, Soxel. I'm happy I got this high of daybreak. And you know what? I'm really proud of myself. I am down in the day, but two things I'm really proud of. I took high of daybreaks here on Soxel and the TQs. And that's something I would not have done a month ago, like even in the sim. So I think you have to be proud of yourself take incremental gains. And they're not always going to be P&L gains. They're going to be gains in knowledge, gains in confidence. Working towards our own personal confidence, which of course will not be called that. But you know, like I hope that makes sense. It's just, I think what I've been trying to focus on is less looking at those P&L gains, because I think I was overly focused on P&L my first week. And now I'm going on my 4th week of live trading. And I've really just been trying to focus on trades that I like and learning a little bit from each trade, whether that's material, whether it's just something on the chart there. So I do like Soxel. Save, we added a little bit to the position because at that time we were holding the 26 level. I don't think this can be saved. I think we're going to have to be saved by the bell ending this show. Be like Zach Morris, pull a crazy hijink and get out of this joint as the midday comes to an end there. Shout out to Mark Paul Goslayer. But also let's take a look at Disney. Speaking of programming and TV programming there, Soxel keeps making new highs a day here. Let's take a look at Disney, the House of Mouse. You all, Reina was mentioning this one. Yeah, so Disney broke about, wow, this 116 break was many moons ago. Shout out to everybody taking that 116 break. I think Manuel Palma brought this one to my attention, so shout out to you. Having this continued bounce off the 90 EMA, now that we're breaking a little bit below. But we are bouncing off that previous resistance area that we came up to a couple times, 116.35. This isn't a bad look. We did have that chop and churn forming us some resistance that we could break above at 116.66. So those 3 6s that are in tandem could be a bit of an omen, depending on who you are. But yeah, quite a look there. 30 seconds left. Any final words before we pass it back off here?
No, I just want to shout out Adara for pretty much carrying the lesson today. I know it was a little impromptu. Sharif not really feeling too well today, but yeah. We talked about IPOs and direct offerings and SPACs. So hopefully you guys got a little bit of knowledge with that one. And yeah, nothing too crazy. I'll see you guys hopefully soon.
Yeah, hopefully we see you soon. Thanks again to Obi for killing it. Always great on here. Bears versus Bulls shouting out both of us. So yeah, thank you very much. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls always. And shout out, of course, to the big desk. I'll see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel with more IPOs, direct listing, and SPACs. For now, though, it's back to Brendan at the big desk.
Yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon here as we get going into the final couple hours. Hope your Monday afternoon is going well. A few things to note here, moving around. It was just Darren Obi. We're talking about this, but Microsoft just took out the highs there once again. Fresh day highs, if you missed it earlier, they were talking about a new version of AI coming specifically to compete with Google and others. A few other things of note. Spirit Airlines, all-time lows today on this forecast. My chart is not updating. Let's do it this way. Nope, still not updating. Trust me when I say Spirit, save, all-time lows. 4.6% here. Meanwhile, for Micron, pretty good afternoon going on. For Micron, it's been basically sideways ever since about 10 o'clock this morning, but still holding on to that gap and then some coming off that upgrade. It's about the chips, though, leading the way here. Big tech as well, Microsoft, Meta, even Netflix having a pretty good day. Google, Apple, downside, Apple mostly. Coming off what happened last week, but semiconductors back in action in a big way, including Micron, including AMD. Yeah, there it is. 12%. We just bounced off 320 all-time lows on a Q2 forecast that was just horrible for Save. The CEO saying they're going to have to furlough another couple hundred employees as well. So still no better for Save, unfortunately. Market day highs. This slow and steady kind of grind to the upside continuing here. Overall, I mean, that's how Friday afternoon looked, if you remember as well. Wasn't anything terribly exciting, but just a slow, steady grind continuing on the 2-day look there on the 15-minute chart. But yeah, coming up tonight, we get Palantir after the close. We get a ton of earnings throughout the week. We get Lyft, we get Uber, we get a lot to talk about. Let's check in with Neil and Sean here, and then we're going to have Danielle Shea join us a little bit earlier this afternoon, so looking forward to that. What are you guys looking at?
Apparently, we should be looking at Spirit Airlines. I didn't realize all-time lows. I knew it was bad for Spirit Airlines, but yeah, you look left and yikes, just another one under some pressure. But the market, I think slow grind to the upside. Sorry, I was just checking Spirit because it's down over 10%. I was thinking, is there an SSR play? But it's not at $3. But some of the things that we're looking at right now, and the market is slow grinding up. Look at AMD right now. Just hanging out at VWAP. You're talking sideways, no break, one way or another. I mean, I'm into Micron, which is doing a similar consolidation. Just made a bit of a bounce off of VWAP, but that one's going sideways. But then you look on over at a little something else, whose name is Nvidia, churning at the high of the day. Microsoft churning at the high of the day. Okay, fine, Disney's not going to pull things up in the market, but Disney churning at the high of the day. So you do have some names that have been carrying this grind higher, and then others that have been somewhat sitting it out after doing some work in the morning. So I think you got to make sure you're in the right sort of names here. I don't mind like continuation VWAP plays, but there's certainly some strong stocks in this market. There's some dogs. Apple's a dog right now. And there's some that are just hanging out in the middle. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw AMD have a range like that in the afternoon or during lunchtime. It was, for AMD to be doing that kind of a tight band, I think doesn't last. But the chips have been good. You just got to make sure you're picking your spots.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I got to get into the right YouTube chat. I mean, I was going to show you the sticky note, but welcome everybody back here. We don't need to do that. We talked about being bullish here early. It's on the note here, 8:30 o'clock. Stay bullish, get long, stay long. We're still long. The TQQ's right here into this trade. We're still long Palantir right now as well, up to $25. Unfortunately, I had to be somewhere during lunchtime, but that's all right. We could have been buying this dip. We should have bought this dip down to VWAP. We actually wrote down on here, buy dips down to VWAP, but we're okay. We got the bottom of the day. on Palantir. While we were out, we put our offer for Mullen. And I said to Obi and I said to Adara at the beginning of the day, I said, when I came back in, you know, we got filled on Mullen. I didn't even realize we got filled until we came back, obviously. And it hit that exact spot again, $6. So we sat there and took that fill. So this was $1.50 on a $4.50 name. So 30%, $4.50 name. Then we actually made, like we say this all the time, you see this? We weren't here again. Our stop order comes in, triggers at that high of the day. Next minute, we drop down $1 and change from that. We get some back rate here on Google, and we go short again there. And then Apple, I'm just showing you all the trades. And then Apple right here, again, on the sticky note, short Apple. We waited for it to come back to the 50-period moving average, and now all of a sudden, your P&L2 of the day goes Apple on one trade. So far, so good here. We're really happy with all of this. Let's just see what happens moving forward, and we'll go on into the close. We'll have Danielle Shea come through. The market recap show is going to be a banger, and I'm going to get in the right chat. But salute to all the traders out there. Let's try to stay short. We're long Palantir, long the market. I do have some stops, so we'll talk about that as the rundown happens. So that's just what I've been up to. What have you guys been up to?
Yeah, I see Havana Woody in the chat there, and there's a good point you're making here, Havana Woody, about some of the crypto names. I am still in that. Was talking with him about this, like Square Short, but it is one of the weakest names. And sometimes when you're short off highs like this, you're like, oh, why would you want to be fighting it on Block? Now remember a couple of things, and we'll get into some crypto names in general. Block got trounced on earnings despite the gap up. You're going to see it gave it up early on Friday, and then it gave it up at the open, and then it gave it up again right at this 72.70 price. So that's the reason I'm in this short. And while you've been grinding higher in a few other names, this has been sort of leveling off right in front of that 72.70 level. The fact that it cannot seem to break down here, I don't know if I want to go into it like a fourth time on Block. So I have been scalping out. I do like it down into VWAP, but you got to respect some of the strength it's showing. I look over at what's happening in IBIT, and it's like stair step down. So at some point, you know, when I see crypto not really holding up all that well, and I see this name up 4%, it's at resistance, but it's not enough to be at resistance. I'm sitting in Intel short, that's different. That's a weak stock. It's underneath VWAP to be sure, but Square is at the high of the day currently. So we got to be respectful of that. And, oh, looks like we just lost VWAP on one name. We might have just lost VWAP on Mullen. On Micron, we had just gotten some out at the top end of the range, and then it goes right back in, dipping into VWAP. Just not nearly as strong as we were saying in Nvidia. And the more I look at AMD, and Micron to a certain degree, Micron's been too strong. The more I look at AMD, I'm asking myself if I shouldn't be short this name. Like this is, I can't remember the last time I saw something like this on AMD where if you're getting like 15s and 20s, you're risking 20-something cents. And this stock was down at $151 in the pre-market.
Already?
So yeah, I think I'm gonna get on the offer here of AMD. It's weird to want to short VWAP, but when I see it this week relative to Nvidia and the market's still taking out highs, I'm gonna take a shot at this. Stop will be at about 155.31.
All right, back to the desk.
It's a little early, but that's okay. We'll have a chat about some possible options trading coming up this week. Ms. Shea with us, as always, on a Monday afternoon to kick off what is going to be an interesting week here. I mean, we were saying this morning, Danielle, that we're obviously through the big earnings, but you mentioned one coming up here on the 15th. I just double-checked, Nvidia. We'll get into that in a couple seconds, but let's go backwards first, and then we'll work our way forwards. Touch on Apple here. The guy's talking about looking at Apple. What are your thoughts after the earnings?
So here's the thing with Apple. Apple had a nice surprise. You know, they came out, they announced a buyback, a raise and dividend, and that was big news, right? And that was a major catalyst for the NASDAQ this last week. And so this week, the key here is, can that move keep going? Because if you look at all these tech stocks, you know, you've got Microsoft that's this close to breaking out. If Microsoft could break out above 415, if you look at Google's on its way, holding at least up above the 8 EMA. It could be on its way to a new high if we could maintain this momentum. You've got Meta that's retracing. I think Meta could trade up into 500. Then, of course, you have Nvidia moving. So, here's the thing. Everything for me right now is about the post-earnings move in Apple, because that has caused this upwards momentum in the mega cap names. And if the NASDAQ can break up above this 50 simple on the daily chart, we could easily be onwards and upwards to a new high, but it's got to keep going right here. The momentum cannot die.
All right, you mentioned Nvidia there. Looking at, back in action in a pretty big way here this afternoon, along with some of the other semiconductors. What are you looking at ahead of Nvidia going into earnings here? Definitely a huge day today.
So here's the thing, is that Nvidia is really the best shot out of the mega cap names to trade to continue going higher. Because look at this. This one's already broken out up above the 50 simple. Got a nice bright green candle on this today. What that means is that the price is up above the 8 EMA on the daily chart, and it's in a bullish trend. We have a squeeze, we have positive volume here, and we have earnings. Nvidia historically rallies about 10% during the 21 bar time frame going into an earnings report, and it's doing that right now. So here's the thing, is if Nvidia can keep going, that is going to help lift SMH and the semiconductors, and that should give the NASDAQ enough power to continue going higher right here.
When you look at some of the other players in this group, we had Micron on a positive note this morning to the upside in a pretty big way in the pre-market. Not much follow through as far as interest is concerned. It seems like everyone kind of going back to the leader in Nvidia.
Definitely. I think everything's going back to Nvidia. You have some laggards there. Micron, it has certainly traded well at times. And today, it's up decently, 4.45%. You may be able to trade this one back up into 130, but everything's just been about Nvidia. We have had some others here like Taiwan Semis consolidating. I've been eyeing that one for a potential breakout. And, I can't ignore Broadcom, because Broadcom was so hot last year and even the beginning of this year, but Broadcom's consolidating as well. So, I think for us as traders, I know seems like it gets old to just talk about Nvidia all the time, but hey, that's where the movement is. That's where we're going. And I think our next price targets are going to be 950, then 975, and then up at 1,000. So I'm just going to keep trading it higher as it continues up, and as it hits each target, you just want to watch and see if the volume and momentum is continuing or not. And that's how you know if you should stay in or if you should get out and take some profits.
You kid around, but it's true, right? We got to go where the action is, and if that's going to be in Nvidia, and as we've seen in a couple of the other ones, and not really anywhere else, then go to Nvidia. All right, you took a long position here in Amazon. Tell us why.
So if you look at Amazon, I would argue that this is probably the other best mega cap name to be trading right here, because it's just below that previous all-time high. And when you are trading a momentum market and you're a momentum trader like me, you want to trade these tickers that don't have all of this overhead resistance. Amazon did really well going into earnings. It did well after earnings. And Amazon has incoming volume. It has this consolidation that's breaking out. So, I'm already in this one, so I can't say that this is the best entry right here up above the 8 EMA. It would have been a little bit better of an entry down here at 180, but I still think trading this one for a breakout up into the new high and then up into 195 is going to be the way to play this one, because I still think there's more juice in this ticker.
Lots of interesting names as far as earnings are concerned this week. The big one everyone looking at coming tonight, the big one as in today. Palantir, any thoughts here, any ideas for PLTR?
Sure, we can go ahead and look at PLTR. With this ticker, we've got a lot of volatility, right? So there's always going to be bets in both directions. And what I like to look at is I like to look at the market maker expected move. So the market maker expected move on Palantir is going to be $3.43. You want to take that and then you want to compare that with the previous moves that this stock has had to say, is this larger than normal? Is this an average move? So for example, last quarter, it gapped up $3.58. Quarter before that, $2.56. Quarter before that, 50 cents, $1.48. So I would say that that's a pretty reasonable priced in move there. And then at that point, you just want to decide, do you want to trade this thing to the long side or to the downside? With this right here, I would say that because they've gapped up 2 quarters in a row, 21% last quarter and then 17% last quarter. The next thing I would do is I would check the short interest, because if it's above 10, it looks like we have 4% short float. So not quite enough, but here's the thing. You look at that expected move and you add it to the current price. And so if it moves just the expected range, that's going to be another $3.50 to the upside. You could easily make a new recent high, and that could cause a momentum breakout. It would be better with short interest, but that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I like it. The thing with these kind of stocks is they're super volatile, but I do like to look at the recent moves, and 4 out of the last 5 quarters, it's been up.
We will keep an eye on what happens tomorrow. As we mentioned, still, there's a ton here as far as what's to come. Disney, a few energy names as well. Oxy on here. There's Rivian. I think a lot of people are going to keep an eye on. Uber and Lyft coming up as well. Give me your thoughts here, maybe Disney first, and then we'll jump over to Wednesday and Thursday.
Sure. So if we look at Disney, Disney's actually been doing a really good job recovering. The last 3 quarters in a row, we've seen Disney trade higher after earnings. And that was, after quite a long time of this stock getting pummeled. So I have been on the upside of this stock ever since the earnings story kind of changed here. We have an expected move in the options market of $6.50, currently trading at 116. So I think, a reasonable price target would be right around 120. You could try to target a little bit higher, around 123. But typically what I like to do with a lot of these is I'll take butterflies in the options market and I'll put a butterfly with a target at the expected market maker move. What that does is it just gives you a cheap options trade where you can target a reasonable range. Now, if you want to look at it and say, I think Disney's going to crush it and I think it's going to move, twice what's expected. Well, then at that point, you'd want to be targeting up at probably 130. That's a pretty big target. But last quarter it did move 8%. So I think they're in a nice bullish upside trajectory. You could also just put credit spreads on it, or you could say, you know what, I think she's totally wrong, and I think this is going to roll over and die. You could sell some call credit spreads, but I think it's been on a good upward trajectory.
We will take your advice, Michelle. We will take your advice. We get Lyft and Uber this week. Let's talk about Uber. Maybe it's typically the most closely watched.
Yeah, definitely. So with these, the thing about these 2 companies is they haven't really been doing very well on a fundamental basis, right? And so I don't generally like to look at them as a long, because it just hurts my brain to say, they're not really doing very well, but sometimes they can gap up. But that's the thing, is with both of these stocks, that can happen. As you can see, we've got a 7% gap, 7% gap, 13%, 15% gap. So that's my difficulty with those. With this one, at least recently, you can see that they've been beating EPS estimates, but yet they've been trading lower. So that's not a very good sign for Uber. It's also not a good sign that you're below the 50 simple and you've been in a bearish downtrend. So I think with these, I would probably either be bearish or just neutral. Sometimes I'll just come in and I'll sell the at the money iron condors. I'll sell the calls and the puts and buy some outer wings for protection, because these 2 both have really high implied volatility in the options market. And so generally the price of the options are going to get crushed overnight. They go up into the report and then they go down after. So a lot of the times I'll just sell the at the money spreads and buy it back the next day. And then you don't have to worry about which way it goes.
I know you're on a tight schedule here. Why don't we do one more? Anything else on this list really standing out for you as far as earnings this week?
I mean, these are the ones that are primarily standing out. There's definitely Rivian, but the thing is that this one at this point, it's only a $10 stock. So with this ticker, I think it's in a downtrend. You know, I think you're under a lot of resistance at this $10 strike price, but I point this one out because, especially for options traders, the implied volatility is really high. And since a lot of people trade this ticker in the options market, that means the price of the options go up a lot going into that earnings report and go down afterwards. So this is another one that I know it's pretty volatile, but sometimes I'll just come in and I'll just sell the at the money calls and puts and buy some outer wings as protection, because you can generally get a really good risk to reward ratio. And then it's a neutral trade and you don't really have to worry about which way it's going to go, even though I think that one looks pretty bearish.
Great input, as always. Going to be a busy week, going to be an interesting one on the earnings front. Check her out on X and on YouTube, guys, at Trader Danielle. We appreciate you jumping on with us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
There we go. I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, she's going to come over here, but then there goes Palantir, and I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. And then there goes Apple. I was like, okay. But thank you, Danielle, for that.
Covering everything.
Yeah, killing it.
Literally everything.
Yeah, Danielle is the best. I mean, you can catch her every single week on the recap show, and then, you know, hopefully as she has time to come through here on the afternoon program as well. So thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea, for another one.
Yeah, and speaking of another one, there was actually one earnings name after market tonight that has not been mentioned at any point today that you guys will probably be looking at on Market Recap. 30% short float, and it's at its high of the day, and we haven't talked about it once. Sorry, I'm on the offer of AMD. That's what
I really have no idea. I know you're trying to build this up. Oh, Lucid.
No, it's Lucid. It's Lucid.
Yeah, there was some news.
It's weird that we don't ever talk. Well, that's not true. We've talked about Lucid before. But getting a little bit of a bounce. There was a question, someone in the chat saying, what's happening with Lucid today? As far as I'm concerned, it's just reporting after market tonight, not a heck of a lot. 30% short float, at least that's what I have from FinViz. There was no number for trade ideas. I know it's always over 20%, or recently has been. But going into earnings, I have it at 3 above the $3 level, 302 above the $3 level, but just looking for some continuation on this name. And then something we have talked about, oh, it's back at 16. I was about to say GameStop was pulling back into VWAP because of this candle, but lo and behold, GameStop might still break this out. You know what? It just did a bit of a hammer down for 40 pennies. It could go. It wouldn't be crazy if this did something similar to Friday, where it just defied expectations. Because that is one heck of a recovery. It's still about 1590. Like this was down 10% today, everybody. And now you're only down 2.5. I think I'm going to take the break here. I think it's 16.22 is a local high. That's a decent consolidation. Give that 15-20 cents, and the high of the day is $1 higher than that. GameStop not dead apparently. It's still trying to go. Wow, good for them.
Yeah, the tonight one REIT that I'm still in a little bit, but we did sell is Simon Property. Yeah, Simon Property 5%. It's not a super sexy name to trade as the way we trade around here, but I really like Simon Property Group. About a 5% yield, really high quality
dividend
malls. Yeah, but it's a high quality mall. It's like I forget who owns Sherway and all that. Cadillac Fairview. It's kind of, so they're kind of like that. All right, that's not Coca. Oh, Coca-Cola Consolidated. Okay, a different company. Primerica. Hey, get your investing needs done with Primerica. There's Lucid right there as well. Implied move. Yeah, there's the banger. 18% right now on the implied move, and that goes to past move 16.8. Right there. So the big one that's coming, of course.
Yeah, it's
I'm glad to see Palantir with this kind of valuation, but it's really nice. 55 billion, that gets higher tomorrow, I think. And then on page 2, we might have the list. If we do, we can throw that up at any time. I just wanted to see some of these implied moves. That's about it. So it's really just Palantir, and that's it, unless there's some more sub 2 billion coming through. We have AMC later on. I mean, that's going to be really low. No real major names on here again as well. Payment Holdings, I don't know.
Whomever
so
that
yeah,
is.
so kind of like
Whoa.
Palantir is going to be the story there. We just got more short
How
on
can she
Google. Did someone just get slapped up?
No,
over there?
they just broke. Look, GameStop broke 1620 and was at 1660 instantly. Because
Instantly.
reasons. So logic is out the window with this
Yeah.
one. Normality is out the window with this one because this is what GameStop is doing. And so I just took some out there immediately at the 1660. If it gets to 50, I should probably just take that again. Gonna go with a break even. That's insane. Like this stock has no chill. I guess I was gonna say it makes no sense, but it hasn't made sense for a while. GameStop making moves. I'm in Lucid, but it's not really doing anything. I'm just chilling at 13.
And abracadabra, bang!
Oh,
there
there
it
it
is.
is.
See, we made that happen right there. Look at that. We got the Ferrari. How did we forget about those guys on the side there coming through? We'll watch out for them tomorrow race coming through. And then that's before the open. So we didn't have that on our list, but there's big ones tomorrow. I mean, Disney, you had mentioned Crocs. I mean, my daughter just got brand new Crocs, and she's like, hey, Daddy, look at this color. It's pink quartz. It's like a rare color. So, like, now this is what's happening. So they got that, and you get all those little things that get attached to them. Ramin, what are those things called? You put them into your Crocs.
I've got like half a dozen.
And they're little, I have like 14 of them in my, I have a baseball one. I have a Stitch one. I have a football one.
At least yours
What are
are
those things
cool.
called?
Mine aren't cool.
Simon Property Groups.
I have a lot of
No,
like.
they're like
kitty-
little widgets, but
No, they're just.
they're like charms.
They're like
yes.
buttons or
What are they
charms.
called? Someone will.
They're like buttons. I don't know.
I'm really disappointed. Hopefully, if my wife is
No,
watching
but
this,
look who
please.
reports before the open tomorrow morning. We talk about aftermarket, and that's where the hot fire is because you get to have them live on the market recap show. But Disney, Crocs, Nikola, whom some people are still interested in, Datadog, and Ferrari. That's another one
Exactly.
that bears
Here
mention.
we have a
And Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. I don't know why.
That's
It's
that
because of,
song. Is that Luca? No, that is.
No.
Where?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Gibbets. That's right. Gibbets is right. Gibbets.
Why
yeah,
am I
that's
already forgetting the name of that movie?
right. They are called gibbets. What, you laughing, Ramin? I will just Google gibbets right now.
That's
and then
what they're called.
Everyone will just.
That's what they're called?
Okay.
Gibbets? I don't think so.
Thought I was getting mocked there.
I don't believe that at all.
Yeah,
Really, gibbets?
Yeah, yeah. I'll show you my Crocs. I might wear Crocs tomorrow. I got some psychedelic, crazy ones my brother got me. I have Team Canada hockey ones, and then I have.
I want to get a
these
Buffalo
crazy
Bills
ones.
one then. I'm going to
Yeah,
order
there's
Bills.
so many. There's so. I mean.
What do I buy? Amazon?
No, I think Crocs was a pretty good website. That's where Marissa got ours.
Oh,
They were pretty cheap. Free
wanna- I
shipping.
wanna
Foot
Buffalo
Locker, you know, has a good. I'm always on that stupid app.
You yelled Foot Locker. I thought Foot Locker was moving.
No. I was gonna say Foot Locker is a good spot because they also have a points program. I like to buy stuff with points programs.
Well, that's true.
You know,
I will be going
spend
to play it
$100,
against
get
sports
$10
tonight.
back
That's
or
where I'm
something. I don't
headed.
know. Sometimes you get that. All right, so just quickly here, Google took our lunch here when we talked about getting stopped out right there. That sucked. We got a little bit back, and then now we're trying again, looking for 50 breaks. So if it breaks higher than 50, we're going to get out of Google. We didn't like layer into this kind of a trade. We still are long TQs. I mean, we're long the market from the open. I mean, it's not. It's from 10 o'clock, but it fell back into this space. So that's been a good trade. We can still hold on to that long, but we're not going to hold on to this Google long or short. Sorry, we got biased into the short on that Microsoft news about their revamping some of their AI offerings and things like that. So that got me sort of excited to short early. We got taken out there, only to find out that we had gotten taken out. We knew our stop was there. I wasn't sure exactly if we got stopped out. We came back in, realized we were out. Let it sort of dance around here between 1 o'clock-ish, came back up to that level, hit it again, which was good. So we were happy about that, but now thrice might not be as nice. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Pull back now. What are we short at? We're short at 36s, so it's 42s. But again, very short leash on this one. We'll have to reel that back in if it gets too out of hand here. But Google, my newest position right there, coming through. Yeah, they are charms. They're gibbets, but they're like little charms.
Yeah, those are cool.
Surprised I don't have any pictures of them.
I am like I have multiple pairs. I have outdoor Crocs. I have indoor Crocs. My daughter has given me some of her gibbets. That's what I have.
Right.
But if I can get like Buffalo Bills,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't buy my own.
Toronto
gibbets.
Blue Jays, and like Maple Leafs, I'll throw those in there for joke.
I like the gibbets.
She wants me to get more. I'm like, I might as well get ones I like. So I just got AMD short because the market broke the high of the day, and obviously that's going to start filling some shorts if you're trying to get them. So VWAP's at 155. But Taz in the chat just says, please look at Walgreens. only because you said please. Like, that's so incredibly please. You could just yell at us and say Walgreens is having a rough day. I don't know what good to tell you about Walgreens Boots Alliance, as we're supposed to call them. But the good news is it hasn't flat bottom broke. The bad news is, unless you're just sort of sitting in a short trade here, maybe shorting pops into 18, not much you can do, but it is close to a flat bottom break. It's held the low. That's a good news when you're down 2.5%. If the market's at the high and you're at the low, generally speaking, that's a bad thing. Last I checked. So yeah, not a great look for Walgreens there. Unfortunately, some retail's going to be in trouble. So Lucid bounced off 3, and I got it at 2s, and then now it gets to 5, 6, and can't go through. I'll probably reload it if it can bounce off 3 one more time, and then Amazon, Nvidia's making a run at high of the day. Nvidia is my most frustrating stock of the day. I'll check that. Yeah, it's Nvidia. I mean, it could be Nvidia. It could be Carvana. I like both of those to longs, and then breakouts did not work. It's at $920. The other thing about this stock, I sold 10% of my Nvidia at $922 with the intention of dip buying it. I didn't dip buy a single share. And I said it in the morning show, and I'm really just saying it now because a lot of times when you want to buy and hold, and I feel like I'm a buy and hold type person, you get a little bit cute. And at the end of the day, buy and hold can't lose. Oh, before I get to I'm shorting VWAP at Intel. If it gets to VWAP, I want that short in addition to AMD. But I'm probably not going to be making any, unless something crazy happens. Alibaba's just a hold right now. Baba's bounced off VWAP at 81.30, and it's double, triple topped at 81.70. So it's holding up nicely, but not a heck of a lot going on here. As a matter of fact, if it gets to 82, I'm just going to get out of it. I don't see an opportunity or a reason to reload off of VWAP. It's just not moving enough. But Alibaba, still holding its breakout, still love what's going on in the long term, still want to be favoring longs in this stock, just only really giving you like 30, 40 cent scalp trade.
All right, so we're having a very good day, but I guess we got out of Amazon too early. This is our long, Amazon, 184.94. It's at 188. It basically sticky noted exactly what we thought. We wrote down dip buying into this name. We put down 184 support. We took 185. I mean, the way it came down was free money, basically. Dropped $1 straight off the open. It hit that, and there it is right there. And then we wrote down 188 potential support or resistance that we were going to look to break on the upside right there. Wow. I mean, yeah, we got out too early for sure. Needless to say, okay, Google. It's coming back in a little bit there. So let's see if we can get now a little bit of a rain back in. We were about 10 cents away from getting stopped out.
Activate everybody's.
Less than that. So let's see if that goes back. Oh, yeah, okay, good. If that goes back in right now, 167.20. Maybe we can get a dip by, but that Amazon is going to absolutely kill me right now. But that's okay. We made money on it, and that's all that matters. The other play there, thank you, Danielle Shea, for talking about this. And it's at the damn high of the day right now. It was another one. Here is another one. This is your PLTR number one sticky note trade of the day, listed right on here, long $24. That's, look what price we have, $24.06 on Palantir. It's at $25.17. It's at the high of the day. We knew this name was going to rally. It's exactly what we wrote on here. Everyone's going to get FOMO, missing it. And yeah, that's Palantir for you. Continues to go higher. I think tonight's going to be a big one, man. And even if it isn't, like right now, the amount that we're up on this, even just since 2 weeks ago, April 19th, I mean, that's cherry picking, so it's the bottom. But even if you were like 2150, or, you know, if you said like, okay, this was some support, you want to go long back here, 2150, you're now 350 in the money on 21. It's a nice move there up to the upside for Palantir. We're going to stay long into the close for that name. Google, we just got hit at 30s there. See if I can zoom that back out right there. We got a little bit of a hit back down into 30. Hopefully we'll continue to drop in for that. And that is if we break the 50-period moving average. And on your crypto trade of the day, I think you could go long now, actually. If you like Coinbase, look where we are. Like, come on. I'm not trying to sit here, you know, like we always talk about it, you know, get in here the latest, look at charts, hit winners. You know, this is, I look at this, I say, okay, you know, it's kind of the same thing that we talked about when we hit Tesla earlier on, you know, looking for key little levels like that, hitting your Apple down here to the downside. So hitting TQs. Look what Mullen, this is a good example of Mullen. We've already talked about this, but this is another one of just sitting at a level there. Like this could be a short as well. You have to pay for shorts for Mullen, but that could also be a short. It's just sitting at an even level that's already showed you some kind of support. And if you get run over, you get run over. Like this could have kept on going, you know, and we have examples like that on Amazon where I got nervous there. At the time, it must have been the 50 period when we broke lower there or something. Or it was just breaking below there. But we got out of our last piece right there. But you see here, if you see where we, whoopsies, wrong lines. I just want to show you one thing about why I don't get FOMO anymore. And I want to thank everybody for liking that tweet that I posted a couple months ago. See, this could keep going, right? And you're like, oh my God, why did I get out there? But like, I'm getting out because we're going back into the pre-market highs off of a dip that's 185, and these are 186 30s and 40s and 50s, because if I don't get out there, look, boom, right, comes all the way back in, and I don't know where I'd get the rest out. So you don't know, like on the way up, where we're going. So get a piece out there, get a piece, and then, yeah, try to do your best to hold something, and then just follow your plan at the end of the day. Like we always say that, you know, ball don't lie, and shout out to whoever's NBA team is still in the
That's who.
Yeah, thank God. Minnesota deserves
all the
wins. Right
all
here.
the respect for Minnesota. That's one of those teams that's been through a heck of a lot to get to where they are. And Anthony Edwards is an easy guy to love. If you listen to any of his press conferences, he was asked a question, what is my favorite thing, what's the one thing you would change about the NBA? And he said, all these guys doing load management.
Yeah.
That was his answer to the question. I love his game. I love how that guy plays
his answer will change in 5 years when he's load manager.
Well, I mean, the way he plays physically is going to be tough for him when he's in his late 20s, but he's an absolute stud. I still think it's going to be, I think it's going to go to 7. I'm not sure I still think they're going to win, but I'm a huge fan of them. I really don't like Gobber, but Anthony, I love that kid. He's such a freak of a talent. Just a couple of things here. I'm still into Intel, and I said if I got to VWAP, I would reload it, but I did get into AMD, and that was off of VWAP to the downside here. So it popped in this range, top to bottom, since we've come back on, is about 50 pennies. So it's got a 50-cent range at the bottom, and then if you look at it, pretty much all of lunchtime, or half of lunchtime, it was 50 cents at the top here. So inside of the range, we're going to do some scalp trading, and then we're going to see if we can't hold it down into the bottom. I thought I said Nuggets in 7, Kyle. Maybe not 6, but I think the Nuggets are going to win. And that's even to the chagrin of one of my good friends, who is, to his credit, that guy has been a Minnesota fan. I mean, when they were just absolutely god-awful, and he's always stuck through. I can always respect that. A Square, I'm getting out at VWAP if we get down there for sure. Still in some Lucid, but Lucid's really, like, it's quiet up here at $3. It's holding, it's up 9%, just not making that big push through the high of the day. 30% short flow, lots of room to go. I'm going to get an offer out in front of 10s because if it pops the high, I should want to take some out on that pop. So I'm going to get some offers out there in case we get a bit of a bump higher. And I'm going to watch out. Bitcoin's starting to make a bit of a move. Yeah, I just noticed BTC, or IBIT I should say, because I'm not really looking at BTC in general. But IBIT just made a bounce here into VWAP. That could be a reason to get to the exit on this block trade if it doesn't start going soon.
We're going to be, the TQs is way up. It's all the way up. Okay, I like that one where we are now on that. All right, yeah, still making, okay, so we got to probably change this. All right, I'm going to get out here on 88. I'm just going to get out on this wick bottom break for the TQQs. So 57, 87. Let's get out of that one. And then honestly, man, just go. People like this animation, so there it is for you. Wow.
You have to explode.
This is a good one. This is a good one here today. I just hope everyone's enjoying the ride. And a shout out to you, Chef Joe. I know that you're a trader like myself and everything, looking to, you know, put some money on the table and make, some real good trades. Thank you for saying that about my explanation of the trading in the morning. That does mean a lot. So the same thing here with Palantir. As it continues to go higher, we're gonna wait on that. But just like we explained what was happening before, we're nailing this one more time here. We'll drop down a little bit more for Google. I don't wanna, because we're above VWAP extended right now, it is tough to go short right now, I feel like. So the fact that we're pulling back into the 50-period moving average, let's just take advantage of that. We got a nice short up there on Google when the market ripped. So we like that short. The reason why we're picking on Google a little bit, market up, Google not. So for me, that is a recipe that I know there's a lot of traders now that are looking at relative strength versus weakness, and I think that that's amazing. So that's something right here that we're going to try to keep looking at, as well as just continue to apply the pressure on names right now that we are looking at. So, besides getting stopped out on that Google trade, today's pretty much been like a perfect day for executions for myself here. So let's just look to see if we can make some more. Intel, again, we've made a lot of money on Intel recently, and I didn't run the numbers during the midday like I was going to, but I ran them last month. I could probably have the same file actually. $30, good little barcode there to the bottom of Intel. So that wasn't bad. I think a breakdown there tomorrow probably decent. I don't think we'll get that now. It's 240. I'm in the very active names. Like I've got the market long. I've got Palantir long, which you can pry from my cold dead hands if you want. Google right here, 167.36. This name could come out, no problem. So we'll see. We can get lucky down to 167, and then this short. So we've got Apple short, we've got Google short. It's a trophy day. We're happy with it. So let's just sit here, relax, and let's see sort of the fruits of our labor start to pay off here into the close. And if any sort of news hits, we're here ready to go. And I'm going to put on some more trades. Just going to search through some scanners. I don't really want to add to Palantir. I think it's too high. Possibly looking at the market here into the close as something, or like I know you were looking about crypto and stuff. I think that could be something.
Well, I'm looking at crypto try to bounce, but the good news is, at least for me, like Square is running out of steam, and you looked at Coinbase, that's also relatively weak. So while you are getting a bit of a bounce, it's just fading underneath VWAP, and if that continues to happen, I thought maybe we'd get a shot at the high of the day there and short the same levels. But if it gets to VWAP, that's great. I feel like AMD's got to be the reload, at least for now. Like you were consolidating at VWAP, now you might be consolidating underneath VWAP. It's up 2.5%, but when everything else was at the top, it was lower. So I do want to add to this one. I just realized I'm not even sitting on the offer. We're just going to get back on the offer where we got in there before. So we'll see what's up there. Chris J, Lucid better go to $5.
Let's see.
I'm rather skeptical that that's going to happen. That'd be nice. I mean, it's nice for shareholders, but Lucid at $5, that'd be a heck of a move for them. What did we say the implied was? I thought when you checked, I mean, it's double digits. It was like 14.
They even report.
Yeah, they're tonight. We looked at it. It was 14% maybe.
Oh yeah, 17.8.
17%. Yeah, they were 8. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to ask for it to get to $5 today, or even tomorrow. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that's very, very unlikely. But we've seen them squeeze before. Remember, the good thing about this round of earnings, or at least now for some of these EV companies, is suddenly we are looking at maybe a couple of rate cuts. So we're at the point where, okay, no more raising, at least that's out of their mouths at the Fed, and the possibility of those cuts, and you can start to look forward to who's going to be able to make it to the end where the light might be at the end of this tunnel for some of these EV spots. And Lucid's the ones with the endless bankroll. I mean, if the Saudis have the money to throw basically infinite dollars at sports, and, they can throw infinite dollars at Lucid as well, and that actually is an investment that has a chance to pay off for them. Because if everyone else dies and Lucid survives, great. And it's a squeeze name, 30% short float as well, but it's not going to $30, I don't think. I think, $5, I don't think. I think that's pretty unlikely. Nvidia, wow, $920. This is still like the champ. If we're breaking out this top and it gets to 25, I might decide not to reload on that short of AMD, because this is now climbing and looking like it wants to retest that 920. Hertz Scrambler asking if it's strong, too strong to short. I mean, it's the strongest name out there. I would say if you're going to short something, why not short a weak stock instead of a strong one? Like that's continuing to make higher highs and pressing. And as I said, like AMD is just chilling out underneath VWAP right now. Like I'd rather short AMD than Nvidia. I think that's an easy one.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly sort of what Danielle was saying there.
Yeah.
With why not just trade the names that are moving and giving you sort of the juice that you need? I was looking at Lucid, and for me, it's not. I would rather, I mean, into earnings, fine. Oh, what I want to bring out to you was, this is actually really cool because I've never seen this happen before. This is changing real time, actually, here. This Lucid was 17, now it's 19.7. I feel like, because it's moving right here on, so I feel like they're updating it. That's Rivian. But now that Lucid's up 9% today and starting to move, I feel like they've updated it since that move. They added a couple
Which means there's a
percentage
lot
points,
of...
which makes sense,
Yeah.
because people are starting to get in there and buying options ahead of that. So I just wanted to clarify that it was a little bit higher than we thought. I'm going to keep watching
I remember
that.
this. Yeah, we should check that at
I'm
like
just going to watch
3:30.
this 19.7. Like if Lucid falls off this level, then that 19.7 should come down a little bit. You guys may remember earlier this morning, by the way, you took out some more Google there at 20, so that was a good one. Earlier this morning, we actually went off a little bit. I talked about ESPN Bet. I talked about why I really liked. Nvidia's at the highs of the day right now, 921. Someone asked Yoel, or was Donnie Zimbabwe actually? What's up, Donnie? Sent a $5 super chat in the morning about can Nvidia get to 920? It's at 920 right now. Congratulations, Mr. Zimbabwe. Yeah, and we also talked about Disney and how I like that name, basing out right there. And I told you, you know, thing is, I don't really have to give a disclaimer because I pretty much own every stock here, pretty much, not Mullen, that I traded today. Every other stock today I traded, I own. But down here, 114, and I'm short Apple and Google. So definitely trading against my own book. 116.75. We talked about this earlier. A name to be on watch today was Disney, ahead of earnings and ahead of getting their stuff sorted out. And the fact that inflation to them doesn't exist because they just charge more money regardless of whatever the economy is doing. And people like us, not me, continue to, but like most people, continue to go to Disney and have a great time and pay for it when you go there. And it's as expected, and I feel like that's just par for the course. And whenever you can have a nonchalant attitude about paying $30 for a ice cold beverage, then
paying a car
they're
for a week.
they're in the right business. So, anyways, Disney continues to make new highs here today, up at 116.50. I like the stock.
Well, speaking of high, CGC is not making any right now. Yeah, this is, it just broke $10 to the downside. Thank you, Dan McIsaac, for reporting this one out. We haven't really traded this today. We were trading basically this and ACB almost every single day. And now that $10 is under threat, let me just give you the flat bottom break here. It's 10.01 was the previous low. So you currently have a wick underneath 10 to 91 as the bottom. If it can break back and hold underneath, I'm not going, like I don't want to short this thing at a wick bottom like that at the 10 even where it could catch a bid. But if it can make a fresh low underneath that, then I'll join that one to the south side. So giving up a little bit after a strong rally the last couple of days, but that $10 level under threat here for CGC, just double checking on AMD because I think that's coming back up and looking to reload on advanced micro devices. Okay, maybe not just yet. Still about 25 cents away from the top of the range here on AMD. But that CGC starting to look a little bit nasty. And, BJZ saying they're one of those Disney families that spend $30 on a beer.
There we go.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what I said. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
no, my barber was like, my barber was, he just recently took, I think it was last year, he took his daughters there.
Yeah, I want to take my.
And he said, look, it's ridiculously expensive, and the lines are really long, but you do it because you want to take the kids at least once in their lifetime. But all he told me was like, wait until they're at an age where they'll be okay with the lines and that kind of stuff, so they can actually enjoy it.
Yep.
And so he waited till they're at least a little bit older. Like, I don't think I'd take my daughter at 7, but we're going eventually. I know that truth.
Yeah, no, this is the right time. You should be going now. I think you should go now.
Well, I've heard like 9, 10 is probably like right in the pocket.
Disney. Okay, Rainier, look at this. Yeah, BJZ, that's the whole point. Go Disney. You know, as a shareholder, I really think that's what I was saying as a good point to it. It's like when you go to these sporting events, you know, like nobody actually wants to, you know, you go there, it's fun to sit there and watch. At the same time, it's most people like to sit there and watch with a beverage. So they can, or a hot dog or whatever, and you just get more money. So I like that. Investing, even in Live Nation, Madison Square Gardens, things like that. I like that whole experience-themed investing, honestly. Like we've talked about Airbnb, they have different kind of problems because they're in such a new business. I mean, 162 actually, maybe they're fine after all, but they're in a different kind of business where they're brand new. So they got to do a lot of legislative stuff that they can, you know, licensing and things like that in such a new business. But Airbnb continues to work as well. I mean, talk about short on time, long on money. That's the attitude right now of North America, and honestly, like everything is so expensive. You guys know that when you go out. All right, and just to enjoy yourself, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Like golf, boom, up. Everything, ticket prices, everything up. Food up, like everything. What's up goes up and goes up. There it is right here, 167.32. We did reload. We just reloaded a little bit, but now we're starting to get a decent position. Our stop is not far away from where we are right now. We've talked about getting stopped in the 50s, so we'll take a couple reloads there in the 40s, have this thing fall down, take a 32. Let's just see what winds up happening right now as we continue to move lower, lower, lower. Right now on this, we do have our out for the market, which is coming in pretty soon. I mean, we could change it to 95. Let's still respect this 90 break right there. And let's hope the market crashes right now for us, just because we're in Google. It's our most reloaded position. 80 cents in the money on Apple, and right now out flat on Google, but let's see where it goes.
Yeah, I want short.
Yeah, we're short.
No, the longs are, I mean, Lucid doesn't care. It's a $3 play. If it breaks 3, I'm out for a 3-cent hit. Alibaba, I'm not adding to Alibaba. I've already said this. You know, it either holds VWAP and gives me the highs in front of 82, or pretty much nothing. And the last thing I want to just get was CGC, which it's consolidating lower. I was thinking I'll take the break if it breaks the low and give it to 10, but it's giving a consolidation here at 10, which is setting up a trade as well, where I just give it to the 10-10 level. Either way, that's still 10 cents on CGC. So remember, it is obviously good news recently with CGC, but the squeeze was pretty big going into it. And this little retracement here, I understand it could always bounce off 10, but 10 cents worth of risk, that is a wild range you've got underneath, down to about 820, 830. I don't think it necessarily happens today, but it already gave you one leg to the downside here that I want to try to respect here. Is it the tippy top in the market? Well, I think we're going to find out. I love the fact that this bull market is so strong. But you show me Apple not participating. I mean, were it not for that news, Microsoft wouldn't have been participating today, because Microsoft was actually, at the moment, Microsoft was weaker than Apple when that AI news hit for them. They were right at the low of the day at that point. And all of a sudden, these guys are starting to go a little bit here. So it's not necessarily everybody. Tesla's creeping underneath VWAP, super strong all morning, and now it's got some lower highs on it. So it's not as if all cylinders are being fired off. And we've seen this the last, call it 2 weeks or so, where the play, if we're not screaming to new highs, then there's shorts available, no question about it. So I like CGC, still trying to get a reloaded VWAP on AMD, but you can kind of see it's just consolidating lower for us there. And long Tesla, I don't know if I want to go long Tesla. Not where it is.
I'll just reference sticky note here for Tesla. We had written down 185.85, so we can go back over to that. We talked about this earlier. We got out of the way of Tesla once it did break in and around here. But yeah, I don't mind it off this level, actually, this little 200 period right there for Tesla. So there could be something there for sure. But as Neil was mentioning, could be a difficult trade at the same time as well. So let's wait on Tesla. We were really long, and then we were thrown around in there. So we'll wait on it. We're still green on Tesla, so it's not like we have anything to worry about on it, but definitely something to look at. All right, so what's starting to go back up to the upside is, it's too bad, I just found out my son just got rebooked into a golf lesson today, so that should be fun. We'll see if we can.
Weather's great.
It starts at 5:30. Oh well. We'll stay late for all the traders out there, and make sure you check me out on the recap show. One more. Great minds think alike. On that one, so stay tuned for that tonight. We'll have Michael Noss coming through, and yeah, you know what? I'll go to pick him up. We'll stay late for you guys. We'll go to pick him up afterwards and see what's going on with that. Amazon, I see the note there in the chat about trying to go short. The fact that we were long down here has left sour taste in my mouth. I am not going short on Amazon. We had actually written down on here that we'd like a 188 long break. So if that could happen, then yeah, that's what I'd like to have happen. So Amazon on that situation for me would be a long break of 188, not a short into it. But I don't necessarily think that that's a horrible idea to do that, but not for this guy, not on Amazon. So we'll wait, maybe even for a long break. But right now, I did not reload Google. We just had an opportunity to do that. I'm going to let this sort of mingle here. I feel like it's going to break higher. The market's starting to go. We've already put our stop in for the TQQs. We could put a stop in for Apple here. We only have that 10% left. It's not huge, but let's just do that at the 200 period so that at least we are trading with stops. So that's 181.36, so we're not too far away. I'm canceling right now this stop that's in here, 182, so we'll cancel that one, and we'll go right here, 181. What did I say? We're only 60 cents in, so 181.30. Let's go 181.41. So there, cancel out of Apple. It's the minute we take that 200 period.
Meta's taking us higher here.
Meta's taking us higher. We just got out of something else.
It looks
there.
like a second ago it was Nvidia that was. I mean, Nvidia did break 20s. It's at 21 now, 22. But it's Meta that's going because Nvidia went $2. Meta's just gone $3 to the upside. I just got into CGC, so hopefully the wheat stocks don't care about this, and maybe for the time being, we'll get off of VWAP for a second and let this move for a little bit here on AMD. But wow, Meta, super powerful move on Meta. After that, call it like little squash down on earnings. That was it. Like the bottom on earnings was, I mean, like a hero low at $410. And ever since then, it's just been step up. And now you're going to try to fill in this entire gap. Probably tomorrow or at least this week into 475. So congratulations, Meta. Yet another name that I think for most people, if you're like myself and you thought this was the start of something beautiful for dip buyers, if you didn't literally dip buy the morning after on the down move on earnings, you missed Nvidia, you missed Meta, you missed ARM. I'm just talking about the things that I missed. There's something else in there that I'm forgetting. But there's probably a couple of others that fall into this category. But wow, good look, Meta. I'm going to go back on over to CGC, which it's holding out. We got in at twos. Now, the reason I don't have fives, and part of the reason I got a little bit late, we had to pay for locates on this. I kind of forgot that. As I was getting the orders in, trying to get fours, I was able to grab some twos in here to the short side. Low of the day is at 91. That makes a fresh low. I'm going to get some out here. CGC down 3%. I'm going to make an assumption that like Tilray and all the other cohorts are probably giving a little bit back after that big cannabis run. Yeah, Tilray at the low of the day. ACB, pretty much the same thing, spiking down to the bottom. Yeah, great run for them, but hey, when they go up that fast, you know that you can have days like this as people learn to take profits on the cannabis names.
You have to take, we had talked about those levels there on CGC and stuff like that they were relatively juicy. I was going to say high up. I'm trying to think of a different word to use right there. Yeah,
come on, Boeing.
Oh, no, Boeing is going?
No, I just heard it.
That's the easiest one, Boeing.
No, FAA is opening a new inquiry into Boeing. Like, are you?
Another one?
Are you kidding?
I just heard something in my ear, and I was like, let me take this out because it was too loud.
No, but it's just so frustrating because every single day I say the same thing. Can we just go 1 week without bad news? Just 1 week.
Boeing made a huge move back up.
Just 1 week.
Oh, God, yeah. Attention Adara. Oh, no.
Seriously,
Wrong
Boeing?
time.
Oh, for the love
Oh no, company employees falsifying some kind of records here. This is not good.
It's not good at all.
Oh, darn, yeah, wrong time here. You know what? I mean, I can just try a little piece because we're definitely in this late. Oh no, oh man, damn, damn. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, so we're in now. What is that little gap level right there? I'll just give this a little bit of a shot here. 180.5. So here we go. This will probably stop out, but let's just wait to see here.
No, it's not.
Sometimes when there is smoke, there can be that proverbial fire. So we'll wait to see what happens right. Chill. Bang right there. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking when we put that earpiece in. And here we go, Boeing. Here we go. On for another move to the downside right now. Okay, now we're starting to go. Let's go, Boeing. How does $1.50 sound on this trade? How does $1.80 sound on this trade? We're starting to go lower, lower, lower. We're basically at the high of the day for us right now as we are getting locked and loaded here with Boeing. Nice move downside here for BA off that 180. I mean, you heard where the stop was, and that is now well shorted, I guess. I mean, I don't know where we're going to bounce. We just got that bottom right there at 177. Wow, now we're really going 176 and change. Let's go. That is your chicken dinner winner. Now $3 in the money on this one. I'm sure you mentioned it as well. Where you got this short or what's going on?
No, I just missed it by 20 cents, and Spirit also dying as well. So down.
Damn.
These guys are down as well, breaking the $32 level on Spirit.
Building.
Did we just get it? No, I didn't get the break on Spirit's way more thin.
Oh.
Yeah, I just didn't get the break at 32. I'm going to sit here. Do I get picked up? It just got picked up on the way back in. But
Thank you,
175 now on Boeing. Oh, goodness. This stock they're in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad for Boeing. I don't even know what to say. Like, that's falsifying records was a headline. Something along those.
Guys,
I got to double check. It's something about falsifying.
I don't even know. The craziest part about all of this is I didn't even have the story. Like, I saw that down. Neil's like, Boeing's going to the downside. I'm just like, put it in, heard something, and bang. The rest is history for Boeing. Man, thank you so much. I mean, this is honestly, guys, wow. This is exactly what we're talking about here. You're not going to find, honestly, show me another show that did something like this, boom, where their trader takes this. Like, that's a good show right there. Good move. If you like this down at 175, grab it. I'm just going to hold on. We've already gotten out of 2/3 of this trade. So boom, boom, right there. Nice move to the downside. Let's wait and see where we go on this one. Okay. We've been recently getting some sponsors, so let's go over to it. Check this one out. Today's show is brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days? Very important. When you were always ready to go. Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered, that's the key, to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at a pharmacy. Blue Chew tablets are made in the good old USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you here at Trader TV Live, as we always do. At checkout, try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TRADERTV and just pay $5 shipping. Visit bluechew.com with that promo code TRADERTV, all capitalized, and go check out their website.
There you go. Don't be like Boeing. That's all I got to say. Check out Blue Chew.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
So this is what we do. This is what we do.
Although, like,
I can just, being honest, I never use any of those things, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean you can't use it, you know?
Everybody needs a little help sometime. That's all I got to get at. At the end of the day, you just want to be happy in life. And I'm not happy. Like, I'm happy you're in the Boeing short, and I'm happy it's working. But man, am I pissed off at that company, for real. No, it's almost like it's not funny. Like, oh my goodness, Boeing. We'll probably have to.
175. I think I might just put a bid there.
No, it's like $175 on Boeing. We haven't even looked at it. We looked at a daily chart or a weekly chart because we really should. I'm gonna get out of CGC if it breaks the 950. I'm gonna put a trailing stop. But Boeing was just doing this nice little recovery. Look at the hammer candle and recovery on the up week, so last week. Oh my goodness, did we just make a temporary bottom? And the second it looks like we could be back through 180, punching through a resistance level, another negative headline hits, and the trend to the downside continues. So, I mean, 120 would be a great price, bet 2022 lows. Like, what else do you have down? You have nothing on the weekly chart until it gets to, I mean, there's a wick here at 160, and there's 120 bucks. Kind of hoping I don't have to make that decision in my personal account. But I remember, and there was a moment when I told myself, oh, you should just sell Boeing at 270 or something, and you like GE Aerospace, so why not make that switch, Neil? Well, I didn't. And the rest, as they say, is history. So it's all good. But let's see what's up with this market, because we were churning into the highs. Not that Boeing turned things, but Meta had actually taken the NASDAQ through the, or at least to the highs. You saw Nvidia had broken the top as well. Nvidia's back at 920, and the NASDAQ failed to punch through. The ES failed to punch through the highs. Sometimes you get like one piece of bad news, and that's all it takes. Everything was churning higher at that moment. Wow.
Oh, man. I just saw a, you see, look at this. Okay, so just right here, Boeing still back to $3. I'm not, it's kind of like how you can, I mean, the market might pry Palantir from my cold, dead hands, whatever I said before, because it's going to come back a little bit here. But look at this, America's largest theme park companies, right? So this is Disneyland Paris by itself. So you could just go in here and see, this is everything all combined. So Disney is 7.8 billion, and then it's just like, yeah, thanks for coming out, basically. Universal gets a lot of push because it's located right beside Disney, so that's very smart of them to do that. There's a Universal there on the east and the west coast, as we all know about that. And then I guess over here in Tokyo, I guess there's a Universal there. So they're all around, and then of course pretty soon probably as well. But shout out to Disney, still kicking and really doing well off that I mean, that's where we're long. Like I think it's about 90 bucks, like 88 and change. I have to find out what the best price is.
I've actually been to both in the States.
Yeah, I've been to Disney and I've been to Universal. And
Disneyland. I was out in California.
Oh, in California?
I've been out in California, yeah.
I've been to Busch Gardens. That's when I rode the elephant that everyone was like, no, you didn't. But, oh yeah, I have pictures of that, by the way. I was talking with my
Who said no, you didn't?
I know. Oh, Randy. Okay, there we go. Ramin said Randy did.
Oh, Randy said
yeah, so I don't know.
What? We'll put...
What do you mean? Ramin said that Randy said that, so I'm blaming
That's
Randy.
fine.
It doesn't. Even if Randy didn't say it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Randy's all good.
I mean,
okay, so.
No, it's like,
No,
look, Disney's definitely winning.
Off your mic, it's echoing your mic.
Oh yeah, Ram's mic is echoing apparently. So blast off on
She
Disney.
was whispering me sweet nothings, but no.
I'll be happy with it.
Unfortunately, what
Anybody that's into it, Star Wars had their new. They had some new shows come out.
Oh yeah, you had mentioned. Let's go Google.
I'm biased, but the trailer for Acolyte blew my mind, and I'm excited to watch. And my daughter was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "Well, it's a little violent, sweetheart. We got to get through. We just finished. Like we're halfway through Return of the Jedi." I'm like, Ewoks are one level, and then the stuff you see in the newer Star Wars is a different level. Like, Rogue One is a war movie. Acolyte looks like it's a little bit more action-based, which I think could be a heck of a lot of fun. MC1R, should we send apology letters to investors of companies that we short and make money intraday? No.
Yes, you should do that immediately.
I mean, you can do it for fun if you want
Boeing.
to. No, you can do it for fun, but let's be real for a second. I own Intel, short that stock. I own Square. I don't actually have much. Like Square I bought a while ago, and I still have like 10% of whatever I originally owned. So realistically, I don't really own that much of it, but you short stocks that you own all the time. I don't own any CGC. I own AMD. I'm short that right now. Day trading is very different. Like there is a vast difference being some hedge fund or somebody that shorts billions of dollars and holds things for weeks and years and all that stuff, and you take a short trade and you're out of it in a half an hour. or you're out of it in 20 minutes, or you're out of it in an hour and a half. You have to buy that stock back at the end of the day. So yeah, there's some momentum to it, but anyone that acts like it's the same thing, it's just, no, you don't have to do that. Unless you want to send a letter for fun. You know what's in giggles, that's up to you.
Yeah, just do it for your own mental. Obviously, don't do it for any other reason other than that. So do not waste your time. It might be fun to do. I'm not apologetic because we own Google. We own a lot of shares of Google. But right now we're short Google and printing a little bit here into the close. It has been not a huge day by any stretch of the imagination around here, but we've been hitting it. We're higher than our daily goal, but we'd always like to get a little bit higher than that as well. So yeah, this side will be green here. So that was a good trade today on most of these stocks. We're only gonna we still are actually red. We're gonna have one red name, and it is this Google trade because of this stop out right there. Like loaded up there, loaded up on the 200 period and got stopped out. We're making it now back. We're not making it all back, but this is going to be the one red name for us today. So we'll go, with Apple, again, big trade there for sure on that short and still in that one. Amazon is the trade of the day, just not the hold of the day. So that's 2 for 2. I mean, Boeing, that's threes. We talked about Google. Mullen. I mean, you guys want to talk about real trading? Let's just, if you want to break down all of our trades, we'll just go one by one. And so we're trying to do that now. There's Mullen right there. It's not hard to see. There's Palantir at the bottom there as well. So that's another one. I've lost track now what we're at. There's TQs. Let's go 6 for 7. And then here's Tesla, 7 for 8. So, I mean, today is not a Friday, but today is a good day. So there it goes again for one more time into the close. It's power hour right now, and we're really confident in everything that we have. Like, we're so confident, like, that this Boeing trade, we're just going to hold on to it. Like, that's the day. Here's Google. You want, like, all right, so, yeah. Our TQs, we're going to get, all right, let's just change this now because now we're just going. So here we go, 94s. So let's change this stop right here. We go from 87s to 94s. 94, enter. We'll get out of this one. I mean, for everybody joining for the first time, thank you so much. And I just hope that you can now see, as I just break down every single symbol that I've been in all day, where the profit lies, right? And to show you that these trades are pretty simple, the risk to reward is monstrous, and it's led us to where we are, and it's been a good ride. Oh wow, here's Google all the way to the downside again. Let's just punch a little bit out. There we go. We'll just immediately punch some out there at 03. There's Google to the downside. Maybe after all, maybe we can put this one in our pocket, see how low this one can go, and maybe turn this name green. And then have that special day that we're hoping for. So far, so good. What's up to everybody in the chat? I hope you guys are enjoying the show and having a great day.
Yeah, having a great day is always when you get to do what you love or like something you enjoy. I see you, Elon, there. You're like, cheer up, Neil. I only whine and you know what about Boeing. It's for fun. Like, let's be real. I say it because I think I made a mistake in my long-term account. So I don't mind harping on myself. I don't take myself all that seriously. I think if you do, you find yourself in a world of hurt. So like, I'll joke around when I sit there and say, well, this is what I should do in Boeing, blah, blah, blah. And it was literally the high when I said that on Boeing on the show, and I didn't do anything about it. But the reload, just going back over to the market here, because Square did come back into the highs, tagged the top. This is now a triple top in Square. It's 72.60. So I reloaded the short out in front. My price is 56. And it gets some out 40s and then 20s. And still think VWAP can be in play we're still doing the same dance here in Bitcoin, right? Like, this is IBIT, but you're getting to VWAP and you're curling lower every single time. We just keep curling. So we're back in at the same level. It took a while for it to get back up to the highs. CGC, I'm just going to let ride at this point. Like, either we get down to 950 and we go $10 to 950, or we don't. I'll give this one to 985. As the weed name's definitely in some trouble, to be sure. I think they're still kind of well within the upward trend in the pocket, but if you look at the way this retracement's happened, I wouldn't be surprised. CGC could be down at like $8, $8.50. If you're looking at ACB, that could easily be down at like $5.50, $6. You wouldn't even have broken these big lower highs here, the 50-period moving average. But those are some levels that I think are coming into play. So we're in CGC. That's the one we decided to trade. And as I mentioned, the only thing that got to the high for the reload when the markets got up there was going to be Square. So we just grabbed 72.5, already starting to take some out into the downside here. If we get VWAP, I'm all out in front of VWAP. It is now, we're well into power hour with about 40 minutes to go, 45 minutes to go. We'll see about the imbalances a little bit later on. But part of the story is the market unable to break in new highs. So no longs for me at this point outside of still in Alibaba. But I said I would not add to this position. And if it broke underneath support, we just get out. I'd already scalped out in front of 81.70. So Baba, still love you, Alibaba. But you might be done for the day. Baba could turn red on the day, which it hasn't really done the last little bit. It's been holding green pretty much every single day in this late rally that it's been having.
All right. We just took some more out there. Google just dropped in again. So we do have some bids there. We'll take another bid if it gets into that 94 one more time. All right. Other than that, we talked about Palantir. And again, like you guys want these trades. Easy to understand, easy to execute. This Palantir one was a $24 dip buy. We wrote down to the penny down here what we were doing. Lucky enough to get it. Nice move back. What do you guys want to talk about? All right, I mean, I can look at, let me look at Bitcoin here quickly because now it's 62.8 and starting to go lower. We were going to look at Coinbase there. Maybe we could do that. I mean, we're short Google. Let's go. Like if this market falls in, man, we already got our outs. Like we're short. So fine. Hold on a second. I just gotta make sure I don't have any outs other than the stop orders. All right, so here we go. So here is a, let's go to a 15-minute chart just to have a little bit of a better look to see exactly what's happening with Bitcoin. So yeah, I mean, 65.5 pretty much is 6:45, 6 o'clock. So yeah, so we came back in from this morning. Nice little dip buy off there. We talked about it rejecting that earlier when we came in. Now you're starting to break below. This is not going to be that great. 62.3, this is 61 again. Let me zoom back out a little bit here just to see. Okay, so really, again, 57.58 is really where the bids are. So we'll see if we get something down to $57, $58 right there for BTC USDT. So, I mean, good move there. I feel like we break lower right now. So we go from here over to, let's go, man. Let's go. Get down, baby. All right, let's see what's going on here. I'm just watching, like the net right now is kind of just doing this as we wait for Google to do what it's doing. Apple ticks down a little bit and Boeing it's really just Boeing that's trying to figure it out. Yeah, I know, jack of all trades. That's the craziest part about all of this. How am I long TQs and short Apple? You know what the crazy thing is? Is like, it's not even like this is something that we just came up with. Like right here, again, from the morning, if you're watching out for the sticky note in the morning, what's up? This is Elon and some Palantir stuff here. This is exactly what we talked about. Look at this. I am biased long the NASDAQ, right? Biased long the NASDAQ. See sticky note idea number 2, short Apple. Sometimes you need to be a little mad up here in order to win on the floor, which is probably why we've had the longevity and the success that we've had. And there's Palantir long at $24 as well, which are those trades that we had talked about. There's the 1Q84 support level there for Amazon that we took. We're not in Square, and then Tesla as well to the downside. So yeah, man, sometimes you have to be a little, a little anxious and a little bit, excited to trade to be able to come in and try to hit some of those levels. So on IBIT right there, looks like we just bounced. We were looking at that bounce, right?
Just broke low of the day.
Yeah, it just broke the low of the day. Yeah, bouncing there off this 50-period moving average on a 20-minute chart.
What was the price on Bitcoin at that bottom?
Was 61 and change? I'm not sure.
I think it was maybe 62.
Where we just broke.
That's the thing. When you look at IBIT, I look at IBIT all the time. I like the bounce play on even
62.7.
Even dollar levels. Had it been like 62 even, I might be in like a retracement trade there.
We just got filled on Google.
But I appreciate you, Manny. Thank you for the super chat in there. Some coffee money for tomorrow morning. Great to see you guys again. Great to see you, Manny D. We appreciate you. And now you can like the super chats in there. So I'll just go ahead and do that. YZ here. What do I think of Pan W? I love Pan W. I don't really trade PanW as a day trade, but I do love the stock. We've sort of mentioned the 260 level post earnings on PanW. That has been, I mean, if in terms of like earnings levels, that's one of the cleaner ones because this got $120 off the highs in a 260 and then bounced off it twice, and now you're breaking this back out. So the bull run looks like it's trying to continue here. It might take out 300 today and then get through these local highs. Above the 50, above the 200, above support, like me some PanW. I know there was some other names people have asked us about in terms of cybersecurity, like Sentinel recently, but this is the only one I own. And I don't know if that'll all, I mean, obviously there's other names that are adjacent to the space. I mean, like Oracle, everyone has a little something in cybersecurity, but in terms of focus, PanW is the one for me. And the 260 level was the only buy I've had recently on the stock in the last year.
All right, yeah, PanW is a good one. I've been buying that name forever, but yeah, same thing. We just reloaded that one at those levels down there and got a little bit more shares. So that was an exciting opportunity down there off earnings for Pan. Good out, we got that 94, we talked about that. And like I said, if the market wants to rip, fine by me. It's more this Boeing trade. I kind of watched this VWAP. Now we're starting to get down here. I still have that 180.50 as my target to get out. I'd rather not let's go 180. Let's go right where this is. I don't think we're going to get up there anytime soon or anything like that. But okay, so Apple just comes out, which is again completely fine, breaking the 200 period. Good stock. P&L 2 today. Apple. Palantir 1. Apple 2. Amazon 3. Mullen 4. Boeing 5. I guess temporarily, and then this TQ trade that we're still in. Right there. And then Tesla, we wound up just basically mulling over a flat kind of a day there with that. So out on there. All right, what else is up? Anything else you guys want to talk about? CRM. We can look at Nvidia because we haven't really been on that today. So we'll have a quick look over at Nvidia and see what's up with that right now. So that would be something to look at. All right. I don't know, I mean, you're still at the highs. It still looks like it's doing what it wants to do here in those levels.
CRM is concerning on the daily chart.
Buy. I was just checking something out there. All right. Sorry, CRM?
Well, the thing I don't like about CRM's chart is it's similar to, we were just talking about PanW. It's similar to PanW, but not in the good part. Like you had the move down, it was already made a high, and then it rolled over on earnings. But then it's been making lower lows and lower highs since then, which is not what you want to see. So like there's your first bounce was at 280, and now you're bouncing underneath 280. Look, if it gets back above the 285 level, I think it'll be fine. But I don't like that on CRM. Not really much happening today. It's a very inside day for CRM. I'd be a little bit cautious with that one. Got to get over to Square here because we just reloaded Square, obviously. We just mentioned that to you guys and got some out there at the 40s. Now it's trying to run the high of the day, which as you can see is right here. It has yet to break it, but any second now, it's a couple of ticks and we're going to break that high of the day. Thankfully, we're able to get some out there. Might not see VWAP as block up 4.5% after earnings and looking to take the top off. If you keep shorting the high, eventually it could break. But remember, this is that big lower high that held all day long. Well, obviously it held all day long because like this was a high of 10 o'clock on Square, and then it got absolutely trounced. But I'm out through 66. Not going to add one more time. I just saw Bitcoin take out the lows, and Square seems to want to go back into the high. So we're scalping it this entire way on Square, but this time it's going to take out the top there. The incredible Mr. Lib wants to know about DAL. And we'll save that reported today. I'm not an airline. I've never invested in an airline in my entire life. I'm a Canadian who's never owned like Air Canada or anything, and I understand how important they are. But what I would tell you is the Delta chart is one of the most chill upward trends that you see in the market right now. I'm just not an airline guy, but I mean, what would you not like about Delta at this moment? That's one heck of a V-shape that just took out the top at 50 and hasn't even done any kind of a pullback. It's up 2.5%. I know Spirit Airlines took a you-know-what today, a big L, but that has been zero problem for Delta, which is now through, I mean, 52-week high got broken, the 3-year high just got broken out, and it just continues to work. But you know, my issue about the airlines is they're just every few years you know you're under trouble with the airlines, and so you're trying to pick it. You just have to really know them very well and understand that business very well because it's so ridiculously cyclical. It's not like I can just buy Apple and forget about it for a very long period of time. I don't think you can do that with the airlines.
Yeah, you're right, because of everything, all the fuel costs, all the international tension all over the place. Rates and people not traveling and traveling. Yeah, there's lots of stuff to worry about there. Yeah, I don't really trade those too much either. All right, so right here at Nvidia, I want to go long. Like, I feel like this break is fine for me. Like 922.25, if we can get back in there, fine. Or try to look at this bottom right here with getting out at 918 if we break that, or maybe even 917. So looking to dip by something in and around 919. If that can come in, we'll do that immediately. We did take another piece out on Google here on a 167 break higher right there, but it's coming back in, so that's fine. We still got $1.70 in the money here on Boeing. We've changed this to 180. So that's pretty much where we are right there, 179.90 on the 50 period. We use that as a momentum changer, so we could actually even put this at 179.50. Why don't we just do that right now? Well, we'll wait for 180. Let's just wait for 180. Okay, so we'll wait for that one. And then what was the other name? Nvidia, right. So that's, I want to go long this name. It's been so good. And, to sit here and just watch it continue. It's sort of barcoding right now. I know it's 325, but again, the kind of day we're having is one of those days. I don't want to give it all back. We definitely won't do that. We will properly risk this. But yeah, 922 break. I want to go long on that. So if we break that high of 922.25, my order's already in. It'll get me long. And then we'll also dip by into 919 against 917, basically. I mean, we'll look back. We'll probably make that Google out. Like the only name we're red on today is that Google where it hit the high and then we got us out. So I don't want to look back and say 915 is the low, but the amount of shares we'll take, we're happy with getting out in and around here, 917 or so, if we're wrong on a dip buy opportunity. If we're wrong on a break of Nvidia, then we'll probably just use 920 as our out. So we're well here, well done, and planned out for our next couple trades. The NASDAQ's going to come out when it does. We could always put this at the 50 period, but I think we're underneath it or close enough. I mean, we're watching the NASDAQ right here, which is why I'm not too focused on the TQs. We already have our stop of a break right there. And then Palantir is still $1 in the money, and we're still watching out that as Mullen. Again, like we'll take that fill all the time, and we are bigging ourselves up for that fill. I know we got a lot of props for this fill from Adara and Obi there on the midday, but now it's starting to break a little bit higher through 640. So congrats to everybody else that held on to Mullen. You're doing it, man, right into that level on the daily. So again, for me, this would be an area to get out, but I'm already out. So we'll wait to see what happens here with MULN. Congratulations to everybody. Everybody that had Mullen, everybody that had Boeing. This is why you're here, and I'm trying to put these trades on for you.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here. I mean, right before Boeing, there was like CGC broke down, and actually there was no news on that one. It was just a volume spike that Dan McIsaac mentioned to me. And we knew this was a stock we were interested in. You get the volume spike at the low of the day through, and you set up a trade for it. It holds a $10 level. We had to pay for locates, but they're essentially free at Real Trading. 1/8 of 1 cent per share is what we pay on CGC. Give the short to 10.02 to 10.10. So it's 8 or 9 cents worth of risk. We take some out when it goes just past 1-to-1. We take some out at 9.75, and then now it's a nice consolidation short. If it breaks down another time, we'll try to get 950s and then work with that. Shop is yet another high of the day. You're right, Frank Jones. Looking very good. Shopify. So much respect for that stock. Up 3.5 points. And the good thing about Shopify, there's your 200, there's your 50 period, there's your resistance at $25. So we'd always talk about like the trend is your friend. That was in a distinct downward trend. Big time wick high. Lower highs underneath the 50 period. You held support exactly where long-term traders tend to like it, which is that 200-period moving average, and now you're breaking out above the 75 level. Why not? Like, I like it. And on top of that, look at it today. Like, today it lit, grabbed, and probably trapped some people failing that 75 level. So if you were like, anybody that was bearish on the stock, that's a bit of a short trap under 75, and then you're continuing to climb higher. So I think that's exactly the kind of stock you want to look trend above that 75. Good look there. Yeah, they had an upgrade as well. Boring man, Shopify. But ultimately, if you like technicals, stick to technicals. And that's one that we're going to get the goods on in a couple of days. They report this week on, it's actually pre-market on Wednesday. So we're going to get Shopify pre-market, and then it doesn't mean they're going to have to continue, but I like the fact that they've already fired the first salvo. Like, I will be favoring long trades on Shopify, no question. As far as Nvidia goes, I see a couple of people in the chat talking about Nvidia. It's really slowed down volume-wise. My worst trade today is going to be long Nvidia twice. I actually had this conversation with the trading floor manager, Rick. We were both in it. We both liked the long, but the breakouts just weren't quite as clean and as easy as they were some other times, where you take the break and it just goes right away. It wasn't one of those on Nvidia, but it is still churning higher. I just don't love the fact that the volume's starting to taper off as we get into the last 30 minutes of the day here. I find if you're trying to grab highs this late in the day when the volume's not really with you, not the best of strategies. So just CGC we're hanging on to. I'm still in that Intel trade as well, guys. That one continues to fall. And, you know, we joke around about what Boeing's looking like. This can't get back to VWAP, which is never a good sign for me. If you have a liquidity vacuum on news or a technical break or just something along these lines, we have a big, massive volume spike. It doesn't have to be this drastic, but when a hard bottom gets made and it doesn't even get to VWAP, a lot of times that can be a very weak sign, I've found. Like, sometimes you get all the way back in here, you test 180, then you roll it over. No, this is rolling over in all the wrong spot. And on the daily chart, it's like even worse as well. Rivian Millionaire, what was your entry from this morning on Nvidia? Sure, we can go over that pretty quick. If you're watching the live show, you know exactly where that was. It was a 900 breakout trade. I had it a couple of times here. The only thing different about the 900 trade from what I've been doing recently is it wasn't that double top. And that's the thing I have to go back over, because really, when I've been talking about the breakout in Nvidia working in the morning, I wasn't just taking it at an even dollar level. What was actually, as I said, like 12 for like 14, was when it showed me a false break of the low and then just like a double top, either the pre-market high or the opening range high. The opening range high break was actually 896. So if I was going, and actually I'm thinking about this in real time, if I'm looking at the strategy that had been paying me on Nvidia for breakouts, then I'm long an 896 break, not 900. So, you know, I'll flat the fail on that, because it was not about just randomly picking a number. You'd see me some days long like 916 half, 930, like random prices oftentimes, like 866. It was always something random because it would always be a very specific like double top setup where like you get a wick high, it doesn't break the bottom, and then you take this break right in here, whatever it happens to be. That's 881. But this time I just said no 900 even, and that ended up being the wrong call. The timing could have been better. Obviously, the long is going to be good in this particular case, but it's not just about, I think it's a long today. I thought it was a long today. We had someone say thank you for the Nvidia call out in the long. I'm like, hey, I'm glad you had a great execution plan. Now looking back on it, I can say I took the wrong break. If I wanted a breakout trade, it was at 896 that I should have taken it and not at 900. The dip buy, different story.
All right. Well, we're in Nvidia right now. So 919.03 bidding long right now on Nvidia. Well, we're long now. So we were just missed that bottom as we prepare for the recap show. We should have been bidding 918. So I just went there right now. I didn't like, that was the whole point. It's against the 200 period. So we should have got a little bit more down there. So we missed that opportunity. But, you know, we're still here, man. A good trade there as well for Google. Like, let's go. Let's just continue to put up these numbers for you guys. Like I said, we don't do the leaderboard around here anymore, but it's a good one, man. I'll shut it out. I mean, shout out to OB who's on there. Shout out to Patrick. We got some good trades happening here today. So good trading today across the board for sure. You know, it's been something. Palantir hasn't done much in the after show, right now. I mean, I wish it would move a little bit more. We're going to try to hold this into the close, which we're doing right now. We could have bought more off the 200 right there, but we didn't. So that would have been something to look at. Okay, so now we're in to Nvidia. Again, this is just one of those shots. You know, so we're just firing off some shots right here. Let's see what winds up happening on this play. And that's that. It's really just going to be that simple. If it breaks back down below 917, I already have a stop. Looks like it's coming back in right now. If it breaks back down below, this was a name that I didn't mind having, but at the same time, not afraid that if this does go all the way to the downside, to be able to punch out of this. We're long right now at 918.69. So let's put an order like in and around 919.50 or something. See if we can make, you know, that dollar or so before we lose a little bit more than a dollar on the way back in. So here we go. It's a shot for Nvidia. I don't know. This might be a little risky to go through here. We do have Michael Noss coming on the after show. We'll talk to him all about Nvidia. Remember, Nvidia's earnings are till May 22nd.
They're late, man.
So this is not like a play like Palantir that is going right now, by the way. Palantir, this is going to get stopped out. We already have our stop in. So as soon as it hits 917, we should be triggered out of that. Hold on a second. I got to make sure because we have another one going the other way. So, all right. Yeah, 917 break, and we're going to get out of. Oh, okay, it did trigger. Okay, good. It did trigger. All right. Ooh, I almost put in 2 stop orders there. So that's funny because I had one going longer, and then I guess I had one going short, and they were able to be both in there. So that's strange. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I think so. Anyways, I'll look at it. But anyways, there goes Nvidia downside. So that one right there. So we'll have 2 red stocks today. Ah, well. Let's see what happens with Nvidia. I may get back in, though, against that. We might have just taken that bottom and gotten stopped out on that very bottom. But that is Nvidia for you. Here it comes right back up to the upside. We could try it one more time. But let's watch out. How low did we get there? We'll have to zoom in. Again, it's not, our net didn't dramatically change there. All right, 916.75. Oh, look at that. Right back into the money off that stop. So it did it to us again. That did it to us on Google, and it's doing it now on Nvidia, but that's okay. We'll see what happens here back to the upside. A big spread on this name. Just looking, Boeing still not doing anything. Unfortunately, I was hoping that it would. We may just take this as our out now. 178.50. Let's change that as we're starting to get closer here, and we don't need to be throwing money away. So we just did it on Nvidia as it's, now Nvidia is a 50-cent winner, but we've already seen that today. You saw that with Neil. All right, 178.53 Boeing. So that's still $1 from now. Perfect. So let's wait for that. Spotify seeing a spike in activity.
Just a couple of things. I just got out of Alibaba because it's at VWAP, so I'm just going to take it. It's not really moving. But there's an early look imbalance on Pfizer of like 4.2 million shares worth keeping an eye on here. XOM 2 million shares as well. But Pfizer at the high of the day with only 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes till the imbalances come out. Big early number on Pfizer. That thing you see at the top, AGTI is a buyout, so it's going to come out as a big number, and it's not going to matter. But Pfizer is at its high of the day with the sell imbalance. Let's go to the screen with Adara.
This one going to be interesting. Lots of interesting looks here in the S&P 500, making big moves. Some of them are actually going to be related to the world of film and TV, including Paramount here. This one trading higher after Paramount basically letting its agreement with its exclusive talks with Skydance lapse that it can discuss other suitors, including Sony and Apollo, for this potential merger negotiation deal. So nice look here for PARA. We also have Netflix trading higher, being featured on CNBC's Last Trades here with Steve Weiss. Also worth noting here, we had Tom Brady's roast yesterday on Netflix. That could be giving this one a boost as well for NFLX. We also have Eli Lilly declaring a second quarter dividend of $1.30 per share payable in June. So nice look here for LLY.
Yeah, Lilly's actually having a great, I just showed you guys Pfizer's at the high of the day. Eli Lilly's at the highs. Moderna I haven't really double checked, but Pfizer was a nice little interesting one up there. Thoughts on Nathan Kim? Thoughts on Palantir opinion overnight? Best and worst case scenario? I think Sean's already said this. I know Danielle has said this. When you look at the expected move, generally speaking, that's there for a reason. So you think best and worst case scenarios, and you're talking about double digits, just say that 15%, that's $3.50 essentially. So best case scenario, $3.50 up is 28, which is near its fresh highs, and then $3.50 down works out to exactly the most recent support at 2160. Like, think about that for a second. Like, where it is right now is exactly 15% off of this recent lower high that it's been running into. So that puts you, obviously it can do better or worse than that. Expected moves are not gospel or anything along those lines. They're just things that you can look for. So I think that's going to be the interesting case. I love the fact that it's already in a bull move going into it. It's going to bode well that we might have some rate cuts and all that kind of good stuff. But 10 minutes to go, then we get the imbalances through. Time to tighten up some stops in here, one of which will be literally 982. If we break consolidation higher, then we're just going to get out of CGC. Thought we'd hold this for a flush into the end of the day, and it's just been going sideways off of this 970 to 980 level right in here. So it's down 5%, not looking so great. Uber stock has gone bye-bye. I like to see it, but it's in the wrong direction. The concern for Uber, well, we've already talked about this with Tesla and the robo-taxi and Uber already being in a bit of a retracement stage. It goes right into resistance at the 50-period moving average and kind of gives it up. Should have looked at this stock today. Oh, that's not a real wick. Yeah, okay, never mind. I looked at this chart and saw this wick up here to like 74. I'm like, that's the 50-period moving average. That's a short. But that's just a dark pool. Like, it never actually got there. It didn't get close on Uber. 74 to me would have been an easy area to look for a short when you look at that daily. But the trend back in on Uber, it's still up 3%, but the market holds the highs and it gives it back all afternoon. That's not bullish at all. And they're one of those names that's still yet to report. We get them as well. Wednesday morning, it's them, Shopify Wednesday morning. A lot of great trading names for earnings, and then Lyft before them.
Yeah, it's another big week for earnings, especially some of those lower tiered names. Big tech pretty much done for the most part.
Except for the big chips.
Yeah, there's a lot of names still with Nvidia.
Well, ARM we get ARM.
Okay, ARM, yeah. ARM is a smaller market cap, but still decent. All right, so
big valuation, though.
We made back half, by the way, of our Nvidia trade, but then we didn't get out. Like, I did not get out at 920. We got stopped out, then we bought the break back up. And we're $2 plus in the money right there, but we did not, sorry, $2 exactly in the money, but did not take it. Looking for this, basically. 920 break, go see the 50 period. I'm waiting at 920.50 in case we get up there, but it is having a hard time sort of closing this gap and staying above $19. So feel like there is a seller here, but once they break, then it should be moonshot here for Nvidia. Let's see if we can make back half or a little bit more than that on the way back up and get something out in and around. You know, we can change it to 921. I feel like that's a little bit of a better spot. Let's go to 921. Let's go to 920.80, something like that. Sit there and see if we get it. So go $2 higher from here. We still have that same stop, this break right in around there. The trade's kind of broken now because we only have 6 minutes, 8 minutes until the imbalance comes out, and that could go either way. So that's a risky proposition on a stock like Nvidia. You come out with like a million share to sell, and the next thing you know, you're going to be regretting life. But here we go. 5 million. Neil already sort of ran through this. These are going to be no NASDAQ names. Anything that's a NASDAQ name is left over from the open. So we'll wait to see what hits and what doesn't. But for right now, Boeing's right back in. So that's a trade right there for us on Boeing. Now $2.50 in the money. Let's see how low that name can go. Palantir at day's high. So for that one, good bottom pick there. We're long $24 on Palantir. It's at 25, and we wrote that down on the stick. You know, let's adjust this a little bit maybe if we can, and that's going to be, of course, our out for the TQs because this just keeps on getting better and better. As we just keep on going to the upside. It definitely, our bullish bias today works, and I'm very, very pleased to be able to talk about that earlier and you know, have that look. So right there, I'm just going to use the 50 period. If we break it, we break it. We're near the end of the day. Like I said, man, traders stay late, and we're going to do that for you here. 58.05 break, and we're out. Let's just say a break of 58 at this point. Same kind of difference. What's up, A?
Yeah, so X here, United States Steel, a couple positive catalysts on this one, getting some volume heading into the close. They're both going to be from earlier today. Got an upgrade, but a price target decrease here from Morgan Stanley. Also, the European Commission approved of its acquisition by Nippon Steel this morning. So a couple of positive catalysts moving X here with strong volume into the close, guys.
Yeah, for those that were interested in why X was looking so strong today, do keep in mind, look, it's obviously good news that they're going to get approval by the European regulators, but those aren't the regulators everyone's concerned about. Everyone's concerned about the U.S. regulators and whether or not that can get through. So, that's where it has to actually pass. And I think that could be a little bit trickier, to be sure. But we'll see. You never really know how these things are going to play out. The back and forth has been wild for U.S. Steel. Has a nice little bid on it, though, recently, after it's already got that big drop. People have already said, okay, we priced in that there's concerns with the administration and whether it can get through. And it's caught a little bit of a bid here, but I'd be a little cautious. CGC hanging on with 5 minutes to go till the imbalances. I'm just going to jump right on the bid for Intel. It gave you one shot, I think, at close to VWAP, at least for myself. But early on, you just had to be shorting it off the tops. I just took one trade when it did this little pop. Couldn't get to VWAP. Once it was back at 90, I just hit 90s. And I think this is still going to be a short it until it's not a short, because the trend is very, very distinct here. And it has yet to put in what I would call a strong higher low and break of this trend down on Intel. So we're still favoring shorts. I mean, this chart actually speaks for itself. Look at it since it broke the $40 level. There's a few green candles in there, and they're all tiny. Just like there's a green day in there and a green day in there, and then a couple of green days in here. But look at the red candles on this. If you just happen to be in one of them, and this is not just like it's gapping through these levels. Like, look at the drops that you're seeing in the stock when it goes down, or on Fed Day when it was breaking out and then it dropped $1 in like 30 minutes. Or you get like the continuation moves. It's just a short till it ain't, right? So, I want to be looking for the short trade. Today it gave you another one. Could be a flat bottom break tomorrow on this bad boy. But CGC, at some point I should just get on the 60 bid instead of the 950. Doesn't seem to want to punch right through here. There were buyers at 65 before. That's how you get this wick bottom. And they're just holding the line at $9.65 again. If I see it bounce, I'll probably just punch out 70s.
All right, a little bit of a reload down there on Nvidia. It got all the way back again to 9.8. Oh, here we're still on Google, sorry. Oh, got out some Google there, breaking back above 167, but that's not on my mind right now. It's Nvidia. Nvidia still has a pretty decent spread. It's good now, but see, then when it opens up, you really got to catch those fills. So I'm right now at 917.98. Oh no, I'm at 98. It just went to 94. One more push up. Maybe we can get a fill here. There it is. Yes, sir. So there it goes, man. A nice little reload at the bottom there for Nvidia. Now let's see where we can go back up to the upside right now and see about this trade happening one more time for us here with NVDA. So far so good, but again, need that fill to come out for us upside now as we look to get, okay. We might be positive here very soon. 1950, 919.50. Let's put another offer right there. We got to make sure it's classified properly. 919. I mean, do we just want to hold this into the end of the day? We've got a monster right now on this one. I mean, it's good because it's finally going, not a monster, but let's see if it can go back up there to the upside. Boeing is getting a little nerve-wracking for me. We might as well just get out. Let's change this stop to 178. Boeing going to be, again, another top stock here with just breaking news. We talked about that. Shout out to Benzinga Pro platform that, honestly, I didn't even have it in my ear because I was going to do that ad, and then all of a sudden, boom, Neil's like, there's news. So I pretty much threw that back in, got that, and as we always say, the rest on this situation is history. Good trade there for Boeing. Now our stop is right there. Can't make less than $1.75, so that's always going to be pretty good. Google downside, and then Nvidia trying to work it out, baby. Let's go. Let's see if we can get a nice move back up to the upside and turn this day into a green one here for Nvidia.
Yeah, and Nvidia been an absolute beast. I mean, the fact that you're going to still close at the weird thing about it is $922.22 is exactly where I sold that 10%. and that's the high of the day today. So it's almost like it's mocking me at this particular moment. I jumped out of Intel. We're just going to hang on to CGC into 350 on those imbalances. I keep tightening the stop. We're just going to let it ride. This is a similar trade in terms of just like a flat bottom break and a consolidation down. Like, let the momentum tell the story. Like, it was already breaking a flat bottom. If you don't get that one, first bounce, $10 just happened to be here. We had to pay for locates, but we were able to do that in a couple of minutes and then walk it in to said downside. Amazon is over 188. Yeah, buddy. Amazon up 1% today, almost a double top in here. Marijuana news. Okay, nothing. Yeah, there's just like a little bit of a thing in my ear on cannabis, but it's not a big deal. Not going to move those stocks at all. Havana Woody, you know what? We're talking about this on Block. The thing about when you trade a stock at a singular price level, like eventually it's going to give up. I mean, sometimes it gives up the ghost. Like that, if you keep reloading it over and over and over again, and it never really breaks down, I'm talking about shorting it off the high, at some point you could have that happen to you. All you can do is you take it, you scalp what you can out, and then you end up punching out when it goes. And if it continues to run, I was never really looking long on Block, but you just got to get out of the way, man. So that's what we did there on Block. 5% up and well on its way, not completely filling in the gap. It's actually halfway through the gap that got put on Friday. Remember, they had a good quarter and were up significantly and then dumped it at the open. So the relief rally's on for Square, and the imbalances are out now. What do we have here? Like I said, that AG2 has a buyout. Pfizer is a buy, 3.8 million. Pinterest, 2.7 million to the buy side. XOM's a sell. Looks like there's no big cap tech names over $1 million. Adara?
We did get this drop here on MSOS worth noting. I'm not seeing any confirmation on this, but Newsweek reporting that apparently the administrator of the DEA, Ann Milgram, did not sign the rescheduling order for marijuana. So MSOS on watch here with this circulating on this volume pop here to the downside, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. I don't see any big NASDAQ names on this imbalance locator right now. Nothing over 500,000 shares. This is a little bit surprising. Microsoft is the biggest, 450,000 to buy on Microsoft. That is the only big cap NASDAQ name that I'm seeing. Not used to that. Usually we'll see a little something more, like an Apple would be there, or Amazon at the highs. You don't see any Amazon there. But CGC was already going down before that happened, and it actually bounced off the low of the day again. So it's only a couple of minutes to go. I'm just going to punch it out there. If there's buyers at 950, 10 to 960 is going to work, and we'll just take it. Romney saying no option on Boeing overnight. Well, we don't trade overnight. When you're day trading, you're in, you're out. You get flat at the end of each day. So we don't really hold positions overnight at all. But I can tell you it would be pretty perilous to hold this one overnight. The bad news just continues for them over and over again. Apple, I didn't see an imbalance to have caused that move off VWAP on Apple, but it did just drop 70 cents as if there was an imbalance. Maybe something just popped in late. No, Apple, there it is. You're right. This was not there a minute ago. Apple out of nowhere, 1.2 million to the sell side. That was not there 30 seconds ago. But Apple just came out. Sometimes it takes a few minutes. It feels like it's a little bit later sometimes with the NASDAQ imbalances, but Apple is now there for 1.2 to sell.
Yeah, I mean, we already got out of our Apple right there at 181.50, so it just came right back into that level, and of course, we were short Apple. I'm going to try this MSOS here just to see if we get back above like 60, 65 or so here, then we will get out. That's where... I think that's where I just put my stop. I got to refresh all of this. Amazon does hit that 188. Wow. We had a $4 winner on Amazon there. We just got to keep it into the close. That's a tough trade. I just broke the long here through 188, but into the close, not going to be great. But there's MSOS. Just making sure that I do have that stop out there, and I do. Breaking through. We'll take another fill rate about here if we can get in around that price. Upside around 62, 63. Doesn't look like it wants to move that much, but again, something about, we just had it there from Midday, the DEA, they're not liking all this movement here.
Got to sign the bill.
Marijuana side of things, yeah. So that's happening right now. Nvidia, yeah, I mean, I guess that came as a sell. I didn't even see what, 806 million to buy, so it doesn't look like that's hitting the chip name here. As we were all the way up, we could have got out there. I was waiting. We actually had our target at we were initially at 919.80 or something, but that doesn't look like it wants to work out right now for NVDA. Boeing, I might just get out of this. We do have our stop at 178 flat, so that's about to break anyways, so we might as well keep it. What was a great afternoon, and I hope a lot of you were able to take some of these trades with Boeing. Now MSOS, we'll see where that goes. Palantir, we said we wanted to hold on to that one, so here it comes into earnings. We got to get out of this eventually. We've been holding, of course, the TQs as that just continues to go up all day. And again, this is the one for me, honestly. I mean, we have Amazon at the low of the day. That's now $4 in the money. But I like this one because we had talked about being bullish here. So it's really nice that when you're talking about being bullish all day, you look over and you're ending the day at the highest spot of the day. That's always a good sign, and a good sign for moving forward for all of the trades here on the show. So far, so good. We're going to get some more out here on MSOS as it's fading back in just a little bit. So far, so good. A decent short. We're only short at 55. There's the fill at 50. There's the short down to 48. Man, we're spending money again here, Neil. I don't like this. Is just continuously going right now for us, and we talk about this all the time. Really reading a lot of these names pretty good here into what's going to be hopefully another good month. The month of, as I had to look down, May.
It is May. I mean, we're churning through. What's great about that is I look over, like MSOS is breaking the lows, but CGC just can't break that low of the day. So it seems to me that, you know, MSOS on that news story was the vehicle. Like the other names that had already broken support aren't actually making fresh lows right now. With only 5 minutes to go, a lot of times you'll get like imbalances pairing with 5 minutes to go. Pfizer did pair off most of it. Apple is now gone. There is no 1.2 million anymore on Apple. Not really anything else I see there. Like Intel's kind of like nothing, 700,000. Microsoft no longer there for 500,000. So that Apple definitely paired off. It was a sell imbalance on Apple of 1.2 million, and now it is absolutely gone. I just canceled all my other orders, and the second it paired off, Apple bounced $1 and continues to go a little bit higher here. Apple is a good short. I had it at VWAP. And yeah, he actually gave you VWAP right as the imbalances are coming out, but that's not a trade that I'm going to put on. I usually like it after the imbalances, not before, and it's too late in the day now. Darwin, may the trades be with you, and may the trades also be with you. Love any Star Wars reference, any chance you can get there. Adrian, it happens, but you know what? I think you're the right direction trying Boeing to the south side. The thing about a news trade is you want to get it either really as fast as you can, like you jump over and get the level really quickly, which 180 had to zoom out a little bit, or allow it to bounce and maybe give you something like VWAP, or this is kind of random 178, but if it gets VWAP, that's something you can sink your teeth into if you just want to be with the direction. But oftentimes the algos will come in and be like, okay, that's far enough, and then it'll kind of float back higher, and you want to be careful not to be shorting those lows. The difference is 180 was Friday's high, and that's why, and it was pre-market lows as well.
Yeah. So I'll take, I agree with that, but I think fortune favors the bold on news stories there. Like if we like 180, we're short at look where we're short right here on Boeing, 179.50. So like I get in and then not immediately look to see what the next level is, but we knew 180, so when we called that over, our stop was always 180.50, so $1 stop for that. So far, so good. I think you got to jump in there. Like we nailed TD Bank and Morgan Stanley. Just boom, hear the story, analyze it, and I got to shout out to Neil because he had this before me.
Well, I couldn't hear. I knew there was a story. I couldn't hear exactly what it was.
Yeah, exactly. And then you mentioned something, and I was like, boom, I'm in on this one. So there it goes right there. Have your plan, trade your plan, and guess what? There's another opportunity right there for everybody at Real Trading. If you're looking to graduate, how about a 184, 185 long on Amazon today, right? Put down right here, right on the sticky note. How about a 188 long break on Amazon? Also written down here on the sticky note. Thank you, BPI, one more time right there. And thank you, everybody, for watching as we will end the day at our highest spot. It's an alarm kind of a day one more time. And then when you have a bias long, and this is what happens at the end of the day, another one popping off right now. So, hey, man. Look, we always say this, no rest for the wicked. Join me in 2 minutes as I'll flip over from going 8 for 9 today. Oh, by the way, right now, there goes Nvidia again. So nice upside move for NVDA. Looks like All we had to do is break 920, and this dog will hunt. But right now, we only have 2 minutes left. And like I said, there it is right now, a $2.50 winner right there today, one more time. So again, you can okay. Wow. All right, pretty much speechless here into the close, Neil. You better take this.
Yeah, we got about 90 seconds to go. We're almost done here, so I'll let you guys, I'll let you handle it. Nvidia, look, I'll say it again, like it was one of my favorite stocks to go long, but I didn't make money on it today with that 900 area break. But as long as you can figure out what went wrong, which I know exactly what it was, round number instead of actual trade setup, and the trade setup was $896. And that is not where I took the break. There is your flash. That's the opening range top. That's the trade that's been working for me.
Look at MSOS.
So we took the wrong trade. And now all of a sudden it's like $30 higher, but it is what it is. Strategy going to work. The weed names gave you a couple of great shots to go to the south side as well with less than 1 minute to go on this Monday.
Come over here to look at this MSOS. The mark, you know, the closing show can wait, man. We're trying to put on some big time trades, and that's exactly what we're doing. Look at this MSOS, right there, boom. I mean, this is trading. This is the best. You're now rocking with the best. Look what just happened with Nvidia as well. Often imitated, as you can see. Hopefully never duplicated. We are Trader TV Live, and there it is again. Bang! Look at this trade on Nvidia. Too bad, like I said, man, that we got to run over there. But with the market closing in 10 seconds again, there you go, Neil. Take it.
Yeah, monster spike at the close for a couple of individual names. Nvidia, Intel, and all the chip names just had a big arrow to the upside in 3, 2, and 1, ring and Adara. So right at the close, there was a big spike in a few chip names. You'll see it right there, kind of random out of nowhere. That's going to jump 25, almost a full percentage point to the upside. Nvidia, okay, fine. I mean, percentage-wise, not much, but it did go like $1 or $2 back into the upside as you just had a massive spike. All the weed names are going to end up closing pretty much on their lows. Thank you, Adara, for that news. Boeing doesn't close on the lows, but if you look at a daily chart, you know what just happened there. Got some earnings to get through today. Palantir is going to be the big one, but they are not alone. Want to give a shout out on the ones and twos. Thank you, Fabian and Ramin, as always. And a big shout out to Obi filling in for Sharif this morning. Sharif feeling a bit under the weather.
Wow.
Doing the lesson of the day with Adara. Great interview, as we always have with Danielle Shea and Brendan. Fantastic job going through all of the earnings expectations this week and all the big trades. Speaking of earnings, some of them are starting to come through in my ear. Palantir might actually be out in a matter of seconds, and I know Lucid's coming at 4:05. So let's get on over to the desk. Palantir is on the move already. It's up. After market, let's get to the desk. We've got Sean and Adara, and Palantir is already at 26.5.
I mean, what else? I mean, here goes Palantir straight up to the upside. Welcome to the market recap show, man. Like I said, this is what it is, man. From that show to real, we're coming back here. These are real earnings out right now for PLTR. I don't know, something's happened over here. I can't even, all right. Yeah, go ahead, because this,
yeah,
I have
these
to close
are
trade ideas.
I don't know how I feel about these numbers here. We got the Q1 adjusted earnings per share 8 cents versus the estimate of 8 cents, but the non-adjusted was a miss, so 4 cents versus 8 cents expected. Q1 revenue coming in here. Q1 revenue was a beat. 634.3 mil versus 625.4 mil, so that was a beat. Outlook, though, the lower end was a miss, so 649 to 653 versus outlook of 653.2, so miss there for Q1 revenue outlook. Also just saying they're working to make AIP available to broader range of markets, and intention is to make the AI platform the most dominant infrastructure in the market. So nice talk, but they did miss, though, on that Q2 revenue outlook. I think that's worth noting. But they beat on Q1 revenue itself. Yeah, that's the Palantir numbers.
Just hearing that they're raising full year revenue right now. I don't know. I don't see anything out on Benzinga Pro. So I know Adara's reading some stuff. We'll wait to see what does come through right now for PLTR. But did I not save that? It should be. Oh, no, I don't think my thing is saved. All right. Take it over, Adara.
Oh, they raised their 2024 revenue forecast, okay, but they didn't raise their Q. They did, I don't know if they lowered their Q2 revenue forecast, but it came below the market expectation, I can say that. So looks like they did raise their 2024 forecast, though, and they have been discussing robust AI demand. So a nice look there for PLTR. I'm going to see if there's any other numbers coming out here. But from what I am seeing, the what else here? Outlook. Yeah, so the Outlook full year adjusted income is they're saying 868 million to 880 million. So that's where we had the increase there. They also said that they anticipate their U.S. commercial, so specifically in terms of revenue, they're saying the U.S. commercial revenue. U.S. commercial business will remain one of the most significant drivers of our growth in the near term. So that's really what I'm seeing here. They did have, though, it's not saying that they lowered it, but it is, from what I can see, coming in lower than expected. Their Q2, specifically just Q2 revenue, from what I am seeing here. But yeah, I mean, let's see how the market's reacting to this, because I think generally pretty positively. I know this was a very hotly anticipated earnings report. We'll have to wait and see what Alex Karp has to say here. Let's see what we have here in Palantir. Oh, that's the...
We have Lucid coming out.
We have Lucid as well, supposed to be coming at 405. Yeah, so Palantir, nice move up here for PLTR. Let's see what we have here on LCID and what they have to give us. Yeah, not seeing anything yet. That one is also supposed to come at 405. So Palantir's coming in here a little bit earlier. Right now, up 13% from opening today. So nice move up here, nice pushes up. New volume high candles on the day, other than the stuff we got at 9:30 this morning. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what we do here. Pulling back a little bit, initially up 13%, now up 11, 12.
Right.
So a little bit of a drop. We're gonna have to wait and see how the market digests these numbers.
Yeah, a little nice 2024 gap EPS. We should be good to go on that board now of 8 cents in line. And then, of course, sales, as we talked about, beating as well for that. So a nice little upside move there for PLTR, as we'll continue to watch out to see where that one goes. But today was a very, very interesting day. And thank you for all for watching. There goes $26. Let me just look at the daily chart. As Adara broke down some of the moves there on Palantir, we're still looking to extend past 27 right now on PLTR. So that's another one. We are getting now Simon Property Group, a name that I like, that we've gotten out of. We're not huge in this name anymore, but nice move up for SPG. This was one that I actually bought during COVID. I kind of like the dividend yield there, 5.5%. It was higher actually during COVID. They had to scale that back, but SPG again, nice high quality mall. Daryl, if you're here, Daryl, I remember you and I were buying this one down there, so we could definitely have a validity check on that as real sees real. So shout out to you there, Daryl, as well. Simon Property Group right now up 2.9% and trying to go. We'll get those numbers when they are out for you.
Lucid beat.
Lucid's out?
Lucid beat, yeah,
What?
they
I
beat
didn't hear that.
revenue.
Why is it not moving?
172.7 million versus 157 million expected. So they did beat in revenue. They had a slightly larger loss per share than expected, though. 30-cent loss per share versus 25-cent loss per share expected. They delivered 1,967 vehicles in the quarter and produced 1,728 vehicles for the quarter. Let's see what other numbers we're getting out here. So they did have a larger loss per share than expected. That's the big loss here, but they did beat on revenue, saying that their CapEx for 2024, 1.5 billion. So that's pretty significant. They're also saying here that they're going to, quote, continue to make significant progress on our cost optimization programs.
Remember.
That CapEx, though, not great. $1.5 billion in CapEx projections for 2024, says Lucid. So
all right, yeah, Lucid continues to go down. Here's the Palantir number 2 as well. Right now, Lucid down to 295, but that's kind of like as expected. It's not moving around like crazy or anything like that, but that is Lucid right now. Palantir actually pretty disappointing, let's be perfectly honest with you. You know, we were expecting a 14 or so percent. Oh, we had that written down there, Adara, you and I. You wrote that down. What was it, 14%? Let me just double check what that move was expected to be.
I think it was 16.
16, that high, eh? Okay. 14.8%.
Oh, never mind. I was very wrong. Sorry.
No, you're not very wrong. That's close enough. Right there. But here comes to the downside. So a 14% move on $25. We're expecting a $3 plus move on Palantir. Not a $0 move. But here comes Palantir right now, back down to the downside. And I just want to talk about one thing that just hit on Palantir was right here. Sees Q2 revenue between 649 to 653, which is pretty much lower, as you had mentioned.
That was the one thing.
There, Adara, on that. That's Q2. But they do see forward year lower as well. So actually, we may have to change our tune here on Palantir as they finally report little more aggressive numbers. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I mean, if they don't hit those levels, they don't hit those levels. But that's what upgrades and downgrades and price targets are based on.
That's a good point.
So I could see them getting downgraded tomorrow based on a miss on revenue for PLTR. We did have Michael Noss on. We did have Daniel Shea on. We talked about, I think, did we talk about Palantir this morning with Michael Noss? He could nod if we did. I'm not sure if we did or not. But
He nodded.
He nodded. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's talk to Michael today about Palantir and the fact that it's not moving. So nice move there for PLTR. We'll see if we can expect anything else out of that report. Often, when you get a huge move like I feel like we did there in PLTR heading into the reported era, like look at this move on the daily. We just went up 20-something% into $25. A lot of the time, you're going to get maybe potential weak hand shaken out. Let's see what happens. Good move to the upside there for PLTR on the day, but pulling back in here on the after earnings. The next name, again, Lucid. Another one there. Shout out to Michael when we look at our, where's average day to cover? It should be up here somewhere. But these guys do have a short float that isn't that bad. Here it is. Go over here to Lucid Group right there. Where's the short float? Oh, actually, it's not listed here for Lucid. So we'll find out. They're going to get that updated.
I'm seeing 1160. But I'm not seeing that in TradingView though.
11%.
Or Trade Ideas. Yeah, I'm seeing 11.6%.
Okay, well that's good. So 11.6% short, but again, in a name that does millions of shares a day, right there, 43 million shares. So 11% short on the total float. Downside right now for Lucid. After that, yeah, soft. So there it is, trading lower following soft revenue guidance is PLTR. So in line today comes Palantir, but definitely soft on everything else. Let me just show you this quickly here as we'll go over some names that might have been moving. Let's do a quick little sector recap because we already have Palantir and Lucid. A lot of big trades coming later on this week. Uber, Shopify coming in Dara.
Yeah.
Disney coming. We know we love Disney, and that's another name we've talked to Michael about, Disney coming through. But let's just look at a couple names here today. Microsoft up 1.69%. Amazon, an absolute monster, continues to go. We definitely had this one, but the major indices continue building off of Friday's strength. Hopeful rate cuts coming at the end of this year. We'll see if that gets tampered at all by Fed's Barkin, who today started barking about inflation data being disappointing. We know that. Stop telling us things we know. Right now, the real estate sector, as we've talked about that, right, where was it? The real estate sector. It was one of the hot ones today, XLRE. I saw it on here coming through. Anyways, let me just call it up for you, XLRE. The real estate, there it is right there. Nice move today. Although it's not showing it right here, we did have a nice move. Even the home builders today moving nicely to the upside. So that was something that we talked about a little bit as rates come back into play. Technology led by an upgraded Micron. I mean, what a nice move from Micron there today, up 4 and a bit. Check these guys on the daily, gapping higher there on a nice upgrade for Micron. And then earnings season continues as we look for continued moves tomorrow with both Lucid and Palantir. But as you know, as we continue to look for these moves, it doesn't look like we're going to have to get them or we're going to get them at all because Palantir is still, you know what, I must have to update this because you see how this, I can't even click the time difference here, but there it is right there. Let's go over to a 5-minute chart just to see Palantir. We nailed 24 long early, but now you're starting to break a lot lower on PLTR. So let me just swap this over and have a quick look. 50-period moving average, 23 and change. If we drop an anchor, shout out to Brian Shannon, who'll be here tomorrow, at sort of this gapped bottom right there, you can see we're right here right now, man. $23 is that anchored VWAP drop from that gap bottom. So that's something to look at for Palantir. Is there anything maybe we're missing? Anything come across the newswire that you've seen, Adara?
I mean, we got the Simon Property Group, which I know you're involved in, and they had a nice little beat here. So from what I can tell, they do their numbers on a year-over-year basis, but they did have an increase year-over-year from 274 last year to 356 for earnings per share. Sales 1.44 billion versus the estimate of 1.29 billion. So that's a nice look, honestly, for Simon Property, up about 2.5%. Hims and Hers, which is pretty heavily shorted, also did pretty well here. So give me a moment to pull up that chart. HIMS market reacting positively to this one, up about 14%. They did sell off a little bit last week, so there was, I think, room to run versus Palantir, which had that move up into earnings. Yeah, so beat across the board here for Hims and Hers. 0.5 5-cent EPS versus 2-cent expected, and then also a beat here for sales. Higher than expected Q2 24 revenue and also full year 2024 revenue. So HIMS beating across the board here, guys.
Yeah, good little look there. And yeah, Simon Property Group holding that 146.50 there to the upside. ARC today. And again, a shout out to Trade Ideas. We are going to have Michael Noss on. You can hit Trader TV 20 to subscribe and get everything. Any product you like at Trader. At Trade Ideas, Trader TV 20 will get you that. Scan that QR code right there and grab that 20% off. Yeah, Michael's created this for me, man. These are basically the sectors that are outperforming today, the S&P. So generally here, SLV today up 3.5%. Nice move for silver. You know what? Let's flip over to the daily just to have a quick look. So trying to break out back again. Nice bottom there, coming back into $24. I'm assuming, I'll just type in GLD. I don't see it on there, but GLD up 1%, so it's in here as well. There it is right there, gold. Again, starting to bounce back up. We did have a nice day, I think at the end of it all for IBIT. Again, up 1.69%. That'll be off of Friday's close. We did have a high of 65.5 in Bitcoin, but IBIT still holding as well. Berk, although not an ETF, could be considered that as they drop their earnings on Saturday. And again, holding out pretty good here as, again, Apple. They'll go as Apple goes. And then again, insurance and some financials involved with Berkshire Wells Fargo in that name, as well as a lot of you know Occidental on the energy side for that. And then, of course, the negative name, and we actually hit this right at the end of the day. What exactly was that story? The DEA for MSOS came out there for marijuana. Yeah. And sort of said, hold our horses on getting all of this approved. I believe the story was something like that, Adara.
So I want to clarify, not confirmed.
Yeah.
Not confirmed. It's one of those things that floats around on Twitter, and we've had this quite a lot, specifically with MSOS. But basically, Newsweek, and again, I can't even confirm that Newsweek reported this, but they're basically saying that Newsweek is saying that one of the administrators or one of the head administrators there of the DEA is not voting in favor of that MSOS or that bill for marijuana that would help lower it down in terms of the schedule. So that comes out around 350 around when the imbalances come out, right, and MSOS falls to the downside. That's what I'm seeing. Again, not seeing any confirmation on that as of right now.
All right, so good little trade there at the end of the day on MSOS as we heard that news, then we broke that. We also got end of day news on Boeing as well, and man, did we ever hit this one as well. We'll just wait for our software to load up here, and I can show you, and then we're going to call Michael Noss. We're not going to make him wait too long. I was hoping that it's loading data. The problem is charts okay, here they come up. I was going to say sometimes they go down there. Oh, Nvidia does go nice little move back up there for Nvidia. Here at Real Trading, we will turn the chart server off, so sometimes the charts won't work, which is why we will always go back over to Trade Ideas. But there's the short here for Boeing that happened. Boom, what a good move that was. Yeah, thanks, Adara. Immediately to the downside there.
I'm just looking at how
nice
bought
compliment.
That off like that free market area. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all that. That means a lot. That's Boeing for sure to the downside. And then the other one there I want to go over before we bring on Michael Noss. This was MSOS. Just because they're two breaking news stories. And again, have it in your toolbox. Michael's going to come on here and go, breaking news, schmaking news. Because unless it's actually schmaking news. That's weird. Yeah.
I liked it.
No, because again, your style of trade, right? Yeah. Like Michael will look at, and he's going to talk about this, looks at the beginning of the week, the end of the week, maybe opening candles, closing candles. Sometimes stories that happen midday aren't overly affecting his underlying position. But why hear from me when we can hear directly from the horse's mouth? And what a handsome man it is. It's Michael Noss. Let's bring him in. I got it. Hi, Michael. How are you?
How's it going, Sean?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I don't know if you could tell I'm in pretty good mood today. We actually wound up going 8 for 9 today on our trades, which was a pretty decent day for us. So we're pretty happy. Showed a couple great.
Congrats, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. We did see some news, though, coming at the end of the day on a Boeing and on an MSOS. And I want to thank you for creating this ticker for me because it's showing us that MSOS was the most hit sector today, marijuana. And I just want to clarify something. When I was talking about potentially, that's still Boeing, but here's MSOS right here. Nice downside move. I think I'm correct by saying that, right? Your style of trading, although you'll look at a macro level of, can we go back to Michael here just so I can talk to him? There you go. You'll look at stocks, but how would a story like that maybe breaking at the end of the day, does that affect sort of how you may look to trade in MSOS or maybe any current positions that you're still in?
Not unless any stops I had outstanding were hit. You guys were even mentioning, hey, this is unconfirmed. We can't verify this. You can't, we don't know anything about it. So it's one of those that, yes, it moved the whole sector, but unless I was in something and the stop was hit, then I'm not going to take action on that personally, because I don't know how many times I've seen, especially it seems particular in the marijuana sector, a piece of news comes out, quote unquote news comes out, and then you fast forward 5-10 minutes later, and that's not true, and the price is right back up. So this is why Charles Dow, one of the creators of technical analysis, like 100 years ago, who created the Dow Jones Industrial Average and all that, always says the closing price is the most important. So I'll look at the close today, I'll look at the close tomorrow, and see if that news kind of got washed out or if it's legit.
And I wonder if sometimes news like that, and if you don't mind, Michael, I know you have a lot of things to talk about. We're going to get to that. Can I ask you quickly about a Canadian bank that's been under fire lately, and it's TD Bank. So again, they were money laundering. There's a story about fentanyl and all of this. It's come to light. I don't know if they've defended it or not, but at the end of the day, TD Bank is getting clocked. If you come over to my screen right here, you're back into some of these bottoms that we made back in basically last year at this time. I mean, even this is January, February, March down there. Then, of course, the October bottoms. Some stocks are revisiting those bottoms. But again, to me, this looks like it's breaking down pretty bad right now. Banks aren't really necessarily performing that well in Canada in general at these levels. To me, I like the short even at these levels. Am I thinking a little bit off base here? Do we wait for maybe 57, 58 or so up there to come back in? Of course, the Toronto Dominion Bank, a Canadian bank, but the prices we're looking at right now are US. What do you think about TD Bank, and how does that chart look to you?
Yeah, well, it's funny that you showed it there, and I have it up here as well. There's a technical analysis saying that news generally will follow the direction of the trend, and bad news coming out recently, and this being an incredibly underperforming asset in the financial field to technicians like me doesn't really shock anything. And I can look at that by just telling the viewers to keep an eye on this chart right here. And if we go to the XLF, which is the overall sectors when it comes to financials, that has been doing great. Some of these names like Wells Fargo have been doing amazing. Call it what you will, call it people who know better, know that something's going on, or whisper numbers or whatever, but TD was dramatically underperforming every other financial out there for a very long period of time, even before this happened. So it doesn't shock me. And then I just drew out the pattern here. It looks like we have a descending triangle going on here. So I think the trade is pretty simple if you want to short this. And I like that idea because it is so dramatically relatively weak to the rest of the market. Is you could short on a break of today and yesterday's low. And then if we get back into that triangle, or at absolute worst case, if we break this downtrend line, that's your out. It looks like a pretty interesting trade, especially if there is some sort of news catalyst that's pushing it along. But again, for me, you just focus, you say, hey, for some reason, for now about a year, this has been dramatically underperforming the rest of the banks. There probably is a reason why.
Hi, Michael. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on Palantir coming off of earnings. We had that really nice run up into earnings, especially including today, and then falling off after we got weaker than expected Q2 guidance. I was wondering if, based on all of these moves, that you have any reads on this stock heading forward.
I think I heard Sean say this when I was in the green room, and it makes perfect sense to me. When you have stocks that run up like this into earnings, you can see from 20 to 25. And I know me and Sean were talking about it down here around 20 at the low of the gap. You had this move, the run up from 20 to 25 into an event like that, then it looks like it's reversing now. That to me makes way more sense because everybody has been front running this move. You'll hear people on CNBC say pricing to perfection or something like that, whatever you want to call it again. But people buying into the move, then when I see that, I'm like, well, whatever they announce has to be amazing because the market is already expecting it to be great. And this could create what we call a pro gap. So I was on this morning and I was talking about Avis budget right here back when it was at 213, 214 because of the large short float. And I gave a whole reason why I was interested in short float, but I actually called this one pro gap. And this is something that my buddy Steve, who I know was on when I was away, talks about all the time. If you have a move preceding a gap in one direction, and then all of a sudden, whatever that fundamental is, shifts that the other way, well, at least for short-term participants, you got them offside, and they're going to have to get out of that position one way or the other. So CAR, we saw a nice, 3 or 4% move today on this one. I would bet I'd be worried about something like Palantir tomorrow if we do hold these lows. It means everyone that got really hyped into the earnings is disappointed. You may have some people coming in to sell that one.
All right. We don't like to hear negativity about Palantir, but I agree with you. I think that run up was decent there into that print, and now I'm still waiting for that S&P 500 inclusion. That's another story, Michael. That if we don't get that, then that is another negative catalyst for sure, hitting PLTR, Palantir. All right. So
just on that note, quite often there's been some studies done that once something actually gets into the index,
right,
that can also generally be a sell the news event as well, right? So you got to be careful that, the lead up into that, just like the lead up into something like earnings, that might be the play. And when they're in the S&P 500, then again, that might be the sell the news top or something like that. I forget the stats, but there has been studies done on that before.
I mean, this is the thing about why our show's the best and why we have the great guests like yourself, because look at this. You mentioned it, and you know what comes to my mind immediately? It's Uber, and that's exactly what happened right here. This is the inclusion day. Uber at the end of December, bang, right back into the downside right there as we sell off into January come through. So Uber did have a little bit of a dip by before absolutely exploding to the upside. But yes, a sell the event. And we also saw that on Tesla and a few other things. You know what, Michael? Actually, I'm surprised here that Uber's come all the way back up. I was a little nervous about the robo-taxis. And all that, but maybe there's something there with Uber. Okay, you mentioned starting the week off with looking at opening candles and things like that. Was there anything that maybe caught your eye or any sort of note that maybe I can bookend you? If you're not busy on Friday, maybe I'll have you back in on Friday and we can have a look to see if anything hit. So was there anything that maybe caught your eye early? I saw GameStop moving around, but I'll open the floor up to you. What is interesting to Michael Noss after one day of trade here this week?
So on my screen here, this is the new layout that I've been playing with a bit, where I'm looking at the S&P 500 names up and down, just looking at the big guys, because for the last couple years anyway, that's been the place to play. IWM, small caps not going anywhere, mid caps, MDY, a little bit better, but the large caps have just been the place you have to play to get that kind of move. And this layout that I've built is doing a pretty good job of telling me themes when I bring it up. So, for example, on up, we have, SMCI here. I see MU. This is one I talked about, I believe, on Friday. A lot of risk on type names. There's Uber that we were just talking about a second ago. So a lot of these risk on type names. And then over on the other side, stuff that they were selling, I see Kraft Heinz and Lululemon, a lot of more retail, Monster Energy drinks there, a lot of retail names. So I don't know, one day may be a little bit too soon to gauge, but if we take a look at something like ARK, had a pretty decent day, and then BRK, and this is why I have this on this ETF list that you have there, Sean. Underperforming a little bit in recent days. So I wonder if we're seeing a risk on shift again, which after we had this big pullback in the market is what you would want to see if this is going to continue and smash through these highs. So, I need more data, but it looks like we may be going back into a little bit of risk on mode. And if we're still in that risk on mode when we reach these highs, it's potential that we could just smoke right through.
All right, thank you, Mr. Michael Noss. And I'll tell you, I won't mention to Brian Shannon, of course, about a potential long in ARK, because Brian and I go back and forth, and I know you're just talking about a trade, but he is not a big fan of those holdings there in ARK. One more, if you don't mind, because we always get questions about it on our show. It's Carvana, CVNA. You mentioned this today, which I think you nailed it perfectly. I want to thank you for bringing it to my attention as well. The days to cover aspect here, we do have a 30% short float with almost 4 on the days to cover, which is pretty significant. I mean, you brought us some examples that were much higher than that one. But even today, Carvana just continues to, this just looks like, come over to my screen here. This is like some sort of like either a doji star that's about to absolutely, sink this stock down in a little bit of an lonely islands up here, but I don't know. Those probably aren't the right technical frames for this, but it looks like Carvana is just chilling out all by itself. And whenever I see something like this with a short float like that, I always think this, coming back in. Are we crazy about that for Carvana? Do we have to let this settle down? And I know we're kind of beating a dead horse. You've talked about this a lot, but there continues to be a lot of interest around the name for Carvana. For me, I'm going to look for a pullback short, but maybe the longs aren't done. Any opinions?
I wouldn't hold a short overnight personally, and I know that you don't do that either, especially in this name because what you mentioned with a 30% short float.
Yeah.
If some bit of news comes out that's great, this could absolutely explode. But you always have to look at where the stock came from. So right here, we're talking $75 up to $130 in a very short period of time. That's pretty wild. And you were right; it's a evening star play that may be setting up here. So for those who don't know, for the technical term, an evening star has some sort of a doji or topping type candle.
Kind of.
And then if the next day is follow through to the downside, it is a pretty high probability reversal play. Now, again, this thing has gone from like, a buck to bankruptcy, right? All the way to $123. So it's not something that I would step in front of, but that may give us a chance to pull back a little bit into this gap. We have this massive gap that's unfilled. It broke right through that $91 share area everyone was looking at. If we start to see a pullback in that area, that's what I'm going to watch for a potential buy on this name. It's a little bit extended here, but you got to think there's a whole bunch of people who may have missed the boat or those shorts. And you got to think if you were short the stock at $90 and it gaps up to 130, if it starts to get back to that $90 a share level, you're probably going to be interested in just getting out of that position and moving on. So I think there's still a lot of long catalysts and trapped people in this trade. I just think we need to get a better price and we need to get some sort of a pullback just so we have a place to put our stop loss.
Yeah, I like when you talk about that, the risk management. It's all about that, and I agree. That hold overnight on anything that's a short float can get pretty nasty. It's Michael Noss. Where can they find you?
Just Google Michael Noss CMT. I'm all over the place. And I'll probably be back here soon.
Is that not the best answer? Just Google my name? Yeah. Like just put on the crown. There, Michael Noss. Thank you so much. It's Michael Noss from Trade Ideas at Michael Noss CMT on X. Great way to get a hold of him. And Michael, I'm just going to ask you live on the show. Can you send me that scanner that you just had of all those names that were overperforming and underperforming, because that would be absolutely amazing. And I'm going to show it on the show tomorrow as we search for, that one right there, exactly.
There. Absolutely.
Perfect. And I'm going to show it tomorrow and give you all the credit. Michael Noss, Trader TV 20. Use that code and let's go trade ideas. Thank you, Mr. Noss.
Talk to you guys soon.
Take care. That's Trader Talk. I honestly, Adara, I know you're new to all this. You've been live now for 4 weeks. It honestly is about like building that community, and the fact that Michael can show something like that and then be able to send it right over, get the data from Trade Ideas. It's such a well-oiled machine. Like he comes up with an idea and we can instantly start to look at that tomorrow. And I just think that that's where we build the sticky note, because I come in every day and I look for relative strength and weakness. We look for names that we like and we look for levels that we like. If this can, in the middle of the day, give me some kind of sticky note ideas. What is strong? What is weak? We are both strong. Yeah. And so is Trader TV Live. What was a good play today was, thank you so much for that. We're going to go to the next topic real quick. I'm not, forget about my tweets. Next topic. All right, sticky note. Today on this, does that say sticky goat?
Sticky note.
Sticky note. Okay, hold on a second. I'll fix that. I was like, what does that even say? Sticky
note
goat. I like that. Oh, I was thinking about drinking that Monet, Moe.
Oh, Moe.
We're not drinking Monet. Yeah, Moe. Yeah, Monet. We're not.
Moe.
You just talked about Starry Night. So
yeah, let's then go.
That's what I mean. Now we're talking about art again. All right, we wrote down, and I didn't log in today over here to X, but we wrote down Amazon that we really liked for the long. And again, this goes back to what I was talking about with Michael Noss. We had, by the way, roll calls coming up, so let's just hit this real quick. Get ready for roll call. We'll say your names. 185 dip buy opportunity for that. Bang to the upside, 186.50. Then we also wrote down on our sticky note that we liked 188 long. That was a big trade for us as well. So there it is, man. Great show, great day. We were 8 for 9 trading today, so that was a good day for us. We're really happy. Ended it with a good trade on MSOS, a good trade on Boeing, and a monster trade at the end of the day on Amazon. And to be honest with you, Adara, I left that order in. That 188 was from 8:30 this morning.
Wow.
And when it filled, it actually took me by surprise, which is why we have a bunch of outs, and then it popped up. Because I was like, oh my God, do we want it?
Yeah, you have to like.
So you see here, we have a couple outs. We actually have 2 ins, a couple outs, and then the blow up there. Here, I can even zoom in at the end of the day. See that?
Yeah.
So in and out, and I was like, nah, basically expletive this. We like it. And then we wound up taking it, and that was that. All right, who's here for roll call? Let's do it one more time, and then we out of here, baby. I gotta pick my kid up. He's golfing till 6:30, so that should be real fun. What's up to Aaron, Scott, Matthew, Sean, the transition Katina? I like that. What's up to Finch Jane? What's up to Andrew Chow, Rivian Millionaire? What's up? I like that. We saw that in the chat. Rivian Millionaire. Oh, it was Lucid Millionaire, actually, I think it was. Oh, no, it was Rivian Millionaire. Oh, what's up to Josh? What's up to Stupid Bitcoin? I like Bitcoin. What's up to Alex Davis, Andrew Chow, Oscar Plays, Lava, Hugh, Take Profit, Marie L, and Josh again. So thank you to all the 2,000 that are still hanging with us.
Wow.
Actually, I lied. 2,700.
I mean, that's all. Thank you guys so much for being here.
We like it.
That's awesome.
Oh my God, my wife, blush. See, whenever I see this on the chat right here, kiss. I'm like, oh damn. But then when I see her, it's all good.
Yeah,
So shout out to that. What's up to my lovely wife? Thank you so much for watching and probably tracking me on Apple. Oh, yeah, there, no, just joking. Thank you so much for watching. That's Miss A.
it is. Hi, guys.
I can call you that. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I'm cool with Miss A.
I'm not just make up random names. Like I said, the Egyptian Nightmare over there. We've got Fabian, Ramin, Miss A. I got to think of one for Neil. I'm just always like, yo, what's up, Neil?
I mean, even to be fair, even Sharif's nickname for Neil is the Neil.
The Neil.
So
Yeah, that's
some
not that
people really
creative, is it?
struggle
We're
to
going to have to
make
come
it
up
for
with one
Neil.
for him. And then Brendan is just Brendo. Like, I'm always like,
Brendan.
let's just throw it to Brendo. Like,
Yeah.
Brendo's Brendo.
You just cut off the A.
My kids call Brendan Brendo.
I saw that in the podcast. You were like, oh, they think your name is Brendo.
Yeah, because my daughter was in there. And she's like, oh, hey, Brendo. And that was really cute. So shout out to that. Oh, and a shout out. We got $20 super chat for Starbucks. So hopefully tomorrow we can make a little bit of a run
Okay.
to Starbies.
I would not.
We might need another 20 though.
I was gonna say,
how many people?
I feel like my order's extra. I don't know how order. I mean, I will de-extra my order. But
Yeah, well-
thank you so much for the super chat.
Yeah, that's
everybody.
what it's all about. What's up, Alex Davis? Got married last week. Sorry to hear that. But no, honestly, no, it's going to be the best decision you ever made if you are very similar to me. All right, thank you so much. It's Trader TV Live. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Hey, man, I think this is the best show that we have, but we have a decent one coming tomorrow at 8:30. Plus, second is probably the midday show, and then me and Neil will sort of bookend that. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at Trader TV. Sean, go find me everywhere. This is Trader TV Live. I'm coming home, and I'll see you soon. Ciao, everybody.